This is a must-watch Chinese animation. Asterisk human general asterisk. Epic twists unfold. Mind-bending creativity. Skyrocketing popularity. Over 2 billion reads. 100,000 likes on Jihu. Millions of readers, including Lu Kong and Shun Zong. Promoted on Weibo by stars like Zheng Hai, Qin Xuedong, and Qin He. Netizen comments. This is the most mind-blowing comic I've ever read. Super detailed art style. Binge-worthy. Thrilling, unpredictable plot. Exquisite artwork. Published as both novel and comic. Sold out before hitting shelves. This is the work of Jihu's top creator, mastermind and star author, was Confronting. A crowning achievement. A masterpiece of short-form comics. Asterisk human general asterisk. When the boy was 7, his father cut off his left arm. The boy didn't understand why his father did this. His father said, in their line of work, this was the price of survival. The boy asked what their trade was. His father paused, then said 2 words, human general. But what was a human general? His father didn't tell him. The boy was named Cheng Shan, his parents naming him Shan for goodness, hoping all things would turn out well. Cheng Shan was curious about what his father did, locked away in his room every day. Strangely, even his mother never interfered with his father's affairs, only managing their daily meals. One night, unable to contain his curiosity, Cheng Shan poked a small hole in his father's door to peek inside. His father had one hand on an old man's back, doing something unclear. There was no sound from within. Cheng Shan, still young, thought the adults were just chatting over tea. After his father saw the old man out, the door wasn't fully closed. As Cheng Shan peered through the gap, a hand suddenly patted his back, startling him. It was his mother. She told him his father was busy with important work. She clearly knew what it was, but didn't tell him, only saying that when he turned 12, his father would explain himself. After his mother left, Cheng Shan kept peering through the door gap. He saw his father lightly touch the old man's arm, slicing it off like cutting tofu, without a trace of blood. The arm was covered in festering sores. With a wave of his father's hand, the sores vanished completely. Then, miraculously, the old man, feeling his arm, marveled. It's like the work of a divine craftsman. This scene stunned Cheng Shan. His father had known he was watching all along. Cheng Shan asked if his father was an earthly immortal. His father said he was a human general, specializing in repairing people. Cheng Shan wanted to learn this skill, but his father said it wasn't time yet. In the days that followed, Cheng Shan spent his time with books. One day, a few drops of water fell on his book. He thought it was rain. But looking up, he saw a girl sitting in a tree, shaking branches and letting dew fall. The girl was named Ming Kai. She often came to their house to play. Over time, they grew close. She'd tease Cheng Shan like a tough guy, saying, if anyone bullies you, I'll poke them dead with a willow branch. Though Cheng Shan doubted a willow branch could kill, he was still touched. In a flash, Cheng Shan turned 12. His father asked if he wanted to become a human general. Without hesitation, Cheng Shan said yes. His father handed him an ancient book, saying it was passed down from their ancestral master, and told him to study it well. Cheng Shan was exceptionally gifted. His talent shone through. He quickly mastered the subtle techniques in the book, but the final pages of the book were incomplete. He felt like there should be one more page. One day, his father wanted to test how much he had learned, so he asked him how many chapters were in the book. Cheng Shan said 11. His father then asked what chapter 6 was about. Cheng Shan said it was about the leaving the valley technique. His father took out a celadone bowl to test whether he could perform the leaving the valley move. Cheng Shan gently pressed one knuckle of his middle finger with his index finger. A joint fell off into the bowl. Then, with a slight movement of his middle finger, the joint returned to his body. His father was very pleased. He reminded him that this technique could heal people, but also kill them. Those with evil intentions could steal organs from others. Taking lives has existed since ancient times. He told him that when he left home in the future, he should bring the umbrella with him to identify himself to fellow warriors. Then he told Cheng Shan to close his eyes. His father ran his thumbs across Cheng Shan's eyes. He said this was the last technique he would teach him. When Cheng Shan opened his eyes, he found his vision had become sharper. He could even see the bones inside the birds in the trees. But then, his father mysteriously disappeared. He asked his mother many times, but she always said his father had gone far, far away. When she finally told him that his father would not return, a youthful and hot-blooded Cheng Shan wanted to go find him right away. But his mother said the same thing his father did. It's not time yet. Cheng Shan grew impatient. Why did they both keep saying that? It was as if they had planned everything in advance. His mother only told him to remember the family rules. Be kind in heart and deed. To find the answer, Cheng Shan began rereading the ancestral book. He wanted to find out what chapter 12 was. From the scattered words of knowledge, he deduced that some techniques required both hands. Then he remembered. He had long lost his left hand, so he closed the book with a sigh. Just as he looked up, Ming Kai appeared before him. She had somehow knelt on his desk. She was pestering him to show her the umbrella his father left him. Cheng Shan refused. Ming Kai hugged his neck and asked him to show off his original general skills. Cheng Shan sighed. Don't regret it, he said. Then he slid his palm across her eyes. Ming Kai suddenly lost her sight. Terrified, she screamed for Cheng Shan to give it back. From that day on, whenever Ming Kai came to bother him, she never mentioned the general technique again. With Ming Kai by his side, 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. During that time, every time he brought up leaving to explore the world, his mother suppressed the idea. Then, on the morning of his 16th birthday, while practicing calligraphy, his mother stood at the door holding a black cylinder. She walked in and said, "Chung-shan, you're 16 now. I will now give you this tube. Inside is an umbrella, a brush, a letter, and a decision chopstick. I don't understand their use, but I know this bloodline. If danger arises, open the umbrella, salute with the guard, read the letter, meet old friends, hold the chopstick. This is all I can give you." Then, tears streamed from her eyes. When she saw Chung-shan off, she gave him a deep bow, then turned away. She said she would miss him dearly, but told him not to return. Thus, Chung-shan, having mastered the general technique, began his journey. Ming-kai followed right after him. Holding her gear, she said, "Wherever you go, I'll go with you. And my sword will go too." Chung-shan said he was heading to the capital. She got excited. She casually said she hoped they'd run into some bandits or robbers, so she could show off her skills. But just as she finished speaking, we really did run into a group of bandits. Chung-shan held his forehead. This girl really has a jinxed mouth, he thought. The bandit leader was extremely arrogant. Hand over the most valuable item, and leave the girl behind. Ming-kai quickly clutched her own body. The bandit leader then pointed at Chung-shan and threatened him. "If you kowtow 3 times, I'll let you go." Facing such shameless bandits, Ming-kai was about to draw her sword and cut them down, but Chung-shan stopped her, saying it'd dirty her hands. He then took from the long case on his back the umbrella his father left him. As the red-rimmed black umbrella opened, complex runes instantly appeared on its surface. The moment the bandit leader saw the umbrella, he broke out in cold sweat. The runes on the umbrella seemed to twist endlessly, as if they could pull away one's spirit. The second bandit, wielding a spiked club, thought Chung-shan was just bluffing with tricks. Ignoring the leader's warning, he charged at Chung-shan, but then came a scream of agony. The second bandit fell to his knees, trembling in unbearable pain. Chung-shan's expression remained cold and silent. The third bandit was about to act, but the leader stopped him, for he had recognized the black umbrella of the Chung family. If they got any closer, they'd end up as a pile of mush. Out of mercy, Chung-shan closed the umbrella. The bandit leader instantly changed his tone and smiled awkwardly. "Young master of the Chung family, rumor has it there's chaos in the imperial capital. Why are you heading there?" Ming-kai cut in and scolded. The bandit nodded and bowed, not daring to say more. Chung-shan waved his hand and said, "I heard the emperor is recruiting talents across the land, with generous rewards. I'm going there to earn a living." The bandit leader replied, "Young master, why would a Chung family member need to earn a living?" He instantly regretted saying that. Cold sweat poured down his face. Luckily, Chung-shan didn't take offense. Later, he and Ming-kai found an inn to stay at. Ming-kai was still angry about earlier. She said she could have instantly defeated those bandits. Chung-shan could only say soft words to appease her, or she'd go on and on about it. Ming-kai glanced at his long black case, wanting him to show the umbrella again. Chung-shan refused, opening it recklessly. Ming-kai then mentioned how the Chung clan specialized in human art techniques, able to change people's appearance at will. Chung-shan knew what the girl was hinting at, so he said if she drew a portrait for him, he'd open the umbrella for her. Ming-kai called herself the best martial artist among painters, and the best painter among heroes. Such a small task was nothing to her. She picked up the brush, thinking he wanted a portrait of himself, but Chung-shan said no. He wanted her to draw a portrait of herself. Ming-kai blushed shyly, but still followed his request, and quietly started painting. Before long, the painting was finished. Chung-shan took a look and couldn't help but gasp in awe. "It's spot on. It's incredibly accurate." The girl was very proud. After all, when drawing yourself, how could it not be spot on? Chung-shan was a bit puzzled. He'd always found women's paintings of landscapes and buildings dull and lifeless, but her portrayals of living beings were vivid and incredibly expressive. Ming-kai grinned and said, "Only things can be painted well." Urged by Ming-kai, the two finally arrived at the imperial palace. Chung-shan's memory of the emperor was limited to what he'd seen in paintings. What he remembered most was a poem the emperor wrote. "The land becomes a picturesque tapestry, and the world bends to one's will." Bends to one's will was the emperor's name, Ing Rui. After entering the palace, Ing Rui met them in a side hall outside the main court. But Chung-shan's gaze remained indifferent, because he didn't care about Ing Rui's empire at all. That girl Ming-kai dared to say in front of the emperor that she was far more stunning than the portrait suggested. Ing Rui merely smiled and said it was no matter, adding that she felt honored to meet the legendary Chung family. Chung-shan naturally didn't take it seriously. The emperor, as the son of heaven, is a blessing for commoners like us to encounter. Ing Rui, stroking the fan in her hand, smiled and said, "It's precisely because of my love for talent that meeting such a gifted person is truly my fortune." Ing Rui then instructed her maid Wen Liang to arrange lodging for the two artisans, Chung-shan and Ming-kai. After kneeling to bid the emperor farewell, Ming-kai let out a long sigh. The pressure she felt just moments ago was immense. Once she calmed down, the girl grew smug again, boasting that the emperor himself had called them both artisans. Chung-shan played along with the girl on the surface, but inwardly, she was puzzled by the emperor's behavior. Could Ing Rui have known I was coming? Was she specifically waiting to meet me? Chung-shan couldn't fathom why she, of all people, would warrant the emperor's attention. Wen Liang seemed to sense her thoughts. The emperor's actions often defy convention, my lady. Shan glanced at Wen Liang's right shoulder, noticing signs of a serious past injury, but she kept silent. In the palace, it's best to speak cautiously. Wen Liang led them to their lodging at the artisan's residence. She was the head maid there. Along the way, Ming Kai keenly sensed a peculiar spiritual energy within the palace. Wen Liang smiled, praising the girl's sharp senses, explaining that every plant and tree in the palace grounds was personally ordered by the emperor and meticulously tended. The playful Ming Kai grew excited, tugging at Shan's sleeve and suggesting that Wen Liang give them a tour. Shan vetoed the idea. Ming Kai reluctantly dropped it. Watching the lively duo, Wen Liang couldn't help but laugh, noting that the emperor hadn't been this happy in a long time. She suspected Shan was no ordinary person. Shan humbly introduced herself, revealing she was from the Chung family of artisans. To her surprise, Wen Liang knew quite a bit about the Chung family's craft. Wen Liang suddenly stopped walking. Ladies, you've likely heard of the great evil plaguing the capital recently. They say a villain in the city targets strong men, using them to create human molds. With a single strike, they can separate flesh, bone, heart, liver, and lungs. At first, Wen Liang didn't understand what these human molds were, but learning Shan was from the Chung and combining it with her knowledge, she suspected this evil art was a Chung family technique. Ming Kai froze on the spot. The term human mold was something Shan had told her about as a child. The human mold was one of several forbidden bone-shaping techniques of the Chung family, once used to punish clan members who broke family rules. Its methods were excessively cruel, and as the Chung family withdrew from the martial world, it was long abandoned. But if someone is now using this bone-shaping art to harm innocent people, that person is truly a great evil. After this brief interlude, the group reached the perimeter of the artisan's residence. Wen Liang cautioned them to remain vigilant even while staying there, as rumors suggested the palace was not peaceful lately. Due to her position, Wen Liang seemed reluctant to say more. Under Wen Liang's guidance, they walked quietly. Shan suddenly noticed that the usually cheerful Ming Kai had grown somber. Ming Kai clutched the accessory in her hand and whispered, "Ever since entering this place, I felt oppressed. My heart feels uneasy." Shan took her small hand, reassuring her not to worry, that she would handle everything. Wen Liang noticed Ming Kai's discomfort and explained that newcomers to the artisan's residence often felt this way. "It's a common reaction for new arrivals, my lady. You'll get used to it." She then explained the emperor's rules for the artisan's residence. The artisan's residence has two main rules. First, artisans may not meet each other freely. However, since Shan and Ming Kai arrived together, their meetings are permitted. Second, entering or leaving the artisan's residence requires the guard's approval. Unauthorized entry or escape is a grave offense. After Wen Liang finished, she handed them 2 waste tokens, gave a few more instructions, and prepared to leave. Though some matters in the palace are too delicate to inquire about freely, still, Shan voiced his doubts. "Earlier, you mentioned unrest in the palace. Do you know who dared defy authority?" Wen Liang hesitated at first, then took a step back. It seemed she knew something, but advised them it's better not to know. Seeing this, Ming Kai stepped up to comfort her. "Don't worry, sister. If it's truly difficult, we won't force it out of you." Seeing Wen Liang slightly moved, Ming Kai invited her inside for a private chat. Just as Shan was about to push open the door, Wen Liang stopped him. After some hesitation, she finally spoke. "It turns out there's a place in the capital called the Crippled dwelling. It houses one-eyed elders, 4-legged crones, and mouthless heads. And that's just the start. Rumor has it that someone in the palace boasted about making people into furniture." Upon hearing this, Shan and Ming Kai immediately sensed there was truth behind the rumors. They had a strong suspicion who might be behind it. It was likely the work of a Renjiang. Shan quickly reassured Wen Liang that these were just exaggerated tales. He said those people were probably just born with strange appearances. After Wen Liang left, Ming Kai asked Shan if a Renjiang could really turn people into furniture. Shan nodded. "If you hollowed out furniture, softened people and injected them into it, or peeled off skin and embedded it, allowing flesh and blood to grow into the wood and lacquer. Both methods were technically possible, but even if it succeeded, the person wouldn't survive long." At this point, Shan burned with anger inside. What kind of monster would commit such atrocities? So cruel and inhumane. That night, Shan had a dream. He heard the sound of a pellet drum. He followed the sound and saw a white-haired boy squatting, back facing him. He tapped the boy on the shoulder. "Hey, little one." Just as he spoke, the boy stopped sobbing. The drum in his hand stopped spinning too. Shan was about to ask more, when the boy suddenly turned around. Startled, Shan jumped back. The boy's eyes were empty, yet he wore a chilling smile. His entire face began to melt. Shan screamed and shot upright, finally realizing it was a nightmare. But the dream had felt too real. He nervously swallowed and gripped his blanket. Hearing his voice, Ming Kai peeked her head in. She asked what happened. Shan said he had a nightmare. Then, noticing Ming Kai's outfit today, his mood lightened a bit. He even complimented her a little. Ming Kai pouted playfully, though a bit embarrassed. She admitted she was born beautiful. She looked good in anything. When Chung Shan started spacing out again, Ming Kai called out to him. Hearing him mumbling, crippled dwelling, she yanked off his blanket and said, instead of sulking like a maiden, why not come with me and check out that place? But Chung Shan didn't plan to take her. Ming Kai looked a little disappointed. Chung Shan explained the palace situation was unclear. He needed the black umbrella for protection and didn't want her in danger. Ming Kai let out a pretend humph and agreed, but after he left the room, she grinned slyly. They had agreed, after all, that she and his sword would always be by his side. The plans of the Renjiang were truly astonishing. This one used eyeballs to replace modern aerial drones, a method called Tongtian among the Renjiang. The night was dark and windy. It was now the hour of Su, around 7 to 9 p.m. Chung Shan appeared at the entrance of the crippled dwelling, but many guards were still stationed outside. Chung Shan had no martial skills. Getting in would be difficult. It seemed getting inside would be quite difficult. Just as he was about to take out the black powder, several flashes of cold light streaked by. The guards were already knocked unconscious. Chung Shan froze in place. Why did this girl follow me? Moments later, Ming Kai had taken down all the guards. Chung Shan said, both amused and exasperated. Listen, little heroine, this is quite a mess. Ming Kai retorted, why worry so much? This heroine does as she pleases. You didn't see how my entrance just dazzled everyone. After her smug moment, Ming Kai asked Chung Shan how to reach the abandoned artisan's residence. Chung Shan said not to worry, then covered her right eye with her right hand. Ming Kai didn't know what she was doing. Then, in Chung Shan's palm, her eyeball appeared. Under Chung Shan's control, the eyeball slowly floated into the sky. Instantly, the entire palace's layout was revealed to her. This was the skyward sight technique mentioned earlier. Ming Kai, astonished, asked Chung Shan, aren't you afraid of losing your eyeball? Chung Shan said it rarely happens. This technique, though simple, is highly effective. Having found the path, she twitched her fingers, and the eyeball returned to her socket. The two pressed forward, hearing only the hooting of owls, but seeing no one. This put Chung Shan on high alert. Soon, they reached the gates of the abandoned artisan's residence. A single red lantern hung at the entrance, looking eerie and foreboding. Ming Kai, bold as ever, prepared to scout inside first. As she stepped forward, Chung Shan suddenly stopped her. She sensed something approaching. Something was wriggling on the ground, making a rustling sound as it scraped against the floor. Then came a creaking, grinding noise. As the thing drew closer, it was clearly a living creature. Its form resembled a goat or horse, moving on all fours. Ming Kai stared in shock. She had never seen such a bizarre creature. Chung Shan broke out in a cold sweat. This was no animal. It was human. From its features, it was an elderly person. The elder crawled toward them, letting out a whimper, then quickly retreated a few steps. Chung Shan immediately approached. Elder, don't be afraid. I mean no harm. She knelt down, gently touching the elder's neck, then her nose and mouth. She told the elder she could now lift her head to speak. The elder barely said, thank you, before coughing violently. It seemed she hadn't spoken in a long time. Chung Shan gently patted her back. This revealed the elder's body was in complete disarray. Chung Shan took a deep breath, wondering how this elder had managed to survive until now. To make questioning easier, Chung Shan asked the elder to answer with nods or shakes. As Chung Shan stood, the elder nodded, agreeing to the questioning method. Chung Shan asked if someone in the palace had done this to her. The elder nodded. She asked if the elder had seen the culprit's face. The elder shook her head. She asked if the elder had been like this for 5 years. The elder said, 7. Her body trembled uncontrollably, likely recalling those torturous days. Ming Kai, unable to bear it, urged Chung Shan to stop. The elder said, no. Chung Shan glanced at the bright moon above. Casually, she asked, Elder, did you come out to admire the moonlight? The elder extended her hand, fingers spread, as if reaching for Chung Shan or the moon, making a stroking gesture. Then she nodded in response. Chung Shan finally asked the old woman what her last wish was. The old woman managed a faint smile, and, haltingly, uttered 2 words, kill me. Chung Shan had already guessed her wish. As the old woman spoke, Chung Shan drew a black umbrella. Ming Kai, unaware of the situation, grabbed her hand. Chung Shan told her to let go. Ming Kai held on tightly, refusing. She believed that, despite the old woman's injuries, she didn't deserve to seek death. Chung Shan explained that the old woman had no chance of survival. Even with her father's skills, he might not have been able to save her. Keeping her alive would only prolong her suffering. Ming Kai still couldn't bear to treat an old woman this way. Before she could speak, the old woman shook her head. With all her strength, she thanked Ming Kai. Ming Kai realized the old woman was resolute. She stopped holding Chung Shan back, but her heart was heavy with grief. Chung Shan told Ming as the next moment would be too cruel for her. Then she opened the black umbrella. The old woman looked up, meeting her gaze. In that shared glance, the old woman's body dissolved under the umbrella's shadow, turning into a pool of blood. Chung Shan closed the umbrella. Suddenly, she understood the meaning in the old woman's eyes. A life without joy, seeking peace in death. At that moment, a rustling came from behind Ming Kai. She shouted, "Who's there?" It was Wen Liang, hiding in the bushes. They were puzzled why Wen Liang was there. When Liang explained, she'd heard someone escaped the outsider residence and came to try her luck. She hadn't expected to witness that scene. Her hands trembled as she spoke, gripped by fear. Shan reassured her not to be afraid, saying the black umbrella wouldn't harm anyone unjustly. Ming Kai seized the moment to chime in. Don't worry, sister. Shan's braver than all of us. She's the one who should be scared. Wen Liang, calming down, felt they had done a compassionate act. But they had broken the outsider residence's rules and injured a guard. Wen Liang urged them to return quickly, promising to plead their case before the emperor. With Wen Liang's assurance, Ming Kai grabbed Shan, hoisted her onto her shoulder, and leaped onto the wall. Ignoring Shan's curses, she thanked Wen Liang and vanished into the night. After returning from the outsider residence, Shan and Ming Kai were confined there. As Ming Kai grew restless, Shan told her to stay calm. The door was pushed open. Wen Liang, on the emperor's orders, came to visit them, announcing their pardon for the outsider residence incident. But the emperor summoned Shan to the imperial study tomorrow morning, and she had to go alone. Ming Kai protested, insisting on going along. Shan, worried for her safety, refused to take her. Ming Kai, equally concerned for Shan, boasted she'd be unharmed even if slain in her sleep. She teased that Shan, always so naive, would surely be the one bullied. This reminded of an incident 8 years ago. That morning, Shan, panting, ran into the woods, thinking she'd escaped Ming Kai's pestering. Before she could catch her breath, Ming Kai pounced from behind, pinning her in the grass and roughhousing. When Ming Kai let go, she saw Shan's face smeared with mud and grass. Laughing that she'd eaten a mouthful of dirt, she mocked Shan's muddy face, calling her a little turtle. As Ming Kai laughed, letting her guard down, Shan swiftly tapped her forehead. The laughter stopped abruptly. She then tapped Ming Kai's neck and wrist. Ming Kai collapsed in the grass, unable to move. Panicked, she asked what Shan had done. Shan flashed a smug grin. Nothing much. Just slowed your meridians for a moment. Nothing serious. Your energy flows just paused briefly. Just numbness in the limbs. At first, the girl shouted that it was cheating and unfair. In the end, she gave in and begged Shan to release her. She promised never to bully her again. The chirping of 2 birds in the tree interrupted Shan's thoughts. The next morning, the girl was still feeling uneasy. Shan told her that with the black umbrella, she needn't worry. Then he casually pressed her down into the chair. The girl argued that their enemies were many, while she was all alone. Shan told her that all things in the world follow karma. The torment suffered by the old cripple was the result of the general's doing. As the inheritor of the general's line, she could not stay uninvolved. All of this was something only she could conclude. She gently patted the girl's head, reassuring her that she must confirm everything personally with the emperor. Seeing such rare determination in her, the girl agreed not to follow her. When Liang stood outside the door, having overheard them, she entered to confirm that they had finished discussing, then asked Shan to come with her. Not long after, Shan followed Wen Liang through the rear garden, to the door of the... Wen Liang knocked on the door. Your Majesty, Shan has arrived. Ing Rui put down the book in her hand, and said, let her in. After the two entered, Ing Rui told Wen Liang to leave. Once Wen Liang left, Shan faced the emperor alone. Ing Rui looked at Shan with interest. Shan remained silent. Ing Rui gave a cold laugh, then stood up and walked toward her. You meet the son of heaven without bowing. How bold of you. Although Shan took a step back under her pressure, she didn't show any fear. Your Majesty summoned me, not just to hear me say, I bow to the emperor, right? Ing Rui's gaze suddenly turned sharp and cold, but then she chuckled softly. Looking at Shan's clenched fists, she patted her shoulder, signaling her to relax. Then she asked if she was comfortable staying in the palace lately. Shan replied that it was comfortable enough. But life was too easy, making her grow idle. Ing Rui could obviously sense the hidden meaning in her words. She took the chance to ask Shan to accompany her for a walk. The two strolled through the garden, one behind the other. Suddenly, Ing Rui stopped in her tracks, turned around, and asked, Shan, that behind you, is that the Chung family's black umbrella? Being able to open it single-handedly at 16. Clearly, your talent is extraordinary. Shan didn't deny it, and because of this, though she broke palace rules before, Ing Rui didn't punish her. Shan politely expressed her gratitude, but Ing Rui didn't really care about that. Her real purpose today was to take Shan somewhere, to show her something interesting. Soon they arrived at a corridor. To Shan, the corridor felt like it could stretch to anywhere. She couldn't understand how someone like Ing Rui, who possessed the whole world, could have a treasure she wanted to share. She didn't realize it was actually a trap set by Ing Rui. Soon, Ing Rui stopped before a black and gold carved door. She pushed it open and said everything inside. Shan looked at the so-called treasures and found them strange. Although the items were delicate, they were all rather ordinary. They lacked any sense of royal grandeur. All the items combined weren't even worth that ornate door. But there was an odd atmosphere in the room she couldn't shake off. The feeling made her uncomfortable. Unconsciously, she reached for a porcelain bottle. The moment she touched it, The sound of heartbeats surged through her entire body. Chung Shan felt a buzzing in her head and nearly stumbled. Her heel accidentally kicked ajar. Another mournful sound came from within. Chung Shan covered her mouth, tears streaming down. Realizing she'd lost composure, she quickly wiped her tears and lowered her hand. Ing Rui, holding a wooden box, looked at her with amusement. Dear subject, have you glimpsed the secret of my treasure room? Though Chung Shan burned with rage inside, she forced it down, pretending ignorance. Ing Rui caressed the armrest of the chair beside her. Chung Shan knew the truth, but didn't expose it, unable to stay any longer. She excused herself, citing illness. Ing Rui didn't press her to stay. Chung Shan offered a polite farewell, but after a few steps, Ing Rui called her back. Chung Shan, your talent is extraordinary. Stay by my side, and one day you'll achieve greatness. Chung Shan gave a cold laugh, and without turning, said, thank you for your grace, then swiftly left the treasure room. Can you imagine? That entire room of treasures was made from living people. That day, back at the outsider residence, Chung Shan fell gravely ill, though Ming Kai tended to her daily, and she improved. The thought of Ing Rui's treasure room cut her heart like a knife, chilling her to the bone. She had a premonition. If this palace's great evil was left unchecked, it would one day reduce her and Ming Kai to ashes. One day, Ming Kai sat by her bed, holding a bowl of medicine, urging her to drink. Though Ming Kai's arm ached from holding it, Chung Shan refused to open her mouth, too proud. Unable to stand Ming Kai's clingy expression, Chung Shan pushed her face away, but Ming Kai insisted on feeding her. Chung Shan said she'd drink it herself. Ming Kai pouted, unhappy, looking like a wronged little wife. I'm trying to help, and you don't appreciate it. Chung Shan sighed helplessly and looked at her with deep affection. Flustered, Ming Kai blushed and backed away. Why are you staring at me so creepily? Chung Shan said she'd figured it out. She got out of bed, dressed, and continued. The world is vast, and I'm but a brick, a patch of mud, a mere pawn. I stir this pond with all my might, but it's just stagnant water in peril. The world's evils are vast as a smoky sea, beyond my reach, beyond my power. At this, her gaze turned resolute, unprecedented in its firmness. But this chaos and evil, here in the capital, in the deep palace, right before my eyes, I, Chung Shan, cannot turn a blind eye. She clenched her fist tightly, unable to calm her heart. Ming Kai was stunned by her words, amazed that this unassuming girl harbored such grand ideals. Chung Shan decided to infiltrate the outsider residence again that night, certain it held answers to the mystery. As she spoke, Ming Kai was already polishing her gear, knowing full well her intentions. How could she not understand her heart? Night fell quickly. Guards patrolled outside the outsider residence. The two were ready. Chung Shan told Ming Kai that at the hour of Cho, the guards would change, leaving only one outside. If her blood touched the guard's skin, he'd lose his fighting ability. That would be their chance to escape. Still uneasy, Chung Shan added, if the plan fails, you go first, don't worry about me. Ming Kai turned, grinning. I'm nervous, she said. She knew Chung Shan got talkative when anxious, a habit since childhood. Chung Shan tried to protest, but Ming Kai teased her again. Still, she reassured her, as long as we're together, no obstacle is too great. As they chatted, the hour of Cho arrived. Chung Shan dripped her own blood onto a prepared handkerchief. The girl put it on, then flipped out of the window in one swift motion. Two loud thuds were heard. Chung Shan peeked out, and couldn't help but curse. The guard at the door lay on the ground, his condition unknown. It turned out that as the girl jumped out, she ran into the guard. Chung Shan let out a sigh of relief, and gently tapped the girl's head, telling her to be more careful next time. Then the two of them walked out of Urenju. They arrived at the entrance of Firenju. Just as the girl was about to enter, Chung Shan yanked her back. The girl was confused. Chung Shan told her to stay quiet, because she sensed people inside. They couldn't just rush in. Sure enough, several voices came from inside. They saw a skin-and-bone figure being carried by a guard. The front guard warned him to be careful, because the emperor was fond of this creation. If it were damaged, heads would roll. Then several oddly shaped individuals were escorted out of Firenju. The two watching from the shadows were completely stunned by the sight. So this was the truth behind Firenju. The people there had been tortured beyond recognition. Chung Shan saw one person, whose upper body was stuck in a peach blossom crown. That person seemed to sense someone was watching. She turned her head toward Chung Shan's hiding place. Chung Shan broke into a cold sweat. It was the very boy she had seen in her dreams. The boy merely glanced to the side, and was immediately whipped by a guard. The girl couldn't bear the cruelty, and was about to draw her sword and charge in. But Chung Shan stopped her. The girl was furious and emotional, and so was Chung Shan. But if they acted now, all their efforts would be in vain. She firmly held the girl's shoulder, telling her to stay calm. Only then did the girl put away her sword. After the guards left, the two entered Firenju again. Chung Shan told the girl not to rush in too far yet. It was dim inside, and they didn't know what dangers lurked within. Chung Shan activated the heightened vision unique to the generals. After a quick scan, she only saw some stone bricks and trees inside, yet she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Just then, the girl grabbed her hand in panic. She said she heard a heartbeat under the floor bricks. Chung Shan trusted her. After all, the girl was trained in martial arts and highly sensitive to heartbeats and pulses. She touched the ground with her hand, but didn't hear anything. She moved her hand forward a bit. This time she heard it, and what she felt chilled her to the bone. She even swallowed nervously. Suddenly, traces of blood began seeping from the ground. Beneath the bricks was flesh merged with earth, like tree roots buried in soil. These strange things seemed to sense Chung Shan's presence, began to stir. Seeing Chung Shan frozen in place, the girl asked what was under the floor. At that moment, the bricks began to bulge upward. Something underneath was about to emerge. The girl swiftly drew her sword, ready to fight. Soon, the entire Firenju was filled with strange and creaking noises. Chung Shan finally came to her senses and warned the girl to retreat. Countless twisted arms surged out from underground. The arms were too fast. Chung Shan was already grabbed. The girl swung her sword to fend off the attacking arms, but as more and more arms emerged, she began to falter. Suddenly, several hands grabbed her ankles. Her skin was instantly torn open, and she let out a painful scream. Chung Shan told her not to let the arm's blood touch her. The blood was infused with the general's power. It could dissolve flesh and drain blood. By now, the girl had already been pulled toward the ground. Chung Shan used her general's technique to swiftly cut the arms that bound her. As the girl was about to be devoured, Chung Shan also used bone-melting technique and pulled the girl back out. In the end, Chung Shan carried Ming Kai out of Firenju, but all the bones in Ming Kai's body were shattered. Her blood was draining rapidly. She felt as light as paper on Chung Shan's back. Using all her strength, Ming Kai said, "It's a shame I couldn't be with you for more things." Chung Shan told her not to waste energy speaking, but her own body trembled uncontrollably. Images of Ming Kai's cheerful childhood flashed in her mind. Chung Shan said she could heal her, that she was the sole heir of the Chung family, the feared black umbrella bearer, Chung Shan. Her mind flashed again to the boastful words she once said to Ming Kai, "There's no one in this world that I, Chung Shan, can't heal." To keep Ming Kai awake, Chung Shan said that one day, when they're in the palace, she'd take her to the Central Plains. There, many heroes just like her awaited, but also a lot of bandits. She would need Ming Kai and her sword to protect them. Ming Kai smiled and said, "You're shaking me too much carrying me like this. Put me down for a bit." Chung Shan had no choice but to set her down. She rubbed Ming Kai's little face with her hands, head lowered, crying, not daring to look up. Ming Kai teased her again. "Look at that silly face of yours. Did my blood scare you that badly?" Chung Shan didn't respond. She simply lifted her clothes. Ming Kai continued, "How long has it been since I've seen you cry? I won't let you live this down, you know." She chuckled twice, then burst into a fit of coughing. Actually, on the day Chung Shan left home, she really wanted to sit and talk with this girl under a moonlit night like this, but she never imagined it would be under such circumstances. Chung Shan kept transferring her general's blood into Ming Kai, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. Ming Kai held her hand, stopping her. For the first time, Chung Shan felt like such a failure. She couldn't even protect the one she loved. Ming Kai gently touched her face and said, "Look at you. You've always been soft-hearted. I practice martial arts, so we complement each other perfectly." Chung Shan held her close and said, "You'll be okay. One scholar, one warrior, one firm, one gentle." But before she could finish, Ming Kai's hand went limp. Chung Shan couldn't accept it. She merged her hand into Ming Kai's body, continuously transferring her own blood essence. As long as she had a single breath left, she would never let her beloved die before her. It continued like this until dawn. Chung Shan's hair turned white overnight. Suddenly, footsteps came. Chung Shan raised her head. It was Wen Liang. Wen Liang couldn't believe it was really Chung Shan. Chung Shan used her last bit of strength to say 3 words. "Save Ming Kai." Wen Liang took Ming Kai and was shocked. Why does she feel as light as a feather? Chung Shan could no longer hold on and collapsed. In that moment of collapse, she wanted to say, "Life is always as light as a feather," but she didn't have the strength. Chung Shan found herself back in the summer of her 7th year. Ming Kai had come early to play. Seeing Chung Shan half asleep, she waved her little hand in front of her eyes. "Still half asleep? What's with that dazed look?" Chung Shan said she had a nightmare. Ming Kai couldn't help but tease. "Watch your step, dummy. You're already slow enough." That night, Ming Kai sat on the wall. "Come up here. I've got something cool to show you." But Chung Shan couldn't climb up. Ming Kai sighed helplessly. "Geez, clumsy girl. Fine, I give up." She jumped down, squatted, and let Chung Shan climb on. Ming Kai urged her repeatedly. Chung Shan finally blushed and climbed onto her shoulders. When they reached the top of the wall, they saw lanterns covering the sky. She couldn't take her eyes off them. They were sky lanterns, each carrying someone's wish. Ming Kai said the capital's lanterns were even grander, like a sky full of stars. She said it with a look full of dreams. Chung Shan swore that when she grew up, she'd go to the capital. Ming Kai laughed and said she'd better keep training. Chung Shan asked why. Ming Kai looked at her with disdain. "You can't even climb a wall. How are you going to go out on your own?" Seeing Chung Shan at a loss for words, Ming Kai patted her and said, "No matter where you go, I'll go with you." Time jumped to when they were 12. They lay in the grass, enjoying the breeze. Ming Kai said the sun was too bright, and covered her face with her straw hat. Then she fell silent. Cheng Shan called out several times. No response. Suddenly, flashes of Ming Kai crying for help ran through Cheng Shan's mind. She quickly lifted the hat and checked Ming Kai's breathing. It was fine. But when she touched Ming Kai's face, another terrifying vision flashed by. Suddenly, blood started oozing from Ming Kai's body. Cheng Shan woke up in shock. It was another dream. As she sat up in bed, she caught a glimpse of Ming Kai's shadow. She instinctively called out her name. At that moment, Wen Liang entered with a wash basin. Lord Cheng Shan, you're awake. Wen Liang set the basin down and spoke with her back turned. But Cheng Shan didn't reply. When she turned around, Cheng Shan suddenly knelt down. Please, senior, save Ming Kai. Wen Liang didn't know what she meant. Cheng Shan said that from the moment she saw her shoulder. She knew Wen Liang's Rinjiang skill far surpassed hers. Wen Liang initially tried to play dumb about it. Cheng Shan exposed her directly. Your shoulder bone looks freshly repaired, and the flesh on your arm is newly grafted. Ming Kai also mentioned she couldn't sense your aura. That must mean your meridian flow is extremely slow. You must be a senior well-versed in general techniques. Wen Liang finally dropped the act, but she said even with her skills, she couldn't save Ming Kai. Cheng Shan knew she must have a way. She begged again. If it could save Ming Kai, she'd accept any condition, even offering her life if needed. Wen Liang didn't expect such determination from her. She sighed and said, it's not that I'm unwilling. My skill is no better than yours. But Ming Kai's injuries are too severe, and her blood is tainted. Even if you exchanged your life, I wouldn't be able to save her. After saying that, Wen Liang took out Ming Kai's accessories. But saving her isn't completely hopeless either. Cheng Shan's hope reignited. Though she had no idea what Wen Liang was planning, Wen Liang suddenly praised Cheng Shan's talent and mastery. Cheng Shan humbly replied that she only knew a few trivial tricks. She realized Wen Liang was stalling, and asked her to speak directly. Wen Liang asked, has Lady Qing ever heard of the helping technique? Cheng Shan truly hadn't. Wen Liang said it's the content of chapter 12 in the ancient book. Cheng Shan was shocked. This woman not only knew she had the ancient general techniques book, but also knew the content of its lost chapter. Before Cheng Shan could think further, Wen Liang pulled out a packet of medicine from her sleeve. You forcibly used the general technique to extend Ming Kai's life, damaging your heart meridian. If you don't treat it soon, it'll leave lasting harm. Drink this medicine first. Seeing Cheng Shan's hesitation, Wen Liang continued, this medicinal tea is warm and restorative. It will greatly benefit your condition right now. Cheng Shan let her guard down. After drinking the tea, she felt her energy and blood circulation improve. She thanked her, then returned to the main topic, asking her to teach the helping technique. Wen Liang thought for a moment and said, the helping technique is chapter 12 of your family's general technique book. It's a method to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, to manipulate the 5 elements. It uses the bones of a general as the base, blended with another's flesh and blood. This is the secret art of helping in the general lineage. With it, one could create a person like Manhua. But generals are not gods. The created person will always be flawed. If part of the general is used, the person may look alike, and even share the same thoughts. But if not, the person will neither resemble them, nor live long. But this method has been lost. After Wen Liang finished speaking, Cheng Shan stood up in despair, her body trembling uncontrollably. She was just about to ask if Ming Kai was beyond saving, when Wen Liang added, the helping technique re-emerged 20 years ago, and behind it is a story. Decades ago, 2 people trained under a master in the general arts for 10 years. But the junior didn't want to descend the mountain and serve others. Yet the master said it was time for him to retire. Before doing so, he reminded them that as generals, even with unmatched skills, they must cultivate virtue and kindness. But the troubles and karmic ties of the world would find them. Few who practiced the general path ended well. Even so, one must put humanity before being a general, and keep goodness in one's heart. After saying that, he called the junior into the room. The junior was confused. It should have been the senior. The master saw his doubt, and told the senior to wait outside. The junior still hesitated, until the senior said, go ahead, and only then did he enter. When the junior came out, he found the senior had already left the mountain, without saying goodbye. The master had foreseen this, and told the junior to leave the mountain as well. Time flew by. The junior wandered the world and met a beautiful woman. The two fell in love and married. Not long after, their master passed away from illness and exhaustion. Each year, only junior brother visited the tomb, while senior brother was nowhere to be seen. Junior brother knew senior brother hadn't let go of his obsessions. Meanwhile, senior brother gained fame through the arts of human general, entering the imperial palace and earning the late emperor's favor. 8 years later, on the mid-autumn festival, junior brother sat at home gazing at the moon. He felt the full moon of the 15th seemed incomplete, his heart heavy with thoughts of his master and senior brother. His wife approached, comforting him, saying he and senior brother would reunite one day. Junior brother asked if their son was asleep. She said he'd eaten a mooncake and finally drifted off. Junior brother smiled like a doting father. At that moment, someone stumbled into their home. It was senior brother, covered in wounds, shouting for him to flee. A mob of soldiers, torches raised, stormed in. Junior brother hurriedly sent a servant to escape with their child, though the brothers escaped. Junior brother, to save his wife, pierced by stray arrows, expended vast amounts of vital energy, turning his hair white overnight, yet he couldn't save her. The two fled, wandering until they returned to their master's old residence. Revisiting the place, everything had changed. Junior brother no longer wished to run. He asked senior brother if he had anything to say. Senior brother remained silent. Junior brother grabbed his collar, shouting, "Have you truly nothing to say?" Senior brother, knowing full well, played dumb. Junior brother spoke up himself. "When your father left, and when master passed, you didn't return. Now you come back, and my family is ruined. Why is this?" Senior brother trembled, letting out a cold laugh. After laughing, he revealed his long-held grudge, outshone him in nothing. As senior brother, he'd always looked out for him. Yet, in the end, master passed the inheritance to junior brother. How absurd. He refused to accept it. He wanted to prove master's choice was wrong, but his so-called proof didn't yield the outcome he'd hoped. That year, in the palace, the late emperor's favored consort bore a prince who died young. He used his own affliction and the human general arts to revive Prince Ingrui, but the infant instantly became a youth. The late emperor, enraged, deemed the prince a monster. He fell ill and never recovered. Senior brother was condemned and imprisoned. Those revived by human general arts live no longer than 20 years. But Ingrui, connected to him, knew he bore the human general affliction. He begged senior brother to teach him the arts to extend his life. Senior brother knew if he did, it would bring calamity to the world. When the late emperor died, Ingrui ascended the throne. Senior brother seized the chance to flee the capital. While on the run, he learned Ingrui's men were hunting him relentlessly. Ingrui sought to complete the human general's dual arms and master the arts. He was also searching for junior brother. That day, soldiers had found junior brother's home. Senior brother risked his life to warn him, but arrived too late. Having said all this, senior brother planned to turn himself in tomorrow, vowing not to burden junior brother further. They went to their master's grave, offering 3 sticks of incense. Junior brother saw the incense foretold great calamity. Senior brother, without reading it, knew disaster loomed. Junior brother asked 2 questions. Senior brother, do you know why master didn't pass the black umbrella inheritance to you? Why has our human general lineage dwindled to this day? Senior brother clearly didn't know, though it was a question that haunted him for years. Junior brother relayed master's words. Long ago, led our lineage to prosperity. Our numbers flourished, dominating the realm of outsiders. Such immense power threatened the emperor's rule. Thus, with a single decree, many bodycrafters were brutally killed. The remaining ones went into hiding from the world. Master originally intended to pass the black umbrella to you, senior, but he said you were too aggressive by nature, and feared you'd repeat the mistakes of your predecessors. So he entrusted it to me first. He planned to pass it to you after you matured and calmed down. After hearing this, the senior finally came to a realization, but it was already too late for regrets. He knew that the junior saying all this today was to leave behind his final wishes. He said it wasn't worth it just for him. The junior said it wasn't only for him. If he was caught, Ingrui would surely continue hunting the senior down. And after losing his beloved wife, Ichu, the junior no longer wished to live. But he wanted his senior to find his son, and use his own arm, bones, and blood to recreate himself and his wife, so that they could accompany the child's growth. The senior swore then and there, even in death, he would fulfill it. After leaving with the junior's arms, the authorities were already at the door. The junior sacrificed himself to save the senior. But Ingrui gained neither the black umbrella, nor the other bodycrafter arm. In fury, she issued an imperial decree, offering a huge bounty for the senior across the realm. While on the run, the senior continued searching for the junior's son. Heaven didn't let him down. He eventually found him, and that son was Chung Shan. The senior settled in a residence, and used the helping technique to create Chung Shan's parents, who raised him and taught him the bodycrafter arts. Later, during a palace selection of maids, the senior disguised himself as a woman and was chosen. He gained the emperor's trust. That maid was Wen Liang. When the emperor learned of Chung Shan's whereabouts, he planned to capture him. To protect the junior's only bloodline, Wen Liang suggested that only his left arm be taken, which is why back then, Chung Shan's father said that arm was his life-saving trump card. After hearing this secret, Chung Shan was stunned for a long time. He didn't know what to say. Wen Liang knew that right now, he probably couldn't accept it. She told him to rest and sort it out. But Chung Shan shook his head. He said Ming Kai couldn't wait that long. He once again begged Wen Liang to use the helping technique to bring her back. Wen Liang said she was no longer in the residence, but had gone to Ingrui's treasure chamber. Chung Shan clenched his teeth in fury. By now, how could he not realize? This was Wen Liang's intention all along. Wen Liang said there was still a chance to save Ming Kai. After all, there were many bodycrafters in the world, but only Chung Shan carried the black umbrella. Then she lifted the teapot and told Chung Shan that tomorrow, Ingrui would summon him to the royal study. She then poured the tea all over the floor, as if sending him off with that tea. After the tea ran out, Wen Liang finally revealed her true purpose. If you're willing to help me tomorrow, I might help you save that girl. Played right into someone's hands. Cheng Shan wished he could kill Wen Liang right now. But for Ming Kai, he would give up everything. 1,000 saints, 1,000 demons. Let the world say what it will. For I am both saint and demon. As for what you say, Cheng Shan, carrying the black umbrella, arrived at the royal study. He greeted Eunuch Lu outside the door. Eunuch Lu warned him, "Don't upset His Majesty again." As they brushed past each other, Cheng Shan noticed on his collar was the family crest of the Lu branch of body crafters. There was no time to think. He stepped inside. Ing Rui was already waiting on the dragon throne. Then he led Cheng Shan to admire his royal studies collection of treasures. He promised that if Cheng Shan helped him, he could choose any of those treasures. Cheng Shan of course refused. Those things were all made from humans. Ing Rui patted his shoulder and said, "As a body crafter, if all you do is fix people, isn't that a waste of talent? Such skill shouldn't be underused." Cheng Shan asked what great idea he had. Ing Rui sneered coldly and pointed at the ceramic jars. "Those who disobey, if I crush them into pulp and store them in these, wouldn't that be a legacy that lasts forever? That is the true essence of a Rinjiang." Ing Rui's words completely defiled the name of Rinjiang. A puppet made by a Rinjiang, lusting after eternity? That was what Cheng Shan thought. But outwardly, he still flattered him. Then Ing Rui brought him to admire his face collection. There, one face after another, was embedded among flowers and plants in glass cases. When Cheng Shan saw one of the faces, his heart turned ice cold. He began to tremble uncontrollably, rage surging within. Because that grotesquely refined face was Ming Kai's. Ing Rui, seeing Cheng Shan stunned by the face, thought he liked it. Proudly, he said it was freshly made, still fresh. "If you like it, it's yours." Cheng Shan didn't hear the rest. All that filled his mind were memories of Ming Kai. A Rinjiang can fix the body, but not the heart, can fix 1,000 people, but not the whole world. This mess must end by his own hands. He drew his black umbrella, pointed it at Ing Rui, and asked coldly, "Ing Rui, do you even understand right and wrong?" Ing Rui scoffed. "Cheng Shan, I thought you were clever. And you still believe in right and wrong. You're just another fool." But before he finished, the umbrella had already opened. All the spiritual essence in the room was sucked in by the black umbrella. Even the faces began. When Cheng Shan closed the umbrella, nothing living remained in the study. Ing Rui asked mockingly, "Cheng Shan, oh Cheng Shan, you killed all those in this study. Is that what you call justice?" "You're wrong, Ing Rui. Fools believe in right and wrong. I only believe in cause and effect." Cheng Shan finished speaking and heard the chaotic footsteps outside. Tom was running out. He said coldly, "You may have killed many in the world, and that's your power, but you killed my parents, killed Ming Kai, and took my left hand. These are the causes you sowed, and today is the consequence." Ing Rui remained calm, and even arrogantly said he'd teach Cheng Shan how to serve as a subject. But Cheng Shan didn't want to hear it. Instead, he taught him about true law and respect. "I, Cheng Shan, am the Cheng family's last heir. The countless innocent lives you buried underground, including my parents and Ming Kai, you will repay them all today." With that said, shadows of icy sand began to seep from Cheng Shan's body. By now, the guards had arrived behind him, but because of the black umbrella, they dared not approach. Instead, they had already prepared archers. A volley of arrows rained down. Cheng Shan didn't dodge, nor did he open his umbrella. He simply smirked coldly at Ing Rui, and that smile filled Ing Rui with fear. Arrows pierced Cheng Shan's body. He dropped to his knees, severely wounded. Ing Rui, now relaxed, walked up to him. He whispered by his ear, "The black umbrella can't save you. Only I can." Cheng Shan laughed loudly. "Ing Rui, you think you can save me?" In that instant, Cheng Shan raised his left hand and pressed it against Ing Rui's face, facing death. Ing Rui was still concerned. Where did he get his left hand back? As the Rinjiang technique was unleashed, Ing Rui's body visibly decayed. Unexpectedly, Ing Rui shed a single tear. Cheng Shan found it ridiculous, a mere puppet crying over her own defeat. Soon, Cheng Shan's left arm turned into streams of blood and entered Ing Rui's body. That left arm was Wen Liang. Before arriving, Cheng Shan had followed Wen Liang's plan and made her into a left arm, attaching it to himself. Ing Rui was revived once more, but beneath that skin now was Wen Liang. Her revenge complete, Cheng Shan also saw through the world. He wanted to give his right arm to Wen Liang as well. Wen Liang said without even turning her head, "I've already reclaimed my right hand. What use is yours?" Under Wen Liang's control, a scapegoat died in Cheng Shan's place. Everything settled. As Cheng Shan prepared to leave the palace, Wen Liang called out to him, "If you want to stay?" Cheng Shan said he was tired. Then he left without looking back, holding the painting Ming Kai once made. Without turning around, before leaving, he still left one last message. "Senior Wen Liang, may you treat the world kindly." Wen Liang chuckled and replied, "And may the world treat me kindly too." Cheng Shan hugged the scroll and started his journey home. Exhausted, he sat down to rest beside a pond. Suddenly, a sound came from behind. It was that mountain bandit leader again. The bandit greeted Cheng Shan with a grin. Seeing Cheng Shan's white hair, he curiously asked about it. Cheng Shan said, "Just think of it as bloodstained." The bandit sensed Cheng Shan didn't want to talk more, so he kindly reminded him that the palace had issued an order. Then They were hunting a young man carrying a long tube. Cheng Shan asked if the messenger's surname was Liu. The little bandit had no clue. At that moment, the scroll in Cheng Shan's arms began to tremble slightly. The bandit didn't disturb him further. He simply said, "See you around," and left. Cheng Shan noticed the scroll's movement. As he unwrapped it, tiny starlight spilled out from the painting. Suddenly, a sweet female voice came from the treetop. "Saint of 1,000 marks, demon of 1,000 marks. Let them say what they will." Cheng Shan looked up. It was Ming Kai sitting in the tree. The girl smiled and said, "Well, did it sound nice?" Cheng Shan asked. "Ming Kai, you're not just a painter, are you?" The girl replied. "You've got a family heirloom. I've got one too." Cheng Shan, "Do you still remember your family teachings?" Cheng Shan certainly remembered, but the letter had been swapped by Wen Liang. Its contents, Wen Liang had already told him before he went to assassinate Ing Rui. Now, only this jade token remained. The girl leapt down. "Want to hear my family teaching?" Before he could reply, the girl continued. "When in danger, carry the length, reach the realm, draw the line, find the old one, hold the token." The two jade tokens joined into a single complete piece. Turns out they were each other's destined person. Was it all prearranged? Ming Kai touched his cheek. "I usually only paint living things, because my brush can only draw souls. Even though you've aged, your soul is still young." Ming Kai's return filled him with joy, but remembering she was only a soul, he couldn't help but feel sorrow again. Ming Kai took off the white shroud on her body. She said it was a family heirloom. It could preserve her soul, keep it from dispersing or be. She was still waiting for Cheng Shan to make her a new body someday. Cheng Shan immediately rejected the idea. Creating life defies the laws of nature. The girl laughed and called him a blockhead. "I'm a soul crafter who paints and cultivates souls. You're a body crafter who molds human forms. We both are but craftsmen of the heavens. How is that defying the natural order?" Cheng Shan didn't believe there was such a thing as soul crafter, because what Ming Kai just said was a soul incantation from the Cloud Ghost Shrine. Could it be that, as a body crafter, he had to create his own body incantation too? Ming Kai didn't care whether he believed or not. She pressed her forehead to his and said, "No matter what, I am a saint and demon both. And as for you saying there are many body crafters in the world, Cheng Shan is the only artisan wielding the black umbrella. Countless soul masters roam the world, but Ming Kai is the only one clad in white. They were expected to retire from the martial world, yet fate inevitably drew them back into the swirling mists of this ghostly intrigue. A new story is about to unfold. 3 years after the Great Hong's founding, a sacred treasure was stolen from the palace. This forbidden relic, if unleashed, could endanger the world with endless calamity. Emperor Ing Rui, enraged, mobilized the nation to hunt the thief. On the 10th day of the chase, the thief's trail was finally tracked. The coachman of this palace guards had already ambushed the hilltop. The thief seemed to sense the looming danger. "Get off and surrender at once. Great Hong Northern Border Inspection. Resist, and you'll be killed without mercy." A clatter rang out. The guard leader flashed a red token decree. A voice, from nowhere, echoed, "You think you're worthy to speak of killing without mercy?" The guards braced as if facing a great foe. Suddenly, the thief appeared like a phantom behind the guard leader. The thief seized the leader's throat. The leader realized this foe was immensely dangerous. He shouted for his men to flee, but it was too late. A black umbrella appeared before them. The moment it unfurled, everyone melted into blood in an instant. Isn't that Cheng Shan's black umbrella? How did it end up in the palace? Why was it stolen? All these mysteries await unraveling. The scene shifts. A stick coated with sugar teases ants. But the ants won't bite. The girl teasing them, holding an umbrella, glances at the man beside her. "Cheng Shan, these ants are so weird. They don't even eat sugar." Cheng Shan sighs, exasperated. "You're the holding an umbrella on a sunny day. This girl is none other than Ming Kai. The sun's so strong. This lady can't get tanned. I'd look awful." As Ming Kai finishes, Cheng Shan snatches the umbrella from her. "Taking care of little Ming Kai is my duty as a man." Just as Ming Kai's eyes well up with emotion, Cheng Shan flashes a sly grin. "After all, you're such a shorty." Ming Kai explodes. "I'm not short. What's this one-armed monkey babbling about?" Cheng Shan meant it as a joke, but why did this girl get so mad? He walks, coaxing her along. Soon, Ming Kai stands on a pile of rocks, pointing excitedly, saying Yicheng lies ahead. Yicheng, the liveliest city in Great Hong's southwest. Cheng Shan is eager to explore. Ming Kai jumps down unimpressed. "We've traveled far and wide. Haven't we seen enough lively places?" But Cheng Shan feels this will be different. A couple holding a baby approaches. As they pass, Ming Kai notices the mother anxiously watching her child. They haven't gone far when the mother's voice carries over. "Little Bao, don't scare mommy. If you go, we can't live either." My child, the baby in her arms, trembles, face twisted in pain. Cheng Shan and Ming Kai approach. "What's wrong with your child?" The mother says the child was born with a weak heart and likely won't survive. Cheng Shan offers to examine the child. Ming Kai chimes in, boasting her man's skill. Being strangers, the couple hesitates. But for their child, they agree. The baby is laid on the ground. Cheng Shan reassures them. but warns that whatever they see next, they mustn't fear or interfere. And so, after many years, Chung Shan was to perform the artisan craft again. Could she heal this Golan baby? As Chung Shan's fingers reached into the baby, strands of blood chi swirled around her fingertips as the couple watched in panic. Chung Shan's fingers had already entered the baby's heart. Fortunately, Ming Kai kept explaining, so the couple didn't interrupt her ritual. When they saw the tiny heart in Chung Shan's hand, the wife fainted from shock. Chung Shan told them to stay quiet and not disturb her healing. Chung Shan knelt on the ground. As waves of blood chi gathered toward the tiny heart in her hand. This was the Chung family's artisan technique, the art of reshaping vessels and molding forms. A flawless tiny heart took shape instantly. After Chung Shan placed the heart back into the baby's body, the baby's breathing became smooth, and its face grew rosy. She let out a breath of relief, proving the artisan name was not in vain. The fully recovered baby began to cry loudly, a normal sign for a healthy infant. The couple immediately knelt in gratitude. Chung Shan quickly urged them to rise, instructing them that today's events must never be shared with outsiders. Thinking of the baby's recent recovery, Chung Shan suggested they follow her to Yicheng for further care. The couple, originally from Yicheng, had been delayed 3 days due to their child's illness. They had just left Yicheng today, warning that the city was unstable and advising Chung Shan to avoid it. She brushed it off, having seen too much unrest before. After parting with the couple, Chung Shan fell into silence. Ming Kai seemed to sense her thoughts. Chung Shan, you haven't healed anyone in a long time. Yeah. I'm a bit rusty. I remember the last time was fixing me. Were you nervous just now? Maybe a little. In the past, when you were nervous, you talk a lot. Now you barely speak. But this didn't dampen their excitement for entering the city. By the time they reached Yicheng, night had fallen. The city was ablaze with lights, bustling with life. Though they claimed to be used to crowds, Ming Kai was still thrilled. Buying cute cloth dolls and tasty candied haws. Even with her arms full, she wanted to keep shopping. Shopping is indeed a woman's nature. Chung Shan promptly restrained the restless girl, noticing someone seemed to be watching them. After Chung Shan's warning, Ming Kai, annoyed, shouted at the crowd. What are you staring at? Is my shopping that interesting? She whispered to Chung Shan. Don't you think the people here are odd? Chung Shan smiled. Maybe they think we're odd too. Ming Kai lifted her sleeve, sighing. Yeah. A one-armed weirdo, with a frail girl, what a bizarre pair. With that, Ming Kai skipped ahead. Chung Shan noticed her sleeve tied into a butterfly knot, and hurried to catch up. They soon arrived at an inn, where Chung Shan ordered 2 bowls of clear noodle soup. Seated, Ming Kai felt the inn's patrons were strange, but couldn't pinpoint why. Then, a man and woman entered the inn. The waiter eagerly greeted them. Ming Kai, seeing the pair, couldn't help but comment. This man and woman, one tall, one short, one old, one young, one rough, one delicate. They're like a couplet. Her quirky words gave Chung Shan a headache, though Ming Kai spoke softly. The pair clearly heard her. They boldly sat at Chung Shan's table, ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles, and politely said, Sorry, we're in a bit of a rush. Ming Kai muttered quietly. With so many empty seats, why squeeze next to us? Chung Shan replied under his breath. Because you talk too much. Just as Ming Kai was about to pour Chung Shan some tea to calm his nerves, that woman let out a snort, then suddenly slammed her hand on the table. Chopstick shot out from the holder. With her eyes still closed, she flicked her fingers. A chopstick flew straight toward the cup in Chung Shan's hand. Ming Kai gasped, watch out. The woman smirked proudly. The cup shattered from the chopstick's impact and fell to the ground. Ming Kai nervously asked if he was hurt and why he didn't block it. Chung Shan looked dumbfounded and replied, I only have one hand. Ming Kai's temper instantly flared up. She pointed at the woman and began scolding. You're awful, you brat. We've never done anything to you. What's your problem? Say something. Picking on someone with only one hand. What kind of skill is that? Chung Shan, wiping his face with his sleeve, stood awkwardly at the side. The atmosphere was unbearably tense. Finally, the man stood up to mediate. Please, no need to be angry. It was just a joke. Then he scolded the woman for taking things too far, but she dismissed it nonchalantly. They were mocking me behind my back. Upon hearing this, Ming Kai lost her fire instantly, but quickly borrowed the man's words to reply. I was just joking too. Didn't know you were so petty. The tension finally eased. The man laughed heartily. In all my years of traveling, I've never heard someone describe us with a couplet before. How amusing. Chung Shan chuckled in response. It's true we spoke carelessly at first. My apologies, but there was no malice at all. After a pause, Chung Shan added, You two just seem well matched. It was heartfelt. Both of them blushed. The woman pointed at her head and said, We don't match at all. Especially here, according to you. The man nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'm the dumb one. Clearly, these two were a quirky pair. At least now they had bonded through conflict. The man cupped his hands with a smile. We haven't asked your names yet. Chung Shan and Ming Kai exchanged a look. Then Chung Shan smiled and replied, I'm Shan Chung. She's Kai Ming. We're just passing through on a sightseeing trip. The man introduced himself as Kong Lin, and the woman as a Jean. They were here on business from the capital. At that moment, the waiter arrived with 4 bowls of noodles. Kong Lin's side got beef noodles, while Chung Shan and Ming Kai only got plain broth. Ming Kai couldn't help but complain. Chung Shan chuckled and comforted her. You're not well. You should avoid greasy foods. The 4 of them began eating together, but after just one bite, they all looked stunned. The 2 women nearly bolted from their seats. What is this? Poison. What kind of chef? This is straight up murder. Even Kong Lin exclaimed. How can food be this terrifying? Chung Shan looked like he was about to throw up. The waiter hurried over, apologizing profusely, offering to remake the noodles, but just as he carried them into the kitchen, someone grabbed his hand. It was the shop owner. He asked the waiter if the food looked suspicious. The waiter said nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The owner warned him not to let his guard down, and to keep watching. Then the boss asked about the noodles. The waiter admitted they were made by some clueless amateurs. No one here actually knows how to cook noodles. Looks like this and isn't as simple as it seems. The group then ate their second bowl of noodles. They were chatting on the second floor. A Jean was visibly angry. This second bowl still tastes like boiled water. It's pissing me off. Ming Kai blurted out. Could this be a unique taste from the southwest? After another round of complaining, the 4 each went back to their rooms. Although things started off tense, after spending some time together, Ming Kai found a Jean rather adorable. Chung Shan, however, wasn't in the mood. He was focused on the innkeeper and waiter downstairs, who seemed to be conspiring about something. Just then, the cook ran over. Sirs, he said, there's news. It's happening tonight. The boss immediately cut him off and led them out of the hall. From behind came Ming Kai's voice. What are you looking at? Chung Shan replied. Nothing. But in truth, he sensed something was wrong with this inn. He just didn't want Ming Kai to worry. That night, Chung Shan had another nightmare. He was following a lantern through the dark. Suddenly, many voices called his name. Then the lantern shattered, plunging everything into darkness. Panic-stricken, he cried, Who's there? The voice answered again. Chung Shan, we are the sins you carry. All of this is because of you. At the same time, black chains wrapped around his body. Chung Shan screamed in fury. Get away from me. With a loud bang, the chains disappeared. He panted heavily. When he looked up, the black umbrella appeared before him. He reached for it, but the eerie voice laughed coldly. Black chains reappeared and took the umbrella. A demon-like figure emerged holding it. Have you forgotten? The black umbrella no longer belongs to you. When Chung Shan awoke, Lin Kai was watching him with concern. Another nightmare? Probably just from all the traveling. Chung Shan got up, walked to the window, and looked outside. For some reason, ever since entering Yicheng, he'd felt uneasy. Lin Kai asked what he was looking at. Fireworks, Chung Shan said. Lanterns, voices, chickens, and barking dogs. These make me feel at ease. Lin Kai didn't get it. She just thought he was being uncharacteristically sentimental. Stop overthinking, she said. Go back to sleep. What they didn't know was, everyone outside, including me and staff, were all in on something. Many people were hiding in ambush nearby. Who exactly were they? Was something big going to happen in Yicheng tonight? At that moment, a caravan arrived outside the city gates. A man sat atop the lead carriage. It was none other than the thief who stole the black umbrella. What was he doing in Yicheng? A strong wind blew, and a blood-red moon appeared. Clearly, tonight in Yicheng would not be peaceful. The next morning, when Chung Shan and Lin Kai left the inn, they were stunned by what they saw. A murder of crows cried out with eerie voices. The entire street was in ruins. Not a single living soul was in sight. Thinking back to the bustle of last night, how there was no one left, Lin Kai thought it was some sort of prank. But this joke wasn't funny at all. Chung Shan and Lin Kai searched around. The inn staff, the townsfolk, everyone in the city had vanished. A wave of terror spread across Yicheng. Chung Shan touched a steamed bun that had... He muttered, Are we not people too? Lin Kai handed him a seed. That joke wasn't funny at all. Lin Kai began to suspect they had entered a ghost town. Could everything they saw last night have been ghosts? She immediately urged Chung Shan to take her, but Chung Shan was staring at something on the ground. Lin Kai curiously looked as well. It seemed to be a patch of wet writing, but the shape looked like someone had fallen on the ground. Lin Kai reached out to touch it and see what it was. Chung Shan sensed a faint aura and immediately stopped her. Don't touch it. That's not water. Lin Kai cautiously asked. If it's not water, then what is it? It should be the residual fluid left behind after a human body was corroded. Chung Shan had just finished speaking when he suddenly heard footsteps coming from a distance. He quickly pulled Ming Kai close, crouching behind a stall to hide. Ming Kai was just about to speak when he covered her mouth. Someone's coming. A group of people appeared in front of the stall. Judging by their appearance, they looked like palace soldiers. One of the men in the lead suddenly stopped and asked, Are there any survivors? The two hiding behind the stall stiffened. Could this group be the murderers? The officer behind the man reported, General Lin, there's not even a dead body in this city, let alone a living soul. General Lin immediately ordered, Dead or alive, I want results. Keep searching. As soon as he finished, the soldiers dispersed to search the entire city. Only General Lin and the officer remained. From their continued conversation, Chung Shan finally understood what was odd about Yicheng last night. Turns out the civilians had already been evacuated. The palace had sent 20,000 elite soldiers disguised here, just to ambush one person. Cheng Shan was shocked. What kind of powerful person could require 20,000 soldiers lying in wait? The two men continued their conversation. General Lin, we've lost over half our forces in the last half-month. If this continues, we should return to report to His Majesty. Even if it means failure, you must have a death wish. The officer broke out in cold sweat, but still braved himself to ask who that thief really was, to have stolen from the imperial palace. Upon hearing that, Cheng Shan had a bad feeling. General Lin stared coldly at the officer and said, "You talk too much." The officer was so terrified his hair stood up. Just then, a soldier arrived to report. "General, sir, we found traces of the thief. Tire marks were found heading west from Icheng's west gate." General Lin waved his hand. "Go." Once the group had left, Cheng Shan and Ming Kai finally let out a sigh of relief. Ming Kai stretched her little arms, puzzled about why they hid like guilty thieves just now. "After all, we didn't do anything wrong," Cheng Shan countered. "We're the only two living people here. How are we supposed to explain that?" He recalled that fiery pair, Ajin and Kong Ling. But then he thought again. All these martial arts masters had vanished. So why were he and Cheng Shan unharmed? This was exactly what Cheng Shan was worried about. Because in this world, anything that could completely erase someone somehow didn't harm him or Ming Kai. It was the black umbrella of the Chung family. Back then, Cheng Shan had helped when Liang seized Ying Rui's body, fearing the world would covet the black umbrella's power. So he passed it to Wen Liang, thinking leaving it in the palace would be safest. But now it seemed Cheng Shan had miscalculated. Is anywhere in this world truly safe? The two of them tailed General Lin's army. When they reached a city gate, they found it sealed off. This was a problem. They couldn't get out of the city. Ming Kai noticed two soldiers across the way, lining up for a bathroom break. He tugged on Cheng Shan's sleeve, then whispered a plan in his ear. And only he could carry it out. Cut to the next scene. General Lin's troops had marched out of the city. Look closely. That short guy holding the flag was none other than Ming Kai. And right in front was Cheng Shan trying to hold back laughter. Once outside, they seized the chance to slip away from the unit, changing back into their normal clothes. So what happened? Turns out, an hour earlier, Cheng Shan had knocked out the two soldiers on a bathroom break and taken their uniforms to disguise themselves. That was Ming Kai's earlier idea. But being a healer, Cheng Shan couldn't help himself before leaving. He treated the two soldiers, which almost gave them away at the time. Ming Kai smacked his head and said, "Fix your big head." Those two totally profited. Cheng Shan laughed and said, "A healer's heart always leans toward kindness. Besides, it took no effort at all. That said, all I could do was fix their bodies." And Cheng Shan had already foreseen this group of soldiers might not return safely. The two watched the army disappear into the distance. Ming Kai noticed Cheng Shan looked worried. "Should we follow them? Maybe we can help." But Cheng Shan didn't want to go. Ming Kai added, "What if it's related to the black umbrella?" At the mention of it, his gaze dimmed. "Have you forgotten? The Cheng Shan and Ming Kai from back then are dead, and the black umbrella is no longer mine. Why bother meddling?" He patted Ming Kai's little head and said, "Besides, we have more important things to do." Ming Kai grabbed his hand. "Cheng Shan, don't I know you? Your family motto is kindness. Kindness is etched into your very bones. Can you really turn your back?" After hearing this, he fell into silence. Just then, a noise came from behind them. Cheng Shan shouted in alarm, "Who's there? Come out." Two figures slowly emerged. Cheng Shan spun around sharply. It was Kong Ling and Ajin, holding long blades. He hadn't expected them to still be alive, but their solemn eyes, and their aura of sand and blood. Cheng Shan immediately shielded Ming Kai behind him. Kong Ling suddenly charged, slashing at Cheng Shan with her blade. Cheng Shan pushed Ming Kai aside with one hand, and dodged to avoid Kong Ling's strike. But the blade still grazed his cheek, drawing blood. Ming Kai shouted in confusion, "Kong Ling, what are you doing?" Just as he finished, Ajin stepped up beside him. "You better worry about yourself, you two villains." At this moment, Kong Ling's blade stopped just in front of Cheng Shan, but she didn't strike further. Cheng Shan, "Is this some kind of misunderstanding?" "Isn't this a misunderstanding? You know very well in your hearts." As he finished, the blade pressed against his throat, drawing a trickle of blood. Ming Kai cried out loudly, "Stop it!" She actually knew very well. Even 10 Kong Lin's might not be Cheng Shan's match. Cheng Shan just wanted to clear up the misunderstanding. But that fool couldn't read the room. Even when things were life and death, he still held back. The two seemed to share a tacit understanding. Cheng Shan curled his lips slightly. A sweeping kick caught Kong Lin off guard, forcing her back. Kong Lin was surprised. This one-armed boy was unexpectedly strong. The two now faced off. Cheng Shan spoke first. "If there's a misunderstanding, we can clear it up. But if you keep hurting people, don't blame me for being rude." Seeing her man finally getting serious, Ming Kai looked at him with adoring eyes. But the next second, a sudden sharp pain hit Ming Kai's chest. Her face turned pale, drenched in cold sweat. Ajin noticed her condition. Just as he asked, Kong Lin launched another attack. Kong Lin leapt, slashing horizontally with her blade. Cheng Shan's eyes turned fierce. He intended to cut off her arm first, just as Kong Lin thought she had landed a hit. She had only struck Cheng Shan's shadow. Cheng Shan was already behind her. He still wanted to give Kong Lin a chance. Stop for now, Kong Lin, or you won't keep that hand. Kong Lin sneered. Try me. Just as Chung Shan was about to use his bodycrafter art, a Jin suddenly shouted, Hey, don't pull any tricks. Chung Shan turned, only to see Ming Kai trembling on the ground, her breathing faint. Chung Shan immediately released Kong and rushed toward Ming Kai, just as he reached out. Kong Lin's blade was... A Jin grabbed Ming Kai by the throat, ordering Chung Shan not to move, or I'll snap her neck. Though furious inside, Chung Shan had to yield. I won't move. Let go of Ming Kai first. Only then did Kong Lin explain their motives. They were sent by the palace to investigate the theft of the Black Umbrella. Luckily, they had gone out on business last night and escaped the disaster. When they returned and learned the bad news, they followed General Lin's group to investigate. They had been watching Chung Shan's every move. It really was a massive misunderstanding. Chung Shan immediately explained they weren't the culprits behind the theft and murder. Kong Lin still didn't believe him. After all, only the two of them survived, and they had pretended to be soldiers with impressive skills. Any ordinary person would find that suspicious. But Chung Shan wasn't ordinary. He let out a cold laugh, which made a Jin fume. Chung Shan pushed away Kong Lin's blade, pulled a Jin's hand aside, and picked up Ming Kai, scoffing. I'm laughing at how dumb you are. Then turned and walked away. That unexpected move left the two behind wide-eyed in confusion. Just after Chung Shan settled Ming Kai down, that little rage monster, a Jin, couldn't hold back. Hey, explain yourself clearly. Chung Shan glanced at him calmly and said, What do you mean? Chung Shan immediately went into acting mode. To tell you the truth, Ming Kai and I came here to investigate the Black Umbrella theft. Coincidentally, we were also out of town. A Jin didn't buy that nonsense. He'd never seen Chung Shan or Ming Kai in the Ministry of War. But Chung Shan had a quick reply. If you two are secret agents from the ministry, you should know the ministry's departments are vast and independent. It's not unusual not to know each other. The tall and short pair glanced at each other, still unsure, but clearly half convinced. Kong Lin said only a special token would fully convince her. This caught Chung Shan off guard. Seeing his hesitation, Kong Lin displayed her token. What would Chung Shan do next, faced with the token's challenge? Chung Shan bluntly said, None. He quickly spun an excuse, claiming they were from a newly formed secret branch, with only a sealed letter as proof. The matter was too critical to reveal the letter casually. No token. No letter shown. Kong Lin asked if anyone could vouch for his identity. Without hesitation, Chung Shan said, No. A Jin immediately thought Chung Shan was bluffing, but Chung Shan chuckled. If you really want to verify my identity, you'll have to ask the emperor himself. Chung Shan said this boldly. Certain they wouldn't dare approach the emperor. Even if they did, he wasn't afraid. Kong Lin and a Jin were visibly intimidated. A Jin had heard the emperor secretly assembled elite agents for the most confidential and difficult tasks. Could this one-armed kid be from the palace's most secretive division? Seeing a Jin dazed, Kong Lin nudged him. Snapping back, a Jin said, If he's really from that division, working together on this case would make things much easier. It seemed a Jin fully bought Chung Shan's story. Kong Lin still had doubts. But if a Jin believed, she followed. Then, Ming Kai's weak voice came from behind. Before she could finish, Chung Shan approached, gently touching her face. You scared me half to death. Ming Kai smiled faintly. After all those scares, you're still not used to it. Hearing Kong Lin and a Jin's approaching footsteps, Chung Shan quickly said, Kai Ming. I've told them we're secret agents from the division. Turns out, we're colleagues. Ming Kai, quick-witted, caught on instantly. What a coincidence. A Jin hurriedly grasped Ming Kai's hand, apologizing. Sorry. It's our fault for scaring you. Ming Kai didn't blame them. It was just a misunderstanding. When a Jin asked about Ming Kai's condition, Chung Shan swiftly changed the subject. Did you two find anything last night? Jin hesitated. Then looked at Kong Lin. Old Kong, what do you think? Kong Lin, generous, said, Since we're colleagues, there's no need to hide anything. Last night, near Icheng, on the sandy ground, they found traces of a skirmish, but the thief was cunning. Their caravan hid in the valley's sands by day, entering Icheng only at night. One thing puzzled a Jin. To transport the umbrella swiftly, wouldn't light travel on horseback be simpler? Why go to the trouble of a caravan? Chung Shan asked how the black umbrella was transported. Jin casually replied, Just carry it in hand. Chung Shan smirked. Carry it? That won't do. Why say that? After Kong Lin and a Jin examined the wheel tracks, they noticed two were deeper than the rest. This was what Chung Shan left unsaid. The black umbrella isn't something ordinary people can lift. It requires a carriage to transport. In this world, besides Chung Shan, even among the human general lineage, few can wield the black umbrella freely. Ordinary people stand no chance. Even with a carriage, the toll is immense. That's why they used an entire caravan, rotating the load. Hearing this, a Jin looked at Chung Shan with admiration, worthy of the secret division. Unlike us, who've never seen the black umbrella, with pitifully little intelligence, yet took this mission. Old Kong. Can you pick more reliable jobs in the future? Kong Lin ignored Ajin's complaints. So next, we just follow the wheel tracks, right? Then next, we just need to follow the wheel tracks and pursue them. Ajin let out a disgruntled howl. Ming Kai raised a question. How are we supposed to catch up just on foot? Ajin whistled. And several fine horses galloped toward them. 4 white horses in total. Ajin invited them to join the investigation. Chengshan wanted to refuse, but Ming Kai stood firm. He patiently persuaded Chengshan. If the Black Umbrella situation isn't resolved, we'll never be free of it. Just as Ming Kai finished, Ajin suddenly leaned in, startling him, then handed him a horse. Ming Kai was just about to reach for it, but Chengshan stepped up and said 3 were enough. The 4 of them then rode off together. The reason Chengshan wouldn't let Ming Kai ride alone was because her body couldn't withstand the rough ride. Ming Kai couldn't help but complain. You really think I'm made of mud? A little bump and I fall apart. Back in the day, this heroine could ride side saddle for 3 days without a break. Hearing that, Chengshan recalled how she used to ride. Back then, she'd take him to fun places on horseback, but he wasn't very good at riding. Ming Kai didn't know how much longer this body of hers could stay by his side. Chengshan told the girl not to worry. He would find the cure and heal her completely. The scene shifted with the flutter of apricot pigeons to a secluded manor. A servant retrieved an apricot sword and placed it on a tray, then entered the master's room. Master, the Black Umbrella has passed through E-City. Everything is going as planned. But there's one thing. Though the Black Umbrella slaughtered E-City, 2 people survived. The man called Master showed a trace of amusement. So they've appeared at last. But who is this man? Could he be someone from Chengshan's past? While Old Kong fetched water at the river, Chengshan asked him about Tolong Forest. Old Kong looked confused. He clearly didn't know. Ajin knew even less. Ming Kai had another fit of violent coughing. Chengshan gently rubbed her back, and finally said only Tolong. Ajin grabbed the water skin from Old Kong and handed it to Ming Kai. Don't trust these strange, old remedies. I know a lot of top doctors in the capital. Miss Kai Ming, don't worry. Here, have a sip to soothe your throat. Just as Ming Kai took the water skin and said thanks, a noise came from the horse across the way. It had pulled a red cloth from behind a tree. That cloth was no ordinary fabric. It was the Northern Army's banner. They walked over to take a look and found blood everywhere on the ground. Chengshan immediately recognized this was another one of the Black Umbrella's doings. He reached down and picked up a handful of sand. Everyone, take a look. Ming Kai brushed his hand and asked, what's this white stuff? Ajin casually replied, bone fragments. Ming Kai instantly broke out in goosebumps. Chengshan burst into laughter. Since when did our heroine get so squeamish? Just then, Ajin noticed something shiny on the ground. She was about to check it out when Old Kong pulled her back. Stay put. Could be a trap. I'm not afraid. You're a grown man. What are you scared of? Don't rush. Let me go first. Why are you acting like an old housewife? As they got closer, they saw it was a Northern Army command token. Just a token? I thought we'd find a real clue. Ajin muttered, and reached out to pick it up. Then suddenly screamed. Because under the token was a human face. Ajin, terrified, ran to Ming Kai's side, explaining the situation. Old Kong crouched down to investigate, and, as expected, it was the work of the Black Umbrella. As Old Kong prepared to dig the person out, Chengshan shouted for him to stop, but it was too late. Old Kang's fingers had already pierced the soil. Her shout froze Old Kong, who dared not move. Chengshan let out a breath, instructing him to slowly withdraw his hand. When Old Kong pulled his hand out, it was covered in blood mixed with flesh. The 2 girls gasped in horror. Chengshan picked up a branch and reached over, saying, let me handle this. He doesn't have much time left, and can't endure more torment. Hearing this, Old Kong was incredulous. What? You mean? He's still alive? The 8 guards couldn't believe someone reduced to just a face could still be considered alive. Chengshan explained that the Black Umbrella had stripped the person's bones and tendons, causing their body to collapse into mush without dying. It didn't trigger death, and they were buried in the sand, forced to consciously feel themselves rot into mud. It was utterly cruel. Using her artisan technique, Chengshan helped the soldier catch a breath, then asked, what do you want to say? The soldier stammered. Save, Cliff. The general, after a few broken words, he took his final breath. To others, he was dead. But to Chengshan, he was freed. The Black Umbrella's terrifying power shattered Old Kong and Ajin's understanding. The Black Umbrella was becoming increasingly dangerous. Following the soldier's words, they found a waterfall cliff. They soon reached the cliff's base, seeing only carriage wreckage floating on the water, but no sign of the general the soldier mentioned. Ajin shouted from the riverbank, hey, Old Kong, have you found anything? Bubbles rose with a gurgling sound on the water's surface, and Old Kong emerged from below, tossing some clothing ashore. Old Kong found no clues underwater, only 8 carriage wheels, while the fiery duo bickered. Chengshan pondered. She found it strange. Based on the traces, the convoy must have fallen from the cliff, yet not a single body was found, falling from such a height. No one could survive and leave. At that moment, rustling sounds came from the forest ahead. Ajin shouted, who's there? Stop sneaking around. Come out now. As her words fell, A group of eerie, stumbling figures emerged from the trees toward them. The leader drew them in. Their faces were ashen, eyes blood red, emitting strange clicking sounds from their mouths. Chung-shan gripped her wooden umbrella, warning everyone to be cautious. These figures could no longer be called human. They were human puppets. Hot-headed Ajin didn't care what they were, raising her fists and charging forward. In a swift step, she reached a puppet, landing a direct punch to its chest. Ajin smirked smugly, but the puppet merely paused, its eyes turning fully blood red. It let out a long string of clicking sounds, as if mocking her overconfidence. Before Ajin could react, the puppet grabbed her by the throat. Seeing Ajin in danger, Old Kong panicked, slashing down several puppets with his blade, rushing toward Ajin. Ajin's breathing grew labored, but she reached for the dagger on her back with sheer willpower, struggling fiercely. Ajin finally grasped the dagger. A flash of bloodlight followed, and the puppet fell, killed by her strike. Chung-shan took down several puppets, and though Ming Kai was frail, she swung a wooden plank and felled one. The puppet Ajin killed, bled thick, black blood. Chung-shan hadn't expected to encounter such things here. These people had likely consumed the Blood Mother elixir, turning them into controlled puppets. This method was so sinister and cruel, it was nearly extinct. The controlled felt no pain, and once given orders, they wouldn't die until their blood was. As Old Kong and Ajin were about to be overwhelmed by puppets, a series of sharp cracks rang out, and some puppets collapsed. Chung-shan had She told them to watch how she attacked, targeting the puppets' backs and striking to dislodge the substance in their stomachs. This would instantly paralyze them, leaving them powerless to fight back. Chung-shan's deft maneuvers elevated her status in the eyes of the fiery duo. In moments, Chung-shan single-handedly wiped out the puppets. Ajin, curious, asked why these people became this way. Chung-shan explained they were injected with an evil drug, which stripped their consciousness, turning them into walking corpses controlled by others. Without hesitation, Ajin concluded these were the deeds of thieves after the black powder. Even more chilling, these people, though alive, would soon exhaust their blood. Even if the poison was removed to prolong life, they'd exist as living dead. Better off dead. Hearing better off dead, Old Kong drew his blood. Chung-shan, puzzled, looked to Ajin, who said calmly, rather than lingering, controlled, isn't it better to be freed? As Ajin prepared to join the mercy killings, she suddenly turned to Chung-shan. Wait, where's Sister Ming Kai? Ming Kai was dueling a fat puppet. The heroine, was going easy, or you'd be down already. Next, I won't hold back. The fat puppet called Ming Kai a cornered weakling. How could heroine Ming endure being called a weakling? She swung her wooden stick, striking the puppet's head, as they geared up for round two. Two sharp cracks rang out. Chung-shan knocked both out with a stick. Ming Kai grumbled about her meddling. I was about to take that guy down. She huffed. How could I, the heroine, get hurt? I'm tough as a buffalo. Chung-shan didn't laugh at her words, her expression freezing. Ming Kai's face was. Chung-shan thought she was disfigured, blaming herself for being useless, unable to restore her former strength. Ming Kai, confused, said, I'm not hurt. Look, it's dripping from above, pointing upward. Chung-shan looked up, seeing a hand entangled in thorns on the cliff edge, blood dripping down. It was likely a friend above. They quickly climbed the cliff. Finding the man was General Lin, the city's swordmaster. Ming Kai asked if he could be saved. Chung-shan said he wouldn't die, and began healing him. Ming Kai, holding a thorny branch, saw Old Kong and Ajin approaching. Seeing Old Kong and Ajin approaching, Ming Kai urged her to hurry, lest they discover her artisan secret. In her nervousness, Ming Kai pricked herself, yelling, What is this thing? Ajin's voice came from behind. That's black thorn vine. Startled, Ming Kai flung it away, but Old Kong found it odd. Black thorn vines typically grow only in northern deserts. Never heard of such things in the southwest before. He was just about to explain more to Ming Kai, when Old Kong unintentionally glanced behind them. One look, and both Ajin and Old Kong were dumbfounded. Ming Kai originally meant to cover for Chung-shan, but he had already healed General Lin. Lin Mo had now fully recovered. Old Kong and Ajin immediately presented their tokens in salute, declaring they were also ordered to investigate the Black Umbrella case. Seeing Lin Mo stay silent, Ajin tried to make small talk. I once saw the general back at the palace. Do you still remember? Too nervous, Ajin added awkwardly. Back then your face was just as grumpy as it is now. Even so, Lin Mo still didn't speak. Ming Kai and Chung-shan were a bit stunned. Either he truly forgot, or he just didn't want to deal with them. Then Lin Mo finally spoke. Is anyone still alive up there? Everyone fell silent, not knowing how to respond. Lin Mo already knew the answer. Then Ajin muttered something about grilled fish, and gossiped quietly to Ming Kai. This General Lin Mo is famous for his sour face. Rumor says he's cold and ruthless, tortures people daily, and trains them day and night. He doesn't even allow alcohol. Good thing I'm not one of his subordinates. Ming Kai rubbed her chin. He doesn't look like that kind of person though. Ajin whispered again. I say he's just grumpy and bad-tempered. And that pride of the Northern Army title, probably forced on everyone to say. Ming Kai was speechless. She didn't know how to respond, just as Ajin was about to keep gossiping. His head took a hard knock. Old Kong grabbed his hair and scolded. Don't speak nonsense in front of the general. Chung Shan then took out the red token he had found and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at it, and memories flooded back. It belonged to his most loyal officer, who died shielding him from bandits, killed on the spot. Tragically, he thought he could celebrate with them, toast them with good wine. But all his brothers died. The thief only lost a leg. Only he survived. But Ajin, clueless, gave him a thumbs up. General, truly the pride of the North. Lin Mo was so furious he coughed up blood. Old Kong quickly pulled him away, dragging the two off. Chung Shan smiled and said, with your strong build, General Lin, you'll recover from this in a day or two. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. It's thanks to your excellent medical skill, especially the words medical skill, he emphasized. Chung Shan replied modestly, General Lin, you're the true master. Seeing tension build, Ming Kai took a bite of roasted sweet potato to change the topic. That bandit can't have gone far. General, leave the rest to us. But we don't know which way he fled. Lin Mo replied with 3 words. White Shirt Hill. After sending Lin Mo off, the 4 of them headed for White Shirt Hill. Seeing the beautiful scenery, Ming Kai got excited. He looked so full of life. Even Ajin doubted if he was really sick. Ming Kai's eyes reddened. Is that blood on the mountain? All that white? Ajin was speechless. This is the southwestern border of Dahong. Where would you get blood in this season? While the ladies chatted, Chung Shan asked Old Kong if he heard anything strange. Old Kong said he didn't hear anything. Just then, a voice came from behind. Listen carefully. There is. That rustling sound isn't mountain wind. It's bugs. And that white on the cliff top isn't blood. It's also bugs. And not just any bugs. Top-tier ones, said an old man sitting in the back pavilion. The old man paused and continued. These bugs have been awakened by someone. Perhaps they're wreaking havoc right now. I have something here. Maybe it'll be useful to you. Ming Kai curiously walked over. What are you selling? The old man sneered coldly, then pulled out a stack of spirit money and handed it to Ming Kai. Young lady, you'd better buy more of this. Ming Kai was so startled, she stepped back. Ajin rushed over with his sword drawn, slapping the spirit money from the old man's hand. He shouted angrily. Wangqing Commerce is the top merchant guild in the land, and this is how you do business? The old man didn't expect a young girl to recognize his identity. He promptly overturned his bamboo basket, spilling out a pile of goods. Then he said in a creepy tone, I travel here as a merchant, selling essential incense for those heading up the mountain, but none of them ever return. Though I'm a terrible person. As a merchant, I never cheat buyers. If I can't save you, might as well sell you funeral money. Chung Shan smiled and responded. Then may I ask, Mr. Zhua, who else has gone up the mountain today? But the old man got cocky instead. He wouldn't answer, and even insulted Chung Shan. It seemed he had been deliberately waiting here. Chung Shan noticed it too, and didn't want more trouble. He grabbed Ming Kai, ready to leave. Suddenly the old man burst into laughter, saying, it must be fate we meet. Then he tossed the spirit money at Ming Kai, saying it was a gift for them. He especially emphasized that Ming Kai would surely use it. Clearly this old bastard had provoked the wrong person, daring to humiliate Ming Kai like that. He was about to face Chung Shan's fury. Chung Shan punched him straight in the face, knocking out one of his teeth. Old Zhua fell to the ground, howling in pain, his eyes swelling like a bun. Chung Shan's sudden outburst shocked everyone around, and yet he even told the old man apologies, then walked over to Ming Kai. Old Zhua caught his breath and began cursing. You dare hit me? Ha! You people are neither ghosts nor humans. No matter how kind-hearted Chung Shan usually was, he couldn't hold back against someone like this. No one knew what technique Chung Shan used, but all they heard was another agonized scream from the old bastard. Ajin and Old Kong looked on like it was a show. Ming Kai, eyes twinkling, praised. Little Shan is so cool. Even as they entered White Shirt Hill, Old Kong was still sighing. Master Shan is truly powerful. Almost bashed half that old bastard's skull in with a few strikes. Ajin scoffed. Overreacting. He's a master of hidden arts, okay? Chung Shan modestly replied. Not at all. Just a few sleight of hand tricks. The injuries aren't serious. In another hour, he'll be good as new. Old Kong gave a thumbs up and laughed. Brother Shan is usually gentle and cautious, but today we've seen another side of you. Chung Shan felt awkward at the praise, but that ruthless scene earlier, threatening to rip someone's tongue out. No wonder people said what they did. Ajin couldn't help but tease Old Kong again for being like a nagging old lady, telling him to hurry up so they could investigate properly. While the two goofballs bickered, Ming Kai asked Chung Shan if there were really scary bugs on the mountain. Chung Shan told her not to believe the crazy old man. Besides, he can't talk nonsense anymore. His face has been completely rearranged. But what Chung Shan didn't know was that the old man had already set up an ambush in the mountains. As they went deeper into the woods, Ming Kai noticed something strange about the trees. They looked twisted and grotesque, like creepy ghouls with claws. Even a tough guy like Old Kong felt deeply uncomfortable. Chung Shan crouched down and spotted a trail of footprints. It must be left by that thief. This thief is very cautious, choosing paths with dense grass and fallen leaves to conceal their tracks. But Chung Shan still found a clue. Old Kong shouted to Ajin. Ajin, time to work. Ajin quickly ran forward. Ming Kai prepared to follow, but Cheng Shan, concerned, stopped her. Yet this cheeky girl poked her and teased. No rush. You're more anxious than anyone, aren't you? Cheng Shan denied it. Ming Kai touched her chin, saying the thief likely knows many artisan techniques. Once her leg is healed, they might not catch up. Cheng Shan wondered how she knew so much. Ming Kai smirked. Have you forgotten? We grew up together. How could I not recognize the thief's tactics? Following the thief's footprints, they reached a withered wooden bridge. Suddenly, a frantic cry for help rang out. The four looked up, seeing a yellow-feathered bird flapping its wings. The bird swooped down, pecking at Ming Kai's head. Squawking, run! Ming Kai was thrown into disarray. With a loud clap, Ajin clapped her hands, grabbing the talking bird. The bird showed a terrified expression, saying, bugs. Hearing bugs, Ajin thought, what's so scary about that? Forests are full of bugs. But Ming Kai felt a chill. Cheng Shan suddenly heard countless rustling sounds, growing closer. Another cry for help echoed. A boy came sprinting toward them, followed by a massive blue mist. The boy seemed to be crying in fear, darting past them like a blur. Ajin instinctively released the bird. Freed, the bird cursed, idiots, then shouted, run. Realizing the danger, they fled. Cheng Shan glanced back. Seeing the blue mist was a swarm of oversized blue bugs. The swarm moved terrifyingly fast, closing in instantly. Seeing escape was impossible, Cheng Shan shouted, get behind me. She turned, opening her umbrella to block the swarm. The boy had climbed a tree, with the bird squawking behind him. Kuan-Zi's an idiot. Run. Climbing trees won't help. Kuan-Zi warned them the bugs were toxic. Don't get bitten. Cheng Shan was now surrounded by the swarm, her retreat cut off. At that moment, Old Kong threw a fire starter toward Cheng Shan. She dropped the umbrella, catching the fire starter. Together, they wielded fire starters, battling the swarm. Soon, most of the bugs were dead, and the crisis was averted. Shockingly, as the swarm scattered, countless white bones fell out. The chilling sight terrified Kuan-Zi, who slipped, falling from the tree. Ming Kai kindly checked on him, but stray bugs lunged from behind her. Kuan-Zi, in a panic, grabbed Ming Kai, trying to play hero. But Ajin kicked him away. Kuan-Zi was utterly doomed. Ajin snapped. Not your turn, kid. Luckily, Cheng Shan didn't see him grab Ming Kai, or she'd have been harsher. Amid the chaos, more bugs attacked. Ajin grabbed Kuan-Zi and pulled Ming Kai to run, but Ajin was bitten by a bug. After fierce fighting, Cheng Shan and Old Kong nearly wiped out the bugs. Then, Ming Kai's scream rang out. Xiao Shan, help! They rushed toward Ming Kai. Ming Kai kept shouting in panic. Xiao Shan, quick! Save Ajin! Hurry! Cheng Shan looked closely. Oh no, this is bad. Ajin had a large wound on her neck, with poison spreading. Old Kong frantically called Ajin's name. This tough man at a loss. He'd been bitten too, but didn't show Ajin's symptoms. The bug that bit Ajin had burrowed inside, gnawing her veins. Without thinking, Ming Kai sucked the bug out with her mouth, but Ajin remained unconscious, deeply poisoned. Cheng Shan carried antidote, and told Old Kong to fetch water. As Old Kong left, Cheng Shan snapped at Ming Kai. How could you do that? Don't you know your condition? Before she could finish, Ming Kai cut her off. Don't be mad. It was urgent. If I hadn't sucked out the bug, Ajin wouldn't have lasted until you arrived. She smiled, promising it wouldn't happen again, vowing to cherish her body. Cheng Shan still looked worried. This girl's chivalrous spirit was unshakable, her words merely to comfort her. The yellow bird started squawking. Idiot Kuan-Zi. Kuan-Zi's an idiot. They turned to see the boy named Kuan-Zi slowly waking. Cheng Shan, confused, looked at Ming Kai. What's with him? Ming Kai said Ajin kicked him. Soon, Ajin was revived. Old Kong carried her as they continued. Ajin looked apologetically at Ming Kai. Thank you, Sister Kai Ming. If it weren't for you, I might have. Before he could finish, Ming Kai cut him off. No need, no need. For a heroine like me, it's nothing. I'm amazing, right? Hee. Cheng Shan just sighed helplessly. That yellow-feathered bird suddenly yelled out, bragger, and fiercely pecked at Ming Kai's head. This time Ming Kai had enough. She grabbed the chatterbox bird and threatened, mess up my hair again, and I'll roast you. Then she turned to Kuan-Zi behind them. Hey kid, didn't I tell you to go home and find your mom? Why are you following us? Don't go wetting your pants again. Kuan-Zi quickly explained that he was looking for his brother, but got lost. Ming Kai didn't believe him. She leaned toward Cheng Shan and whispered, this kid showing up here of all places, could he be connected to the thief? Cheng Shan firmly said no. Judging by the kid's weak performance so far, there's no way he's linked to that thief. Now the thief's tracks had disappeared, and the clues were gone. Ajin suggested they split up to search. Ming Kai immediately shot that down. After all, Ajin hadn't fully recovered. It'd be too dangerous if she ran into the thief alone. Timid Kuan-Zi quickly echoed. Yeah. We should look out for each other. Come on, Sister A. Ajin glared at him and warned, you want to lose that arm? Kunzi immediately let go and asked if he could help search. Ming Kai replied, scram kid. Go play by yourself. After being rejected again, Kunzi looked embarrassed, but he quickly smiled and walked toward Chungshan, thinking maybe the two brothers could use his help. He just wanted to prove he could be useful, so they wouldn't abandon him. Maybe he was just born unlucky. He stepped on a dead tree trunk while walking, and unsurprisingly, fell again. When he looked up, inside the broken trunk was a heart. Suddenly, a loud thumping of heartbeats echoed around them. Frightened, Kunzi hid behind a Jin. Old Kong followed the sound and stabbed his sword. Chungshan walked over and confirmed. There was another one. Suddenly, the entire forest was filled with heartbeats, sending chills through everyone. As expected, every tree probably contains a human heart. Old Kong had never seen something so eerie. He asked Chungshan if it was the thief's doing. Chungshan said no. He noticed the hearts were already withered. The thief clearly didn't know there were hearts inside.
The blade thief struggled to keep the black umbrella steady. He seemed to recall something. His eyes suddenly widened. You're a descendant of the Chung family. Chungshan shouted loudly. It's time you returned what belongs to me. Then he lunged at the black umbrella. Just then, fiery arrows from the trees shot toward Chungshan. Chungshan was forced to retreat. He glared at the thief and snorted coldly. Didn't expect you had a backup plan. Plenty of people protecting you. But the thief replied he had no use for that. He turned to the umbrella and said, apologies, Chung family. I'll take my leave first. Then turned and fled. Chungshan was about to give chase, but more fiery arrows blocked his path. He could only watch helplessly as the thief escaped into the distance. Just then, Ming Kai and the others arrived. Chungshan warned them to quickly hide. A whistle suddenly echoed. The archers hidden in the trees all revealed themselves and launched a volley of arrows at them. As Lao Kong and Ajin held them off, Chungshan escaped and waved at them. Everyone move. I'll cover you. As they fled, Ming Kai said they heard a commotion and feared something had happened to him, so they came rushing over. Arrows continued raining down behind them. With no time to talk, they could only keep running forward. Lao Kong noticed the arrows seemed to have eyes, constantly pursuing them. Ajin immediately said someone was commanding them. Not only could they easily track their movements, they could precisely assign each shot to every archer. Hearing that, Chungshan warned them it was the whistle guiding the archers. He urged everyone to hide quickly. Soon everyone hid in the bushes. Everything fell silent. But Chungshan knew it was only temporary safety. Getting discovered was just a matter of time. At that critical moment, Kuan-Zi suddenly popped out of nowhere. He laughed out loud. Found you all at last. The four of them were struck with shock. But Kuan-Zi kept rambling on. I just went to relieve myself. Came back and everyone was gone. I got worried, so I looked for you. By the way, what are you all doing? As soon as Kuan-Zi finished, the whistle sounded again. Arrows immediately flew toward him. Chungshan reacted quickly and pulled Kuan-Zi aside, but one arrow still hit his arm. He rolled on the ground in pain. Ning Kai quietly told him to shut up, then quickly tried to extinguish the flames on him. After putting the fire out, Ning Kai looked closer and found that this guy's arm had no burn marks at all. It was simply unbelievable. Suddenly, another wave of arrows rained down on their hiding spot. They had been completely discovered. As everyone panicked, Chungshan prepared to go out. He told them not to move. Ning Kai reached out, but couldn't stop him in time. Chungshan had already stepped out, facing the flickering flames. He shouted loudly, come on then, fire your arrows. The reason Chungshan dared to act so boldly was because he noticed that although the enemy kept firing, they were holding back. Otherwise, with a full barrage, they'd have no chance to dodge. The whistle-blowing leader finally stepped out. You've walked right into our trap. There is no way to escape now. If you're smart, surrender peacefully. But our master only wants one of you alive. If you come with me obediently, I won't trouble the others. Chungshan didn't expect all this effort was just for him. The leader spoke again. Impressive. A youth with only a right hand. It seems the thief isn't their housemaster. Chungshan asked who their housemaster was and why he went ahead. The leader only said, you'll know when you get there. Chungshan pressed further. What's your connection to the Black Umbrella's theft? Why help the thief escape? The leader stayed silent. Seeing he wouldn't talk, Chungshan began. I was actually testing you for your housemaster. You've proven yourself. Fine, I won't tease you anymore. Truth is, your housemaster and I are old friends. Just catching up. What's there to hide? As he built rapport, Chungshan's hand rested on the leader's shoulder. His goal was achieved. With a sharp sound, the leader grimaced in pain. His arm was crippled, hanging limp. Chungshan feigned concern. Oh, what's wrong? Need me to fix it? His hand struck the leader's shoulder again. The leader let out a scream. He fell to his knees before Chungshan, his bones creaking loudly. Unable to speak, Chungshan tapped his forehead. Now you can talk. Tell me who you serve, where the Black Umbrella is going, and your housemaster's name. The leader swore to die silent. I don't know about any Black Umbrella. Surprisingly stubborn, Chungshan didn't push further. He demanded the thief's destination, promising to restore him. The leader finally revealed the thief would reach Shounen City by dawn. Shounen City, with the leader subdued. Old Kong stepped forward, asking, "Brother Xiaoshan, what's wrong with him?" Cheng Shan said he used a small trick, and he'd recover soon. Ming Kai noticed the archers in the trees had fled. Cheng Shan explained that without their commander, the group wouldn't dare act. Their priority was to head to Shounen City. Luckily, Old Kong knew a shortcut. He told them to follow him out of the mountain. Kuan Zi nervously poked his head out. "Don't forget me, big brothers and sisters. Take me along. I can pick fruit for you. I can tell jokes. Me and Manhua can perform a comedy act." As Cheng Shan's group moved on, Old Manhua appeared. He had orchestrated everything. But the leader's failure ruined his plans. Old Manhua glared at the leader, sneering. "You know what kind of man the housemaster is." His men spoke what shouldn't be said. Before Old Manhua could finish, the leader vowed to capture Cheng Shan, hoping the housemaster would spare his corpse. Old Manhua stroked his beard, saying, "No, there's been a snag. We must consult the housemaster first." Meanwhile, Cheng Shan's group left Baiqing Mountain, arriving at Shounen City. Before them stood Shounen City, with a massive chimney-like structure at its center. They didn't rush to enter, as it wasn't yet dawn. They planned to wait outside for the thief, but Old Kong couldn't understand why the thief traveled so far from the capital to Shounen City. Cheng Shan reasoned he had a compelling reason, taking great risks along the way, even using sand mist to cover his tracks. From the archers at Baiqing Mountain, at least two factions were vying for the Black Umbrella. The situation was far more complex than they thought. As they pondered, Kuan Zi and Ming Kai returned with a pile of fruit. Kuan Zi offered fruit to Ajin, then looked ahead, shouting excitedly, "It's Shounen City. We've reached Shounen City. No more worrying about bug bites or eating wild berries. Kunzi's older brother lives in Shounen City, and he's filthy rich." Kunzi excitedly shook Ajin, promising to treat them to a feast and comfy beds. But Ajin wasn't buying it. Cheng Shan noticed Ming Kai alone, off to the side. He leaned in and asked, "Are you tired?" Startled, Ming Kai hurriedly stammered, Yeah. A bit tired." She clutched her collar, offering him a fruit. The more Ming Kai acted this way, the more Cheng Shan sensed something was wrong. He pulled her closer and froze. Her expression stiffened. Ming Kai's skin was starting to crack. Cheng Shan shouted in panic, "Your body. When did this start?" Ming Kai explained it had just begun. Cheng Shan sighed helplessly, blaming her for not telling him sooner. Ming Kai touched his face, urging him not to worry. Cheng Shan vowed that once the Black Umbrella matter was settled, he'd drop everything to find Tue Longlin first. Ming Kai nodded, saying, "Good," as they shared a tender moment. Kunzi, squatting nearby, piped up, "Tue Longlin. That name sounds so familiar." The sweet atmosphere shattered instantly. Kunzi rubbed his chin, recalling his brother might have mentioned it, though he wasn't sure. He said his brother, a merchant, knew all sorts of rare items. Once in Shounen City, they could ask him. Ming Kai thought Kunzi seemed dim-witted and didn't trust him, but Cheng Shan refused to dismiss any lead. He asked Kunzi if, after their mission, they could visit his brother. Kunzi eagerly agreed. Suddenly, a shout came from the bushes. "Who's making all that noise? Who dares disturb this?" The speaker was a scruffy man lying within. Seeing them approach, he claimed to be the Folded Heart King, personally titled by the Emperor, and this 100-mile radius was his training ground. Their chatter had disrupted his nap. Ajin smelled liquor on him. Clearly nonsense. Kong Lin caught a strong whiff of sulfur, noticing the mat beneath him. Kong Lin yanked it out for a closer look. The man tried to snatch it back, but Ajin blocked him with an excuse. The man gave up, muttering to himself, then turned and left. Cheng Shan, curious, asked about the mat. Kong Lin explained it was a military explosive mat, likely left behind by an army. At this, Kong Lin jolted with realization. Could the court have sent troops to Shounen City? Combined with the mass of soldiers at the city gates, Kong Lin deduced the court had issued a Tiansu order for Shounen, whether garrison, border troops, or reserve fleets. This order meant a death mission. They'd converge on a city instantly, killing all civilians without mercy. In other words, if the Black Umbrella entered the city, the court would slaughter everyone, abandoning Shounen entirely. Hearing this inhumane order, Kunzi panicked, bolting toward the city. His brother was still inside. Ming Kai grabbed his hand. "Kunzi, calm down. Your brother wouldn't want you in danger." Ajin also urged him not to go. "Even if you go, you can't save him." If the Black Umbrella entered, Shounen would become another Icheng. Now, they could only hold their ground here, stopping the Black Umbrella outside Shounen. Kong Lin squatted, analyzing interception routes. Shounen was a fortress of iron, riddled with complex tunnels. Sky, earth, and water all had paths. The thief likely wouldn't take the main gate honestly. Ming Kai voiced a different opinion. That thief is extremely cautious, yet also incredibly arrogant. He entered East City openly through the main gate. Those soldiers all died along the checkpoint road. He'll likely use the main gate in Shounen City too. Hearing this, Old Kong found it very reasonable. Ajin raised another unavoidable question. What to do once they get the Black Umbrella? The atmosphere turned quiet. It was Ming Kai who broke the awkward silence. She patted his head and said he was overthinking it. Ajin thought so too. since whether they could even survive long enough to retrieve the umbrella was still uncertain. Cheng Shan knew very well he would get them, but he wouldn't let them take it back to the palace, because he intended to destroy it. As long as the Black Umbrella exists, the world will never be at peace. To Old Kong and Ajin, he could only silently apologize. But after learning their true identities, Cheng Shan nearly took Ajin's life. But that's a story for another time. The next morning, just as the sun rose, at Shounen City's checkpoint road, the group was already lying in wait. Cheng Shan noticed a worried look on Kunzi's face and comforted the boy. "Don't worry, Kunzi. We're still going to visit your brother. I promise you'll be okay." Kunzi wiped his eyes again. "Thank you," he begged everyone. "Please defeat the bad guys. I might not be much help, but I can pick fruits for you big brothers and sisters, so you can eat well and go fight the bad guys." After that, he grabbed the water pouch and asked if it was okay. Before anyone could respond, he'd already dashed off. Kunzi did this, hoping they'd catch the thief sooner. To protect Shounen City and protect his brother, the scene made Old Kong recall what happened 5 years ago. 5 years ago, on the Great Snowy Plains, the wind that day was harsh and wild. Old Kong carried a severely injured Ajin on his back. Ajin, leaning against him, kept mumbling, "It's warm, so warm." Old Kong just kept walking across the icy land until they made it out of the snowfields. Then Ajin went silent. Old Kong thought he'd met the king of hell, but he'd only fallen asleep and was snoring too. Hearing this embarrassing story, Ajin immediately drew his sword to settle the score with Old Kong. But Old Kong had thick skin. No matter how much Ajin raged, he never got angry. Old Kong looked toward Cheng Shan. "Brother Shan, I can tell you're no ordinary man, but surely you understand how I feel." Cheng Shan said nothing, but he understood what Old Kong meant. Ajin is the one he'll protect his whole life, and he'll never abandon him. Cheng Shan looked at Ming Kai crouched beside him. "I'll always stay by his side too." Saying something so direct in public, Ming Kai's face turned bright red in embarrassment. Ajin suddenly leaned toward her pitifully. "If I get beaten down by bad guys today, big sis, you can't leave me behind either. Don't worry. I'll protect my little Jean baby." It really was a heartwarming scene. Living is never easy, because no one wants to leave anyone behind. Old King's secret was about to be revealed, and the identity of the umbrella thief too. Just a moment ago, Kunzi had gone to fetch water on the western side. As he asked Hua if his brother would be in danger, Hua shouted, "Danger!" But what he meant was the man who had silently appeared behind Kunzi. When Kunzi turned around, he was already captured. Meanwhile, Ming Kai noticed Kunzi hadn't returned. She was just about to search for him when Ajin stopped her. "Listen, that's the sound of hurried footsteps. The thief has arrived," Cheng Shan praised. Before seeing him, they heard his voice. Ajin's hearing is really sharp, but soon, they realized something was wrong. The group on the main road wasn't the umbrella thief. It was Qian Xiao. Ajin looked worried. "Looks like we fell into a trap." This time, the thief was transporting the Black Umbrella by disguised convoy. The team was divided into front, middle, and rear units. The front unit was a vanguard of scouts. The rear unit blocked pursuing forces, and the cargo was with the middle unit. Though the three units were part of the same group, information between them was kept separate. Only the middle corps knew the truth. The front and rear units didn't even know what they were transporting. According to Ajin, the group they met at White Shirt Ridge was the rear unit, which explains why their whistle leader hadn't heard of the Black Umbrella. He only knew the middle unit's route. Old Kong immediately drew his sword to take out the whistle team, but Ajin told him to wait. Acting now would only alert the middle team and make them flee. Ajin had a good idea. Split into two groups, one to draw attention from the vanguard, luring away the scouts, the other to approach the middle team and seize the umbrella. Old Kong agreed the plan was sound, but who would draw the vanguard? Ming Kai immediately ruled out Cheng Shan, as he was their key player in handling the umbrella. At that moment, Ajin said he knew a hidden tunnel that would allow a quick escape, but the entrance was narrow. Only people like him and Ming Kai could fit inside, so he proposed he and Ming Kai handle the vanguard, then escape via the tunnel. Old Kong seemed to want to say something, but Ajin cut him off. "Old Kong, mind your own business. Don't nag anymore." Still worried for Ajin's safety, Old Kong insisted on giving him a firework flare. Still feeling uneasy, he added, "Remember, if I fail to retrieve the umbrella, leave on your own. Do not come back." Ajin found him annoyingly sentimental and snatched the flare from him. Ming Kai was still worried about Kunzi and grabbed Cheng Shan's sleeve. She leaned in and whispered, "We'll be acting separately later. We can't cover for each other. You alone must be very cautious of Kong Lin. You're worried he'll turn on me over the umbrella?" Ming Kai nodded. "Exactly. We aren't exactly sharing secrets discreetly. Getting exposed will cause serious trouble, and even if not exposed, they might still try to steal the credit. In any case, be careful." Cheng Shan had already thought of this, but didn't expect this girl had thought of it too. Ming Kai huffed, "My body may be weak, but my brain's just fine. You think I'm some dumb sweetheart?" To be honest, Cheng Shan also wasn't comfortable with her luring Qian Xiao, but Ming Kai reassured him. Just wait for heroine Ming to return in glory. As he watched her walk away, Cheng Shan didn't know this separation nearly became permanent. While Ajin and Ming Kai moved into position, Old Kong and Cheng Shan rushed toward the middle unit. On the way, Chung Shan reminded him, Old Kong, when we start fighting the thieves, you must keep your distance. Once the umbrella opens, before he could finish, Old Kong suddenly clutched his chest, asking him to wait. He knelt with one knee and showed a pained expression. He felt stiffness in all limbs, his blood reversing, as if one more step would tear him apart. Chung Shan realized it was a reaction to the umbrella being opened, but he hadn't sensed the umbrella yet, and Old Kong was already feeling the effects. It meant the umbrella's influence was now 10 times stronger than before. No wonder it could instantly liquefy 10,000 people. Chung Shan supported Old Kong and was about to carry him away, but Old Kong asked him for one favor. Listen to me. I can't lift my fingers. There's a copper box on my back. Just help me open it. Chung Shan tore open her clothes. Her back revealed a copper box embedded in her flesh, fused with her veins. Kong Lin, gritting her teeth, shouted, Brother, hurry up. I can't hold on. Chung Shan tapped the box lightly. As its door opened, strands of bloody mist seeped out. Kong Lin gradually returned to normal. Chung Shan, having seen many strange things, had never encountered such a bizarre device. He asked Kong Lin what it was. Grateful for his help, Kong Lin didn't hide the truth. It's a unique weapon crafted by the emperor, using Chung family techniques, called Yu Huang. Hearing this, Chung Shan realized, if Yu Huang was tied to his family, it might indeed counter the Black Umbrella. Could other human generals be serving the imperial court? After speaking, Kong Lin admired Chung Shan's composure. He hadn't flinched at all. At that moment, a caravan approached. Sure enough, the thief sat atop it, holding the Black Umbrella, both readied for battle. Chung Shan spoke. You've finally shown your... The thief replied. Indeed. He leaped down, landing before them. Smirking at Chung Shan, he said, Chung family heir, didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. Kong Lin grew puzzled. But Chung Shan didn't explain. He eyed the thief. And you? Who are you really? The thief closed the umbrella, saying, Names don't matter, but they call me the Coffin Man. Chung Shan scoffed. Coffin Man? That title doesn't suit you. For one, where's the coffin you're supposed to carry? The Coffin Man laughed heartily. Truly a naive soul. You focus on the oddest things. I carried a coffin for decades, but I've shed that burden now. The name, though, stuck. Kong Lin, impatient, didn't want to hear the thief ramble. The Coffin Man pointed at Kong Lin, asking, Is this burly woman your uncle or cousin? If she's unrelated, I'll take her life. Chung Shan said, She's a friend. The Coffin Man rubbed his chin. Right. No Chung family kin looks like that. Then her life, I'm afraid, I'll claim. As he spoke, Kong Lin charged with her sword. This Coffin Man was absurdly powerful. Another arm sprouted from his hand, seizing Kong Lin's blade. Kong Lin stared, stunned. Before she could react, her sword shattered in his grip. With a casual wave, the Coffin Man slashed her abdomen, sending her flying. Chung Shan rushed to check on her. Though the wound was deep, Kong Lin grunted, I won't die. She glared at the Coffin Man, demanding what he was. The Coffin Man flicked his hand, repeating his earlier words. I told you, I'm the Coffin Man. Kong Lin, getting no answers, made up her mind. Little Shan, Chung family or not, I'll never forget the debt I owe you for saving my life. No matter what happens today, even if I have to lose another life, I must take the Black Umbrella from this brat. Just as Lao Kong was ready to fight to the death, Chung Shan stopped him. Hold on. Leave it to me. With those words, a surge of blood energy flashed in Chung Shan's hand as he charged toward the pessimist. But the pessimist didn't fight back. He flashed his figure, then stood atop his horse and said to Chung Shan, You're a descendant of the Chung family, and you and I have had similar experiences. We should cherish each other. Why must we be enemies? Chung Shan couldn't quite understand those words. The pessimist then began telling his story. Turns out he, like Chung Shan, was originally a wandering martial artist. He too entered the palace to serve the royal Ing family. He toiled for countless years. But when he retired from the palace world, the Ing family, afraid he'd spill secrets, tried to kill him. Luckily, he had some skill and barely escaped with his life. Pitifully, he had spent half his life in servitude, believing in royal grace. Yet in the end, he was discarded like a worn-out mule. Chung Shan wouldn't believe just his side of the story. He asked what exactly he had done to be silenced. The pessimist countered, Then tell me, what did the Ing family once ask you to do? As soon as he said that, Chung Shan fell into memories. 3 years ago, he followed Ing Rui to his so-called treasure room. Ing Rui paused and asked, As a human general, isn't it a waste of talent to only fix humans? Chung Shan replied, What's your vision, your majesty? While stroking various items, Ing Rui said, Look, there are graceful girls in here, hunchbacked elders, carriage drivers, and servants, even bandits. All these people were ground into meat paste and stored inside. Isn't that eternal preservation? I don't just want eternal life for myself. I want mankind to outshine all things. Endless existence. Eternal life for all. To Chung Shan, this was an insult to human generals. What vision? This was madness. Ing Rui was nothing but a monster driven by ambition and bloodlust. The only reason Ing Rui favored Chung Shan back then was to use his general's technique and the Black Umbrella to reduce the failure rate. and satisfy his thirst for blood. What did the Ying family have you do back then? The pessimist interrupted Chung Shan's memory again. Chung Shan flatly replied, I wish him eternal life. The pessimist chuckled and said, then, you and I did no different. But Chung Shan still didn't understand why he wanted the black umbrella. The pessimist had originally stolen it to take revenge on the Ying family. Unexpectedly, in Shounen City, there was a wealthy buyer, offering a sky-high price to get it. Even after learning all the reasons, Chung Shan still blamed him for using the black umbrella to kill innocents, for using the Sha Sheng blood mother powder to harm others. The pessimist only said it was a last resort. In those circumstances, it was kill or be killed. He had no other choice. As for using the blood mother powder, it was to make people help him transport the umbrella. Otherwise, if attacked en route, once the black umbrella was activated, no one would survive. Chung Shan wanted to ask more about the blood mother powder, but the pessimist said it was his sect's secret art. However, he was now increasingly curious about Lao Kong. After all, Lao Kong was the only ordinary person he'd seen who survived under full release of the black umbrella. At this point, Lao Kong was standing behind Chung Shan. Chung Shan noticed his wound had fully healed. The pessimist seemed to have guessed this big guy's identity. Looks like he had underestimated the Ying family. There were still too many secrets in the palace. The talking was over. The pessimist was finally ready to strike. After all, he didn't want Shounen City's patron to wait too long. Chung Shan tried to dissuade him from fighting, but the pessimist wouldn't listen. He was confident, saying if Chung Shan had both hands, he might respect her a bit. But a one-armed artisan was beneath his notice. He thrust his palm forward, releasing two ghostly shadows. As Old Kong and Chung Shan were entangled, the pessimist boasted, Baiching Mountain wasn't satisfying. Now taste my true power. These things can't be killed. That's why the pessimist... Chung Shan devised a plan, telling Old Kong to hold them off. She then said to the pessimist, your skills are impressive. Flattered by an artisan, the pessimist grew smug. In his moment of distraction, Chung Shan slipped behind him. Her hand, like a blade, aimed for his arm. As the pessimist dodged, he fell into her trap. Chung Shan swiftly changed her strike, cutting the rope holding the black umbrella. The pessimist could only watch it fall. Old Kong seized the chance to catch it, thinking it'd be easy, but his hands trembled uncontrollably. A loud boom echoed as the umbrella's base hit the ground like thunder. The pessimist seemed to expect this. Yo, didn't you say you weren't afraid of the black umbrella? What's wrong now? Old Kong hadn't expected a mere umbrella to weigh 1,000. While Old Kong was stunned, the pessimist charged at him. Chung Shan didn't rush to act. The pessimist easily snatched the umbrella back, then leapt onto a nearby hill. Opening the umbrella, he mocked. Ching Er, stop dreaming. You won't take the black umbrella today. As he spoke, the umbrella suddenly closed. Chung Shan had appeared behind him. Pressing down on the umbrella, she retorted, it knows its master is here, so it respectfully closed. The pessimist didn't resist further, sighing that the black umbrella, a mortal treasure, was truly wondrous. Bound to Chung Shan by fate, he kindly warned her. Your little sweetheart is dying. Chung Shan scoffed, unconcerned, but then realized, her heart pounding with fear. Wait, you mean Ming Kai? What's happened to her? The pessimist pitied her. Our words shouldn't carry knives, but a Jin stabbed Ming Kai in the abdomen. Who is a Jin really? Why did she try to kill Ming Kai? An hour earlier, a Jin and Ming Kai were lying in ambush on the path Qian Xiao would take. When they saw Qian Xiao's group, they broke out in cold sweat. These weren't people, they were monsters. Ming Kai recognized them as flyers, which Chung Shan had once described. When ordinary people overuse a potion, their flesh and bones collapse, turning them into flyers. Flyers' skin can't be touched directly. Even a touch corrodes your own skin. But they fear fire. Hearing they fear fire, a Jin pulled out a fire powder pouch. It had come in handy. For such a dangerous task, a Jin volunteered eagerly. Ming Kai urged her to be careful. A Jin instructed Ming Kai, when the flyers get close to my ankles, light the fuse immediately. Don't hesitate. As Ming Kai worried for a Jin's figure reappeared, but the flyer's speed was faster than she'd imagined. Seeing the group of flying creatures close behind, Ming Kai shouted for him to hurry over. Just as a Jin leapt onto the slope, a red cord shot toward him. With a snap, it wrapped around his ankle. A Jin was yanked to the ground. It turned out to be a flying creature whose arm became a flesh thread. A Jin's ankle was already beginning to corrode. No one expected such a situation. Who would have thought these mindless creatures could transform like this? A Jin hardened his resolve and drew his dagger, ready to cut off his leg. But the flying creature seemed to sense his intent. It flicked the flesh thread, knocking the dagger from a Jin's hand. His body slammed hard into a pile of stones. Ming Kai peeked out and shouted a Jin's name, but saw that a Jin was already surrounded by flying creatures. It was just like that moment years ago. Except a Jin didn't have someone like Chung Shan to save him. A Jin cried out with all his strength. I'm about to become a monster. There's no time. Sister, light the fuse now. Ming Kai could only watch helplessly as a Jin was devoured. Grief-stricken, he lit the fuse. A loud explosion rang out. The flying creatures and a Jin were blown to pieces. Ming Kai walked over with heavy steps and picked up a Jin's now broken dagger. In truth, He and Ajin had only just met, traveling together for a few days. There was no deep sisterly bond, yet he couldn't hold back his sorrow. His mind unconsciously recalled every little memory with Ajin. Sister, we promised, remember? You mustn't leave me behind. Ajin's laughter still echoed in his ears. Ming Kai's tears dripped onto the dagger. Perhaps even Ming Kai himself didn't know. He had already seen Ajin as a younger sister. Suddenly, Ajin's weak voice came through. At first, Ming Kai thought he was hallucinating, but when she called him sister again, he finally spotted her. Only her upper body remained. Ajin lay on the ground, eyes dazed, muttering, Sister, wasn't I amazing? Can I still fight? Ming Kai was already sobbing uncontrollably, blaming himself over and over. It's all my fault. Trapped in this body like a cripple, you wouldn't have ended up like this otherwise. Ajin spoke in broken gasps. Sister, don't leave me. Back. The copper box. Open the copper. Though puzzled, Ming Kai didn't hesitate, and opened the copper box. As soon as it opened, blue threads of blood surged out. Then Ajin's body began to regenerate, until she finally floated in midair, fully restored. Seeing this unbelievable scene, Ming Kai thought even Cheng Shan couldn't have healed someone this fast. After her recovery, Ajin seemed like a new person, but still thanked Ming Kai for saving her life. She also told him about the origin of the Jade Emperor. Ming Kai joked, asking why she didn't use it earlier, and demanded she repay his tears. It was meant to be a joke. But she explained seriously. The Jade Emperor is rare, not to be overused, and never abused. It's only for the most critical moments. Ajin saw Ming Kai rummaging on the ground, and curiously asked what he was looking for. Ming Kai picked up 2 command tokens and said, I'm wondering who these flying people used to be. Ajin saw they were all red-letter tokens, and sighed, saying the Northern Army was truly innocent, to be mutilated like this. But soon Ming Kai noticed something off. One of the red tokens had melted. Ming Kai recalled that royal tokens are fire-resistant. Even if scorched around the edges, they shouldn't be able to melt. Ming Kai was always cautious, and had a vague suspicion. Still, he couldn't help but ask, Ajin, your token was red letter too, right? Is it still on you? Ajin's face darkened immediately. There was no reply. Ming Kai called his name again. It seemed Ajin was having an intense internal struggle. Still, no answer. Ming Kai stood up. She already understood what he meant. You don't have your token anymore. Because the melted one was yours. Ajin covered his forehead and muttered, a single oversight. A single slip-up. Then he showed a playful expression. I told Old Kong to steal 2 tokens from the Northern Army, but he insisted on forging them himself. And now look what happened. Ming Kai asked him who he really was. Ajin replied, he was too smart for his own good. He originally planned to make a move after Cheng Shan retrieved the black umbrella, but the current situation no longer allowed it. Ming Kai was shocked. So Ajin had recognized them long ago? He said he had recognized both of them back in Icheng. Cheng Shan's lie was pretty. For ordinary soldiers, at least, it would have fooled them completely. Indeed, the Hidden Division does exist. And Old Kong is the head of the Hidden Division, while I'm the deputy commander, directly under the Emperor's command, independent and secret. That's why it's called the Hidden Division. So they had set up Cheng Shan and Ming Kai from the start. Yet the two had been completely in the dark. Ming Kai couldn't understand. After all these years in hiding, why won't the Ying family let us go? Ajin gave this reason. The Ying family is no longer what it was. The current emperor thinks very differently from the previous one. Ming Kai didn't want to lose a friend, and tried to persuade him. Ajin, you and I aren't so different. If you kill me and Cheng Shan, one day, you'll be a thorn in the Ying family's side. Ajin suddenly stepped forward, grabbing her chin. What you said, I understand, but that time hasn't come yet. Ming Kai realized she probably wouldn't survive, and told him to do it quickly. Ajin leaned close to her ear. Sis, you're a good person, but sadly, you followed the wrong man. Then he hugged her, and continued. I've had no family since I was little. Lived with Old Kong, licking blood off the blade, climbing out from piles of corpses. I've always wanted a sister. Ming Kai coldly replied. You must have misunderstood. I never saw you as a sister. It was all just playing along. Ajin knew she said that, just to make it easier to let go. Ming Kai refuted. It's the truth. Someone like you will never have a sister. Just as she said this, Ming Kai coughed up blood. Her mind went completely blank. Because Ajin's dagger had already pierced her body, they were both pitiful. They shouldn't have used blades in their words. The poor girl lay in a pool of blood, muttering Cheng Shan's name over and over. Ajin said coldly. Sis, go in peace. Cheng Shan won't be coming. Just as he said that, Cheng Shan's right hand was already on his shoulder. Before Ajin could react, Cheng Shan struck, cutting off his right hand. Then she roared. You shouldn't have hurt her. Ajin reacted fast, quickly catching his. He stepped back and faced her warily. But Cheng Shan just turned away and said, she doesn't have much blood left to lose. Then she went to Ming Kai's side to comfort her. Ming Kai, with me here, everything will be alright. Just like back then. She pressed her hand to the girl's abdomen, channeling her own lifeblood into her. Though her wounds were stabilized, she still fell into a coma. Even her heartbeat was faint. At that moment, Ajin asked what was on his mind. Weren't you supposed to be fighting the thief for the black umbrella? How did you get here so fast? Cheng Shan said. Nothing matters more than Ming Kai's safety. For a woman, you'd give up your ancestral black umbrella? Ajin used the questioning time to repair her right hand. Chung Shan stroked Ming Kai's face and said, I can always get the black umbrella back, but Ming Kai won't get another chance to live. If anything happens to her today, I will take your life. Ajin, facing this once revered heaven-blessed of the Chung family, didn't look the slightest bit afraid. I understand, and I won't hide it. Using the black umbrella to mend my body is only part of the Empress's plan. Her true goal is to use me as a weapon designed specifically to destroy the Chung family. As she spoke, a strange crimson thread appeared in her hand without warning. Before the fight began, Chung Shan wanted to know why the Ying family went to such lengths to eliminate her and Ming Kai completely. Ajin didn't answer her. Just then, Ming Kai's heartbeat slowly returned to normal, and her breathing steadied. Chung Shan finally felt relieved. She turned to Ajin and said, Ajin, I don't want to kill you. You have two choices. Fight me to the death, but I guarantee I'll be the one standing. Or go now and help Kong Lin take back the black umbrella and save the people of Shounen City. Unexpectedly, Ajin let out a chilling laugh. Chung Shan couldn't understand how she could laugh at a time like this. Ajin sneered. I'm not like you. I wouldn't give up the umbrella for Ming Kai. Chung Shan didn't believe she didn't care about Old Kang's safety. She seriously told her that the masked man was immensely powerful. Old Kong might not survive. Ajin finally wavered. After Ajin left, Chung Shan looked at the unconscious Ming Kai and was reminded of their childhood. That day, Ming Kai had fallen asleep on the grass, and Chung Shan couldn't wake her up. She thought something had happened. When Ming Kai woke up, she teased, Why are you such a coward? No wonder I always bullied you. Chung Shan lowered her head, blaming herself for being too weak. Suddenly, Ming Kai hugged her neck and said, But don't worry. I'm Heroine Ming. Only I can bully you. When I grow up, if anyone dares bully you, I'll knock them flat on the ground. But Chung Shan replied that when she grows up, she'll protect Heroine Ming. She won't let anything hurt her. Ming Kai then joked that Chung Shan only had one hand. How could she protect her? She was only teasing, but Chung Shan took it seriously. Ming Kai had to poke her cheek and say, All right, I'll be waiting for you. But when she grew up, Ming Kai was made into a mask by Ying Rui. A surge of pain and helplessness churned in her heart. Chung Shan returned to reality. This time, she wouldn't lose Ming Kai again. As she carried Ming Kai toward Shounen City, Old Master Zhua and the archer leader appeared behind them. The archer leader was about to attack, but Old Masters was stopped him. No need to waste the effort. The patriarch said, Chung Shan will come to her on her own. As they neared the city gates, Ming Kai had already woken up. Chung Shan, where are we going? Now that she was awake, Chung Shan felt her spirits lift. We're going into Shounen City to find your brother Kunzi. Maybe he really does know where the Dragon Retreat Forest is.
Ming Kai told him to put her down quickly. There were too many people in the city. Wasn't this too embarrassing? Seeing Chung Shan wouldn't let go, Ming Kai reverted to her lively self. Put me down already. Does a heroine like me need you to carry me? As soon as she asked about Ajin's whereabouts. Not for any other reason. She feared Chung Shan might have killed her. Chung Shan said he hadn't harmed her. She later went to find Kong Lin. Perhaps she had already retrieved the black umbrella. Ming Kai was curious how Chung Shan knew they had it. He said the 50,000 troops guarding the gates had vanished. If Kong Lin hadn't taken the umbrella, why would the troops retreat? But Ming Kai disagreed. Judging from the movement traces, it didn't look like a retreat. More like they had moved to another gate. Maybe the umbrella thief used some trick to divert the army's attention. If that's the case, then the conclusion would be, the black umbrella has likely already entered Shounen City. After saying this, they arrived in the city, but Chung Shan stayed silent. Because Ming Kai was right, the black umbrella had indeed entered the city. Chung Shan sensed its presence and led her to the Yufeng restaurant. Now she was very who dared to defy the world. And by the black umbrella? At that moment, Kuan-zi suddenly ran out of the restaurant and called out to Ming Kai and Chung Shan loudly, Brother, sister, then hugged them both. Kuan-zi then asked about Kong Lin and Ajin. Ming Kai didn't know how to answer, so she changed the subject. By the way, Kuan-zi, when did you enter the city? It was when I went to fetch water. That beggar grabbed me. I said I needed to say goodbye to you, but he stabbed me with a needle to stop me. Just as Kuan-zi finished, his elder brother walked out. Kuan-zi, I told you to greet our esteemed guests. How could you leave them waiting outside? Then he apologized to the two. My younger brother is still young and foolish. He must have troubled you on the way. The food and wine are ready. Brother Chung Shan, Miss Ming Kai, please come in. Kuan-zi was just about to say his brother got their names wrong, but his brother immediately hushed him. Coincidentally, today was his elder brother's birthday, and he had invited many guests. Among those seated inside were none other than the pessimist and that old Manhua. Chung Shan noticed the pessimist and immediately realized who the buyer was. He asked, You bought the black umbrella? Who exactly are you? Kuan-zi's brother smiled and said, Then allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Lu Fengzi, master of Qing Merchant Guild. Just as Lu Fengzi finished introducing himself, Hua suddenly shouted out, Lu Fengzi is rich. Lu Fengzi is evil. After capturing her, he threw her straight to Lu Fengkuan. Chung Shan never expected the buyer to be the master of the world's top merchant guild. But he was more curious how Lu Fengzi knew about him and Ming Kai. Lu Fengzi confidently replied that in this world, there was nothing he didn't know. For example, the Ministry of War had formed a secret unit for Brother Chung, sparing no cost. It was called Insi. Its leaders were a sturdy man and a delicate young man, extremely difficult to deal with. If you encounter them, Brother Chung, you'd better be very careful. Ming Kai couldn't stand his sarcastic tone. You already knew we encountered them. Why mock us now? Lu Fengzi quickly raised his cup to apologize. After all, with all the schemes and traps, he was the one who benefited in the end. But Cheng Shan had no time for drinks. He demanded to know why Lu Fengzi went to such lengths to buy the Black Umbrella. What are you really after? The Black Umbrella, hailed as was bought by the leader of the world's top merchant guild, and it turns out, just to make money. Cheng Shan had only heard of it being used to, never as a tool for profit. Lu Fengzi didn't explain further, just said in time, he'd understand. But regardless of whether Lu Fengzi wanted to make money or something else, Cheng Shan was determined to take the Black Umbrella today. Lu Fengzi calmly set down his wine cup and said, I bought the Black Umbrella with real gold and silver. Don't you think you're being a bit unreasonable, Brother Cheng? If I open the Black Umbrella now, I fear no one here would survive. I ask that you not get in the way, Merchant Lord. Lu Fengzi chuckled lightly. How troublesome. As he spoke, the guests all glared at Cheng Shan with murderous intent. It seemed even Lu Fengzi's birthday was part of his plan. He must have long predicted Cheng Shan's response. Lu Fengzi gave a slight bow. I completely understand your feelings, Brother Cheng. But outside are the Northern Army, and inside, my many retainers. Even if you kill everyone here, where will you go with the Black Umbrella? The truth was Cheng Shan just didn't want it to fall into the wrong hands. Lu Fengzi explained that he wasn't good or evil, just a merchant. He only believed in mutual profit. Then he leaned in and whispered to Cheng Shan, I heard from my brother you two are searching for the dragon-shedding essence. It's quite a sensitive thing. Why don't we talk somewhere more private? Cheng Shan followed Lu Fengzi to his private garden. Lu Fengzi began telling the story of the dragon-shedding essence. Some say it shed scales from a heavenly dragon. Others say it's a rare herb imbued with dragon energy. In any case, it's a miracle of nature, with the power to alter life and death. It's said there are 3 rumored locations for it. One is Hidden Dragon Island, an isolated isle beyond the northern coast. Another is the ruins of Wangcheng in the southern region of Dahong. The third lies deep under the eastern sea, Muing Swamp. But Muing Swamp is no place for mortals. He advised Cheng Shan to forget it. As for the northern coast, it requires sturdy ships to reach. He'd send someone there himself. That left only the Wangcheng ruins, which Cheng Shan and Miss Ming could investigate personally. I know you can't let go of the Black Umbrella, so how about this? Next year, on the 1st of May, let's meet at Fengwu Pavilion in Lu City. If neither of us has found the dragon-shedding essence by then, I'll return the Black Umbrella to you. Of course, such a loss-making deal. Cheng Shan knew Lu Fengzi must have. And indeed, Lu Fengzi said he had a small request, which he would make at their next meeting. He hoped Cheng Shan wouldn't refuse. Then Lu Fengzi and Kunzi escorted Cheng Shan out of the city and gave him a map and some travel funds. Innocent Kunzi held up a large sack and told Ming Kai, Sis, eat the best on the road, sleep the best, and even buy a few horses. Ming Kai nearly lost balance taking it. Wow. It turned out to be a giant bag of rations. Though Ming Kai appreciated Kunzi's gesture, she still couldn't help but say, Kunzi, couldn't you give me a silver note instead? Kunzi awkwardly replied he forgot. Even Huahua called him an idiot. As they parted, Kunzi was reluctant to say goodbye and kept reminding Ming Kai to stay safe, calling her sister nonstop, even making his real brother Lu Fengzi a little jealous. The Black Umbrella incident had finally ended, and Cheng Shan and Ming Kai began their journey to Wangcheng. As he watched them leave, Lu Fengzi murmured to himself, everything is going according to plan, except for that unexpected birthday scare. Even he feared Cheng Shan might activate the Black Umbrella on the spot. Lu Fengzi told Kunzi it was time for them to go too. Kunzi asked where to. Lu Fengzi replied, Lingyun City. Kunzi kept chattering like a curious child, until Lu Fengzi finally said, quiet. The scene shifted to Old Kong and Ajin, galloping on horseback. Luckily, Ajin had heeded Cheng Shan's advice. Otherwise even 10 old Kangs wouldn't have matched that coffin man. Though they saved Lao Kong, the Black Umbrella wasn't recovered, and Cheng Shan escaped as well. Lao Kong wasn't worried about Cheng Shan, saying someone was already tailing him. Their next mission, surprisingly, was also in Lingyun City. Cheng Shan seemed to sense something. Glancing toward the direction Lao Kong had headed, Ling Zhe asked what was wrong. He didn't answer. Ling Zhe pouted. You're always so terse. So annoying. Cheng Shan just smiled. Let's go. Let's head to Wangcheng to look for the shedding dragon scale. Ling Zhe couldn't be bothered to ask more. That guy was always like this anyway. Cheng Shan looked at her tenderly and echoed her own words back. After all my holy and demonic truths are for you alone. 2 months later, as they passed through a small town, they heard a vendor talking about the Black Umbrella case. It was said that in Shounen City, the Northern Army had a major battle with the Umbrella Thieves and finally reclaimed the Black Umbrella. But before the court could breathe easy, a strange event occurred. A wave of high-quality, indistinguishable fake black umbrellas flooded the martial world. Everyone holding one claimed theirs was the real deal. These umbrellas sparked fierce battles everywhere. With black market prices inflated, the value skyrocketed, at one point reaching 9 million taels per umbrella. Eventually, even the court began to doubt, was the one they reclaimed really the genuine article? To avoid future troubles, the court spent a fortune, buying up every black umbrella on the market, including the one reclaimed by the Northern Army. A total of 3,000 umbrellas, real and fake alike, were locked away in the royal vault. The crowd didn't seem to know what came next, and the vendor, not knowing more, simply said that was the end of the story. Thus, the biggest case of the year, the black umbrella incident, was over. Of course, the vendor used all these gimmicks just to sell his umbrellas, claiming he carried the top 10 hot designs, stylish enough to carry anywhere, and with Jean Boss hyping it up. People began buying like mad. Of course, everything was orchestrated by Lu Fengzi behind the scenes. Ming Kai finally realized the reason that man named Lu chose Shounen City was to use its famed forging district to mass-produce counterfeits. 3,000 umbrellas, 3,000 gold mountains. Truly, as the saying goes, even the strongest can fall to greed. In this blur of true and false, real and fake, the court would never know that the real black umbrella was still in Lu Fengzi's hands, while Chung Shan was studying the map. The girl joined the frenzy and bought one too. After all, the black umbrella had become a fashion icon. Carrying one made you look classy and elite. No wonder it's been 2 months, and Chung Shan still turns out he has no sense of direction. By now, he no longer trusted the map. He had to ask for directions. Just then, a man with a wine gourd walked toward him. Before Chung Shan could speak, the man glanced at him, then turned and darted into an alley. Chung Shan gave chase. The man pulled 2 iron needles from his sleeve and struck Chung Shan in the chest with them, then laughed and said, "Little assassin, you messed with the wrong guy." Then struck a dramatic pose and let go, saying he couldn't fight, but he was more dangerous than anyone. Chung Shan tried to say something, but was cut off. "I know, you were going to say you'd never tell me. Who sent me to kill you? Don't worry. I don't care who your master is anyway." Saying this, he turned to leave. Chung Shan pulled out an iron needle, saying, "You've misunderstood. I'm not an assassin." The man froze, then looked incredulous. "An iron needle pierced your heart and lungs. How are you still alive?" By now, the man's drunkenness had fully cleared. "It's you. Brother, do you know me? Actually, you seem familiar to me too. Have we met somewhere before?" The man wiped his mouth. "Don't know you. Never met." As he started to walk away, Chung Shan called him back. The man turned, pointing at Chung. "You just think I look familiar, and you chase me like your life depends on it." Chung Shan, embarrassed, said, "You ran first. So I chased." The man retorted, "If you didn't chase, why would I run?" To ask for directions, Chung Shan softened. "My apologies for being rash. I'm Shanzi. May I ask your name, brother?" "I'm Ing Ming. Just a penniless street rat." "You've got the wrong guy. Then I'm truly sorry. I suppose brother Ing Ming wouldn't know the old Wanqing ruins either. I won't bother you further." At the mention of Wanqing ruins, a glint flashed in Ing Ming's eyes. Crouching, he said, "I've only heard the Wanqing ruins are near Wanqing. I'm heading there to visit an old friend. You could probably ask around there for the ruins." Chung Shan was thrilled. "You're going to Wanqing too? Perfect." Ing Ming pointed at Chung Shan's feet. "What's perfect? I didn't say I'd take you. Move your foot. You're stepping on my iron needle." Chung Shan lifted his foot. Ing Ming picked up the needle, blew off the dust, and sighed. "Pitiful. I come from a poor family. Even my hidden weapons need to be reused sparingly." Curious, Chung Shan asked what he did for a living, and why he carried hidden weapons. Ing Ming said he'd spent years in brothels and battlefields, blown up riverbanks, burned mountains, been a beggar, and served years in prison. He'd made plenty of enemies, so he carried iron needles for self-defense. Chung Shan marveled at his colorful life. Ing Ming countered that it paled compared to Chung Shan's apparent immortality. "But I've seen plenty of strange people and things in this world." He moved to leave again. Chung Shan, persistent, asked, "Can I travel with you? Please guide me toward the Wanqing ruins." Ing Ming paused and asked, "Why are you going there?" Chung Shan said, "To save someone." Ing Ming asked, "Who?" "A girl." That girl, holding an umbrella, was chasing someone running toward them. Seeing Ming Kai dart into an alley, Chung Shan shouted not to run so fast, but Ming Kai ignored him. She leaped forward, kicking the pursued man in the back. A stack of banknotes scattered from the thief. The thief had stolen Ming Kai's money. Chung Shan and Ing Ming stood dumbfounded. Ing Ming whispered, "That girl looks plenty healthy. Does she really need saving?" The thief was being mercilessly beaten by Ming Kai, his pleas falling on deaf ears. As Ming Kai retrieved her banknotes and approached, Chung Shan grabbed Ing Ming's arm, pleading again, "Brother Ing, please take us to Wanqing. Name your terms, and I'll agree." Ming Kai reached them, immediately recognizing Ing Ming. "Aren't you that guy? The one from outside Shounen City?" Before Ming Kai could finish, Ing Ming said he decided his terms. After meeting Ing Ming's conditions, Ming Kai couldn't hold back. We got you fine fabric for new clothes, dined at the priciest restaurant, and now you want 100 taels as a fee? Are you robbing us? Ing Ming, holding a drumstick, looking revitalized, felt it wasn't enough. He also needed a good horse. Ming Kai, about to snap, was stopped by Ching Shan. Kai Yun. Money is just material. Ing Ming chimed in. Miss Kai Yun, I'm not overcharging. Without my guidance, you'd never get into Wanqing, even if you reached its edge. Ming Kai asked what he meant. Ing Ming explained. New Wanqing was built nearly a century ago. The craftsmen used some unknown method. Within 10 zhang of the city gates, people can't move forward. If you force it, you'll either be crushed or your meridians will snap. To enter Wanqing, you must take Tianren Alley behind the city. Legend says a general, Deqi Yuan, Jian Tian Yuan, etched Tianren's face in his heart, and carved a massive Tianren Alley on Wanqing's west wall. The giant face gazes west, one eye alone spanning 10 zhang. Its right eye is hollowed out, fitted with a ladder. That's Wanqing's only entrance. The mountain path to Tianren Alley is treacherous and winding. Besides the Qingshan caravan, few outsiders know it. I learned of it by chance. Otherwise, you two searching blindly might take 3 to 5 years to find it. As they rode on, someone was already tailing them. At one spot, Ing Ming was digging in the ground. Qingshan glanced back, clearly aware they were being followed. Ming Kai said, Young Master Yin, you've been digging for half an hour. What are you looking for? Ing Ming couldn't recall exactly where he buried it. It's around here somewhere. Suddenly, he hit a raised mound. Found it. It was just a small shovel. But Ing Ming treated it like a treasure, rubbing it against his face. Ming Kai couldn't help but mock. Ing Ming called it his divine weapon, with great purpose. Ming Kai, curious, asked, Is it more than an ordinary shovel? Ing Ming teased. You'll see when the time comes. Cheng Shan urged Ing Ming to hurry. Ing Ming replied. Looks like you noticed too, Shanzi. He slipped an iron needle from his sleeve, turned, and flicked it. The needle shot toward a direction. The pursuer likely blocked the needle, then vanished without a trace. Ming Kai and Cheng Shan couldn't tell who it was. Ing Ming guessed if they hadn't drawn the pursuer, it was likely after him, or perhaps it was about Wanqing. Either way, fleeing was the best move. They galloped off. Riding hard for 3 hours, they stopped at a roadside stall. Ing Ming needed a break and a sip of water. Ming Kai's frail body was also struggling. As Cheng Shan and Ming Kai sat, the waiter, carrying a teapot, asked what their companion was doing. Ing Ming was digging nearby with his shovel, boasting as he worked. A shovel makes it so quick. How clever was I to prepare such a divine weapon? Ming Kai and Cheng Shan rolled their eyes. So it's just an ordinary shovel. That's its great purpose? When Ing Ming finished and joined them, Cheng Shan asked, Brother Ing Ming, how many places have you buried stuff? Ing Ming, holding a freshly dug up sachet. He grinned smugly. Not 100 flaws, but maybe 70 or 80. Seeing it was a sachet, Ming Kai leaned closer. A sachet hidden like buried treasure. Must be special, right? Can I smell it? Ing Ming handed it over readily. Ming Kai took it and covered her nose. It clearly wasn't the fragrance she expected. Ing Ming knew what was inside. Teasing Ming Kai on purpose. Well, Kaiyan girl, smell nice? Cheng Shan caught the sachet's scent, taking it from Ming Kai and recognizing its contents. As he started to speak, Ing Ming cut him off. Know it, keep it quiet. Ears are near. Those eavesdropping ears belong to two from the world's top sword faction, great swordsmen. To avoid trouble. Ing Ming stopped Cheng Shan from revealing it. Cheng Shan suddenly said, They're also going to Wanqing. Ing Ming was stunned. How'd you know? Ming Kai explained with a smile. Shan's ears are sharper than most. Of course he heard. Ing Ming hadn't realized Cheng Shan was that skilled, so he asked what they were whispering about. Cheng Shan listened and relayed. They're talking about Jazing Shanren, a famed fire weapon genius. They say his fire weapon craft declining, even selling fakes to get by. At those words, Ing Ming's face darkened. With a crash, he smashed his teacup and stormed over, shouting, What did you two say? Ming Kai and Cheng Shan were. Ing Ming started arguing with them. The younger disciple snapped. Who are you? What's our talk to you? Ing Ming sneered. Gentlemen, don't slander behind backs. Does your Han sect only teach swordplay, not virtue? The older disciple joined in. You dare call our Han sect immoral? The argument escalated. Cheng Shan and Ming Kai tried to mediate. Ming Kai said, Ing Ming, now's not the time to fight. We need to keep moving. But the younger disciple insulted Ming Kai too. Where'd you come from? Men are talking. What's an ignorant woman butting in for? At that, even Ing Ming fell silent, watching Ming Kai, ready to explode, with Cheng Shan. The waiter chimed in. Guests, please calm down. Ming Kai ignited. Ignorant woman? You dare call this heroine an ignorant woman? She grabbed a woven black umbrella from behind, holding it across her chest with a fierce shout. You looking for a fight, kid? Your Han sect's pretty arrogant. The younger disciple didn't back down. What's that? I, Han Jiaoma, fear you. Now it was chaos. Ing Ming was bad enough. But with Ming Kai joining, The situation spiraled out of control. Shouts filled the air. Once heroine Ming's temper flared, even Chung Shan couldn't stop her. The waiter gave up mediating, watching the drama unfold, figuring they'd pay for any damage. Chung Shan still tried, but she wouldn't listen. Ing Ming fanned the flames. Don't be scared, little girl. We'll take her together. The older disciple, seeing things escalate, tried to calm it. Leader, let's avoid unnecessary trouble. Who would have thought this guy was actually the sect leader? Since he's the sect leader, he has to save face after being insulted. Seeing Han Jiangman about to draw his sword, Ing Ming kept provoking him. At this moment, Chung Shan leaned toward Ming Kai's ear. Listen, the tail following us could catch up at any time. If we get tangled with Han's sect now, who knows how long we'll be delayed. Ming Kai knew how to prioritize. She slammed the table and huffed. This lady will let you go. Before she could finish, the table shattered into pieces. Tea spilled all over Han Jiangman. Now things got interesting. Soaked, Han Jiangman exploded with rage. Chung Shan and Ing Ming were dumbfounded. Ming Kai stared at her own palm blankly, wondering why her strength had suddenly surged. Han Jiangman, you insolent woman who doesn't know her place. Today I'll teach you a lesson. With that, he drew his sword and charged at Ming Kai. Ming Kai could no longer hold back. She ignored Chung Shan and rushed to meet the blow. The two clashed in an instant. Ing Ming and the older disciple also started fighting. The scene turned chaotic. Shouting and cursing filled the air. Chung Shan stood in the middle, unsure whether to intervene. He could only sigh helplessly. Just as Ming Kai and Han Jiangman exchanged blows again, Han Jiangman's foot gave out. His body suddenly weakened. Even Ing Ming and the older disciple collapsed in cold sweat, clutching their chests and falling to the ground. Only Ming Kai was completely unharmed. It turned out Chung Shan had made a move. Everyone, take a step back. As soon as he spoke, Han Jiangman realized he had encountered a true master. Without another word, he mounted his horse and left. Ing Ming then asked Chung Shan what technique he used. He had felt like he was in an icy pit, as if countless icicles had pierced deep into his joints. Chung Shan didn't explain much, only that it was a way to help everyone cool off. Seeing Chung Shan didn't want to elaborate, Ing Ming changed the topic to the shop they'd wrecked. The shop was now completely destroyed. The waiter had fled in fear. At least they wouldn't have to pay for tea. Actually, once Ming Kai recovered fully, it would be time for him to return to the lamp cavern. Just earlier, they had trashed the shop's tea shelf. Night was beginning to fall. They found a nearby inn to rest in. Ming Kai lay on the bed, still buzzing with excitement from earlier. She'd thought Chung Shan lied about her martial arts recovery, but it turned out to be true. Chung Shan smiled from the floor and said nothing. The girl clenched her fists, feeling power return, thinking once she regained all her strength, she'd be that fearless Miss Ming once more, able to protect Chung Shan like she used to. Chung Shan tucked her in and reminded her not to act recklessly until her powers returned. Don't overestimate yourself when outmatched. She pouted in protest. This heroine could have totally taken her. Chung Shan dropped the subject and told her to sleep early. She happily closed her eyes. After she drifted off, Chung Shan went downstairs to get some air. He found Ing Ming still awake. Ing Ming noticed her troubled expression and guessed she was worrying over Ming Kai's illness. So he asked what the illness really was. Maybe it had been bottled up too long. Chung Shan slowly began to share. She had once died. Though I did everything to bring her back, her body was left with lasting damage. The longer the time passes, the healthier she seems. Until the day she reaches her peak again, she'll walk straight into the lamp cavern. It seems like a renewal of life, but it's actually a flash before final death. After hearing all this, Ing Ming couldn't help but sigh. Coming back from the dead is beyond the imagination of us mere mortals. Ing Ming asked who could be so cruel as to harm a young girl like that. Chung Shan said her story was closely tied to the late Emperor Ing Rui, both his life and his death, and also to his very existence. Hearing that it involved the Ing family again, Ing Ming's expression immediately darkened. Seeing this, Chung Shan asked, what is it? Do you have a grudge against the Ing family too? Ing Ming gritted his teeth and said 4 words. I hate the Ings. Chung Shan casually replied. Seems like you have secrets too. Ing Ming took a deep swig from his wine jug. Chung Shan touched the incense pouch on the table. It was filled with gunpowder. Could it be that Ing Ming is the so-called genius of explosives? Zhixing hermit from the Han sect? Ing Ming smiled and asked back, and you? That one-armed youth with strange techniques. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Luo Laolu, right? Chung Shan was stunned, thinking the guy had truly seen through him. Ing Ming laughed heartily. Luo Laolu, I'll take you to Wanqing. You pay me silver. As for the rest, we both know what's what. Chung Shan could only play dumb and reply, well said. But Chung Shan was still curious. Why did he bring out a pouch of explosives? Ing Ming grinned. To catch someone off guard, of course. Besides that, I've got plenty of other good stuff. Let me show you. He pulled out 2 sewing needles. They were improved. Upon impact, blades would spring out, making it impossible to remove and escape. While Chung Shan wasn't paying attention, Ing Ming aimed to test it on him. Chung Shan had no time to react. He was about to be hit, but Ing Ming suddenly changed direction and shot it at the rooftop. Chung Shan was alarmed. Someone that stealthy? Even he hadn't noticed them. Ing Ming shouted at him to go. The intruder had been hooked by the needle. Chung Shan looked up. and saw a woman on the roof. He leapt up, about to catch her. But then a blue thread burst from her body, cutting the needle cleanly. Chung Shan recognized it. It was Yu Huang thread. Was she from the secret shadow too? As he froze for a moment, the woman vanished with a few flickers. Chung Shan picked up a strand of thread dropped by the woman. Then he jumped back down. Yingming asked what he was holding. He held it out to Yingming. Yingming immediately recognized it as Yu Huang thread. No wonder it could sever the spider silk on his needle. Chung Shan hadn't expected Yingming to know about Yu Huang too. He was just about to ask more about it when the window on the second Ming Kai poked her head out and shouted at them. You two men arguing at midnight. How is anyone supposed to sleep? The two immediately froze and went silent. The woman likely wouldn't dare return either, so they didn't keep watch in the courtyard before heading back to sleep. Chung Shan asked Yingming to keep Ming Kai's condition a secret. Yingming gave him a reassuring look, but after they returned to their rooms, someone else, hidden in the trees, had witnessed everything. He murmured to himself, looks like the secret shadow skills aren't all that impressive after all. The next morning, they rode to a mountain range. Yingming told them this was the Ring of Green, 19 peaks, and Wangcheng lay nestled among them. Chung Shan gazed inward, and faintly saw the outline of the heavenly plain. From here on, they could only proceed on foot. Yingming warned them that the mountain was filled with miasma. The higher they went, the thicker it got. They needed to be extra careful. Yingming carved route markers along the way as they walked. Ming Kai found it strange, seeing how familiar he was with the path. He must have been here many times. She didn't understand why he was still marking the route. Yingming smiled and replied, better safe than sorry. Besides, this is actually my first time here. Ming Kai didn't believe him. Yingming insisted it was true. Many years ago, he had a little maid named Lu Yingche. She loved storytelling and had broad knowledge. Everything Yingming knew came from her. Ming Kai tugged on Qingshan's sleeve to gossip. Xiao Shan. He even remembers the maid's name so clearly. Don't you think he must have liked her? Qingshan didn't respond, his eyes turning cold as he looked back. Yingming knew what he was looking at, put an arm around his shoulder and grinned. Don't worry, old Six Luo. These past days I've zigzagged around, and already shook off those annoying tales. But Qingshan was still uneasy. Ming Kai had just asked who old Six Luo was, when Yingming interrupted. If I were them, I'd be lying in wait at Tianyuan Alley right now. Qingshan countered. What if they really did set up an ambush at Tianyuan? Do we have a countermeasure? Yingming dramatically replied. No way. Do you think they're as clever as I am? Then they continued heading up the mountain. Ming Kai kept coughing along the way. Qingshan asked with concern if she was okay. Ming Kai covered her nose and mouth with a cloth and said she was fine. Then Yingming called out. We're here. In front of them lay a messy graveyard. Yingming walked up to a gravestone. He pushed hard against the broken tombstone. A noise came from behind. An entrance appeared in the mountain wall. It turned out to be a hidden passage. They went inside. Yingming told them this was a secret passage left from the previous dynasty. The Qingshang folks later renovated it. That's why it looks like this now. The bronze gate ahead required a key from the Qingshang Guild's leader to open. There were only 7 keys in total. Luckily, someone had gifted Yingming one, and that key was hidden inside his shovel. No wonder he dug that shovel up earlier. He thought he'd get praised for it. But Ming Kai just laughed. I always thought something was wrong with your brain, buying a shovel and burying it underground. So you're not dumb after all. Yingming looked flustered. So this is how I look in Mist Sayun's eyes. The bronze door opened. Yingming said the rest was by water. Ming Kai asked if they could just follow the river to reach Tianren Alley directly. Yingming finally told the truth. Not going to Tianren Alley. That path charges tolls by Qingshan and is guarded by imperial troops. I don't want to deal with any of them. Tianren Alley was just a ruse for the tales. Imagine them lying in wait for nothing. Isn't that hilarious? Qingshan gave him a thumbs up. This guy really isn't dumb. Yingming was still busy pulling the boat. The other two didn't come help. He called out impatiently. Why are you just standing there? Come give me a hand. Qingshan and Ming Kai finally ran over to help him push the boat into the river. Once on the boat, Qingshan asked Yingming where the water route led. Yingming proudly replied. Silent and untraceable, straight into the depths of Wangqing. So, Miss Kaiyun, wasn't that 100 taels well spent? How about giving it to me now? Ming Kai refused to give him anything. Ming Kai flatly refused to give it to him. He said if they had taken one more step to Wangqing, he wouldn't have given it. Yingming was at the back paddling with a pole, slipping around, exhausted to the bone. Yet he still reminded them that the underground river was freezing. Just bear with it a little longer, we'll reach Wangqing soon. But that lovey-dovey couple was already showing off their affection. At that moment, Ming Kai noticed bubbles suddenly rising in the river, and there was also a kind of pretty white grass, floating and tumbling in it. Even Qingshan was seeing this kind of pure white leaf for the first time. Ming Kai couldn't help her curiosity, and used her umbrella to try scooping up the white grass. Seeing this, Yingming shouted, "That's Silver Valley grass. Don't touch it." But the grass crawled up along the umbrella. This grass could actually move. Qingshan quickly snatched the umbrella and flung it hard. Only then did the moving grass fall off. So then, what exactly is this Silver Valley grass? Silver Valley grass is a rare and dangerous creature. Once it wraps around a person, the others of its kind are drawn to the blood, devouring flesh and diluting the body until it looks like you're covered in white bones. Hence the name Silver Valley grass. Just as Ingming finished explaining, the surrounding river water began to churn violently. Looks like trouble had arrived. Changshan asked Ingming whether this grass would attack on its own. Ingming wasn't sure. Ming Kai suddenly shouted, "Well, will it or not?" Before Ingming could answer, the Silver Valley grass all leapt from the river surface and attacked like a swarm of insects. Changshan opened the umbrella to defend. Ingming immediately stopped him. He had extinguished the torch earlier, because phosphorus dust on the stone walls would explode on contact with flame. He told Changshan to use the technique from the tea house, but that technique didn't work from a distance. Back then, Changshan had spread bone powder from his bone weaver, allowing him to control the area. But the wind here was too strong. The bone powder would scatter. Even more importantly, that technique only worked on humans. Ingming grew frustrated, his arms already entangled with Silver Valley grass. He clenched his teeth and stabbed his palm with a needle. As blood flowed out, the Silver Valley grass actually fell away. Ingming said, if he died of Changshan must bury him in a good place. Changshan looked at his bleeding hand and replied, perfect. Ingming was only joking, but Changshan actually took it seriously. Changshan hurriedly clarified it was a misunderstanding, because since the grass liked blood, he had an idea. Changshan cut his own hand and let his general's blood drip into the river. He could control his blood. So long as enough grass was tainted with it, he could use them like puppets. Before long, the grass that had absorbed his general's blood sank to the bottom of the river under Changshan's control and stopped moving. Ming Kai then complained that Ingming's route was worse than the Tianren path, but Ingming said he was innocent. This underground river wasn't supposed to have Silver Valley grass. He didn't know what went wrong. Ingming raised his pierced palm again and asked Changshan to help stop the bleeding. Just as Changshan finished patching him up, a hissing sound came from ahead. The source was a paper moth cocoon hanging upside down from the cave ceiling. Ingming's face changed instantly. Oh no, it's awake, Changshan asked. What is that thing? What happens when it wakes up? Turns out the creature was called a Ji silkworm. When awake, it turns flesh-colored. An awakened Ji silkworm hates anything entering its territory. Get within 6 zhang, and it will attack. And their little boat was already within 6 zhang of the awake silkworm. Ming Kai stared at the disgusting creature and nearly threw up. The Ji silkworm let out a shriek. It spat out a green thread at them. And it was quite powerful. It pierced straight through their little boat. Ingming immediately explained. The Jitsan attacks by spitting thread. The silk I used earlier to snag the followers was made from Jitsan thread. This silk comes from a kind of insect. It burrows under human skin and travels along the meridians. It's extremely hard to deal with. Just as Ingming finished speaking, 2 threads shot toward him. He seemed so shocked he forgot to dodge. Thankfully, Mingkai kicked him aside just in time. He avoided the threads. Though he fell into the river, at least his life was spared. Just as he started thanking Lady Ming for saving him, Mingkai told him to cut the nonsense and hurry up and explain how to deal with that thing. Ingming quickly replied, the Jitsan's body is tough as iron. Only the top is vulnerable, but we can't even get close to the top. Hearing this, Mingkai grew even angrier. So why exactly did we avoid Tianren Alley again? Ingming immediately pleaded, please, Lady Hero, calm down. Let me think. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. Right, the fan. I have a plan. We throw out the right ear to entangle its 3 threads, then close in on its head. Changshan also thought the plan was feasible. He patted Ingming's shoulder and said, don't worry. Once we deal with the Jitsan, I'll make sure you're healed. Ingming felt like he'd dug his own grave. It seemed like he would have to be the right ear himself. After all, Mingkai was a girl, and Changshan needed to stay alert to deal with the Jitsan. Facing this reality, Ingming asked if Changshan knew that technique. The one where a body double sprouts from the palm. That way they could use the double as the right ear. Changshan replied with just 3 words. I don't. Ingming broke into a cold sweat. Still, he shamelessly tried to twist it around. No. Didn't you say you could heal anyone? Changshan could tell he didn't want to go, and didn't force him. Looking at the Jitsan ahead, he said, maybe it's safer if I do it myself. Then he picked up a broken piece of wood and threw it at the Jitsan. By the time Mingkai realized what was happening, it was too late. The struck Jitsan instantly shot out 2 threads. One pierced through Changshan. Mingkai panicked and rushed to help. Changshan shouted, don't come over. She hasn't spat out the 3rd thread yet. Just as he said that, the final thread pierced through his right hand. Changshan gripped the 3 threads tightly to prevent it from escaping. Only then did Ingming rush over and take the threads from his hands. At that moment, Changshan's eyes were lifeless. Even when Mingkai called out to her, there was no response, until she let out a breath and said, looks like I have to rely on Lady Ming to protect me again. Then she lost consciousness. The threads could no longer be pulled back. The Jitsan kept making sharp screeching sounds. Ingming urged Mingkai to act quickly, or all the other Jitsan would wake up from the noise. Minkai leapt up with her umbrella in hand. She tapped her toes on the silk and gained momentum midair, slashing at the Jitsan once she reached it. The Jitsan exploded on impact. Clearly, Minkai was furious. With the Jitsan dead, the silk threads snapped instantly. Minkai landed back onto the small boat, but Qingshan was still unconscious. Just when Yingming thought they were safe, the boat, already pierced by the silk earlier, was now starting to sink. Yingming brushed it off as they were close to the exit anyway. He asked Minkai if she could swim. Minkai was so mad she wanted to slap him. What kind of question is that? How do you expect me to swim with this umbrella? Suddenly, Yingming looked ahead in joy. They had reached the end of the river. From the ceiling of the cave ahead, a ladder extended downward. Above the cave. After Minkai climbed up, Yingming carried Qingshan up as well. Even though Qingshan's wounds had healed, he still hadn't woken up. It turned out the silk thread had struck his right hand. Minkai said his right hand was his vital point. Yingming was surprised. He has a vital point. He's old 6 luo, even if it's injured. He won't die, right? Minkai turned to him angrily. Xiaoshan won't die, but he still feels pain. She broke into tears out of heartache. Yingming apologized, saying it was his fault. But Minkai... After all, becoming the right ear was Qingshan's own. Yingming admitted he wasn't like Qingshan. He had survived the underworld by only learning self-preservation. Minkai sighed helplessly. Self-preservation is a good thing. If only Xiaoshan could learn it. Now that my powers have recovered to 70%, I fear I don't have much time left. If I'm gone, what will he do with that personality? So you already knew? He doesn't know I know. Please help me keep it from him. You want me to hide it from him, and he wants me to hide it from you. You too, honestly. Anyway, how long until we reach Wancheng? He really needs rest. He can't wait much longer. Yingming opened the window and pointed out. How much longer? Look, we've already arrived. Minkai walked over and looked. She was stunned by the sight before her. This was Wancheng, also known as the Heavenly City. It looked like a delicately carved jade sculpture rising from the ground. Lights twinkled outside. Mechanisms filled its interior. It stood alone, hidden in plain sight. Even though Minkai had imagined it before, she never expected Wancheng to be so lively. Yingming laughed and said, this place is filled with Qingshang merchants. There are also many rare folk and eccentric people. How could it not be lively? Minkai suddenly quipped. And you said this was your first time here. You look like you're right at home. Yingming immediately tried to cover it up. No. I only heard about it from my maid Lu Yingche. At that moment, the ladies of the brothel waved at Yingming. What a handsome young man. Come up for a drink. Come on. Yingming walked off wearing the look of a delighted old lecher, which made the ladies upstairs burst into laughter. Their laughter actually woke Qingshan up. Minkai beamed with joy. Xiaoshan, you're awake. Look, we've arrived at Wancheng. Yingming said he'd find them a good place to rest. Qingshan looked up and said, a proper rest sounds good. Is this the place? Yingming was leaning against a wall, flirting with a group of young women. Minkai quickly covered Qingshan's eyes. Don't look. Go back to sleep. We'll find an inn to rest. Yingming turned, saw them leaving, and caught up, asking Minkai if she was cashing the silver notes. Minkai tossed out a stack of notes, fuming. What are you using these notes for? Shameless. Are you worthy of Lu Yingche? At that moment, a figure with a silver chain blocked their path. Young master, you look familiar. Yingming grinned. Funny. All the girls here think I'm familiar. You must have the wrong guy. The woman drew 2 embroidery needles from her waist, eyeing Yingming playfully. Wrong. Isn't this yours? Minkai sensed a killing. Yingming said, lady, can't we talk nicely? His hand behind his back gripped embroidery needles. Tension was about to erupt. When sudden clanging sounds came from nowhere, the woman gritted her teeth, looking reluctant. Seems I was mistaken. I'll leave. We'll meet again. With that, she turned and left. Minkai asked curiously what the sound was. Yingming said it sounded like Tong Bo's signal. The woman soon reached an alley, bowing in apology to a man. He snorted coldly. You nearly ruined everything, treating Tong Bo like a joke. How can I trust you? He turned to another figure. Sorry, senior. This matter's done. I'll take my leave. The masked man behind him spoke, then left. After he was gone, the woman spoke again. I don't understand. The Chung family's injured. Isn't this the perfect time to strike? The man scoffed. Perfect time. Good thing you pulled back. Or we'd be in big trouble. I got word. Someone's taken your blacklist hit. They're coming to kill you. The woman smirked, unconcerned. Plenty want me dead. When have I ever been scared? The man shook his head. He says killing a mere in-sea like you is just a side task. He's in Wancheng for something bigger. The woman growled. What arrogance. Who's this reckless fool? The world's second-ranked assassin, Yuan Zitong. Yuan Zitong was already watching from a rooftop, hence the man's clanging signal. Summoning the woman back, Yuan Zitong shouted to Chung Shan's group. Hey, it's you guys. Finally here. I was getting impatient. Minkai looked up. Isn't that the tea house waiter? Yuan Zitong let out a mocking laugh. How'd you end up so ragged? I've been waiting ages. He leapt down to them, reaching for Chung Shan. But Minkai slapped his hand away. Who are you? Why are you following us? Impressed by her spirit, Yuan Zitong was about to tease her when Ming spoke up. I knew that tea house waiter looked familiar. It's you, kid. Grabbing his neck, he continued. You're just in time. That dark river was nothing like what your master said. Far worse than dangerous. It was like a living hell. But Yuan Zitong said his journey was calm and uneventful. He said Ming was just unlucky. Lin Kai looked at the two, bewildered. You know each other? Ming didn't know how to explain. Then he was surrounded by pretty ladies and followed Yuan Zitong away. Before leaving, he told Lin Kai to meet him at Wangxian Tower in 2 hours. Lin Kai replied coldly, we're even now. No need to meet again. At the brothel, Ming started talking nonsense with a straight face. He scolded Yuan Zitong for indulging in such a place at a young age. Take care of your health, kid. Then he started drinking with the ladies. Yuan Zitong said calmly, you think I'm like you? I'm only here to gather information. And what did you learn? Yuan Zitong said, clear the room. The pretty ladies immediately walked out. Just as Ming was reluctant to see them leave, Yuan Zitong continued, I heard from the guests here. The court has tripled its troops in Wanqing. Your plans may have already been leaked. So what? I know you're crazy enough to do anything. Nothing scares you. That's why the boss told me to give you a message. Do not use the Chung family. Turns out Yuan Zitong was working for Lu Fengzi. Lu Fengzi specifically instructed him. Changshan is the trump card. He must not be sacrificed right away. So Yuan Zitong would keep an eye on Ming. But Ming didn't seem to care at all. Cut to Fei Yunin. Ming Kai told Changshan, Ming is definitely not simple. He acts carefree on the outside, but is actually calm and experienced. He reminds me of my sister. Changshan was about to speak, but she covered his face with a towel. Luckily, we're already in Wanqing. Once you're better, we'll find our own treatment in Wanqing. No need to rely on him. Changshan said he was fine, and he'd be ready by tomorrow. Before he finished, Ming Kai scolded him loudly. I said a few days of rest means a few days. Be good and listen to your lady hero. To heal me. You think your own health doesn't matter? As she spoke, Changshan didn't respond. She looked down. He was already asleep. He said he was fine, but he had been forcing himself the whole time. Suddenly, cries of surprise came from outside. The fire altar is lit. Look, the fire altar is burning. Ming Kai went to the corridor. She saw a huge crowd rushing toward the central tower. Atop the tower stood a woman. She was covered head to toe in bandages, holding a sharp sword in hand. As Ming Kai took a closer look and saw the blade, she gasped. Could it be her? Who exactly is this mysterious, bandage-wrapped woman? Outside Wangxian Tower, the crowd was massive. Voices of speculation echoed everywhere. Why is she out here? Did Lord Qin catch her? That woman looks terrifying. Are all people from the underground this freaky? Ming Kai wanted to see who this Lord Qin was, but she was too short. Even standing on tiptoe, she couldn't see. Suddenly, Ming appeared behind her, smiling awkwardly. Been waiting long. Sorry. I had a few too many and lost track of time. Ming Kai snapped at him. I wasn't waiting for you. You're like a clingy plaster. Can't shake you off. Ming asked. Then who are you waiting for? Those rubberneckers up ahead. The crowd Ming referred to was there to see the woman known as Lord Qin. Ming Kai said this woman wasn't watching the commotion because she was the commotion. Ming immediately got intrigued. She pushed through the crowd, wanting to get a better look. But before they could squeeze forward, the crowd suddenly fled backward. In just a moment, the two of them became front-row spectators. Lord Qin's sword was pressed against someone's neck. I respect your noble status. That's the only reason I'm wasting words on you. If you insist on barging into the city, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Ming Kai saw the woman opposite cover her mouth in surprise. She was wearing a strange iron helmet. She cupped her hands toward Lord Qin, begging to be given 2 hours to find someone. If she couldn't, she'd return underground immediately. Ming Kai looked at Ming. Who's that old man on the right? Ming asked in return. Who's that girl on the left? It seemed the girl was the one Ming Kai had been waiting for. Ming also recognized the old man. Ming said this man used medicine like a god. His formulas were divine. He was a renowned eccentric in the martial world, nicknamed Old Man Tun Yun. At that moment, Lord Qin withdrew her sword and said coldly, 1 hour. I'll have someone watching you, if you're not back underground after that. Execution. She turned and left as soon as she finished, not giving her any chance to negotiate. Just as Ming wondered what kind of person this old hermit had been searching for, Ming Kai started walking toward Lord Qin's direction. She passed by an umbrella vendor, snatched one umbrella, and rushed toward Lord Qin. Lord Qin smiled faintly. She had already expected the girl to chase her. She spun around and crossed swords with Ming Kai. Seeing the fierce duel between Ming Kai and Lord Qin, Ming, afraid of getting caught up, was ready to slip away, but the umbrella vendor grabbed her. He had already noticed she was with Ming Kai earlier. He immediately asked Ming to pay for the umbrella. Ming clutched her coin pouch and said she had no money, telling him to ask Ming Kai instead. Hearing this, the vendor let go and said, if she dares mess with Lord Qin, she's dead for sure. Am I supposed to ask her corpse for silver? Ming responded confidently. No way Xiao Kaiyun would lose. Impossible. But when she turned her head, Ming Kai looked like she was being overpowered. Lord Qin smiled at Ming Kai and said, you've gotten weaker, sister. Then she sheathed her sword and said, it's been nearly 10 years, huh? She flicked Ming Kai's nose and asked what she'd been up to all these years. Even your martial arts are getting rusty. Ming Kai replied with a smile. It's your skills that have truly reached a new level, Ashang. This sneaky little attacker admits defeat wholeheartedly. Seeing the two clearly knew each other, Yingming quickly came over to flatter. Lord Qin, I'm Yingming. Qin Shin asked Ming Kai if she knew this person. Ming Kai purposely said she didn't. Yingming shamelessly kept smiling. Come on, Kaiyun. I didn't mean to bother you and Lord Qin. I'm just curious what happened to the previous guardian. It turns out Qin Shun is the current guardian of Wanxing, and there is only one guardian in black in Wanxing. Only one. Qin Shun directly told her the previous guardian had died. Yingming looked heartbroken and full of pity. What a pity. He was still so young, handsome, and wrote beautifully. Qin Shun stroked her chin and said, You're talking about the one before that. I succeeded an old man. Upon hearing this, Yingming suddenly danced in excitement. It was old Master Lei Wan. I heard he died to a madman named Zhixing Hermit and his firearms. Qin Shin couldn't be bothered with this babbler anymore. She kept chatting with Ming Kai, but this wasn't the place to talk. She was about to take Ming, then saw Yingming trying to sneak off again. Qin Shin drew her sword and pointed at her. You're not leaving. You're coming with us. The three crossed a suspension bridge heading to Qin Shin's place. Along the way, Ming Kai mentioned Chengshan. Qin Shin told her not to worry. She would have someone guard him for the night. She opened the door. Ming Kai noticed how basic the place was. Qin Shin explained this was just one of her hideouts. She had dozens like it in Wanxing. Wherever trouble arose, she would live there. Then Qin Shun tossed a pair of handcuffs to Yingming, told her to put them on herself, so she wouldn't have to. Yingming looked at Ming Kai, asking her to plead on her behalf. Ming Kai replied, That's what you get for being mouthy. Yingming had no choice but to obediently put them on. Ming Kai noticed Qin Shin's condition seemed worse than before. Qin Shin quickly dusted the table to change the subject, but Ming Kai stopped her, wanting to examine her injuries. When Qin Shin showed her palm, it was covered in countless tiny wounds. No wonder her body was so heavily bandaged. But it wasn't from combat. It was an illness. Yingming then spoke up in defense of Qin Shun. Though her words were nice, Qin Shun found her too talkative, almost cuffed her mouth shut too. Actually, Qin Shin knew the state of her own illness, but the court promised to cure her if she served 7 years as bridge guardian. It had been 5 years now. Ming Kai grew curious. What exactly did a bridge guardian do? Qin Shin explained the bridges she guarded were not the visible ones, but the mysterious bridge to the underground city, a dark underground city, inhabited by people who couldn't live under sunlight. A bridge guardian's duty was to prevent them from coming above ground. Ming Kai asked who those people were. Qin Shin didn't really know either, only that the underground city was also called Wanxing, and it was full of people the Red Dynasty wanted to forget, like old man Tun Yun, for example. At that moment, Tun Yun had searched for an hour but still couldn't find the person he was looking for. He had no choice but to return to the underground city. That person, unsurprisingly, was Chengshan. As Tun Yun returned underground, a signal rose from the fire platform. Qin Shin found it amusing. These underground dwellers schemed to go up, while people above tried everything to go down. The reason people were obsessed with the underground city was because of the legendary dragon reversal elixir, which was exactly what Ming Kai and Chengshan were looking for. As for whether it really existed, Qin Shin didn't know either. She merely kept the key to the suspended ladder to the underground. Every year, many came searching. Stories about cures and the dragon reversal elixir. Some went down and never returned. Some tried to come back and were eliminated by her. Some just disappeared entirely. Qin Shin was curious how Ming Kai even knew about the elixir. Ming Kai was struggling to explain when Yingming interrupted. Though I know Lord Qin hates hearing me talk, some things I just can't hold back. First of all, Lord Qin, you lied to Kaiyun. The reason you became a bridge guardian wasn't just for treatment. The court lied to you. They're not kind enough to cure your illness. And third, of course Kaiyun knows about the dragon reversal elixir. Why else would she travel all this way to Wanxing? Right after saying that, Qin Shun grabbed her by the neck and dragged her out, and slapped her and chained her up tightly. Then shut the door. Finally, peace and quiet. Qin Shun didn't have to listen to that nonsense anymore. But Ming Kai said Yingming's third point wasn't nonsense, and she wouldn't hide it anymore. She admitted they came for the dragon reversal elixir. Ming Kai shut the window, then took off her outer robe. Her body had already begun to break apart. She couldn't even use soul-casting techniques, especially after Ah Jin's heavy strike to her abdomen. The massive wound couldn't heal at all. Even Chengshan was powerless. This body was beyond repair. Only Tue Longling can help. Qin Sheng draped a cloak over Ming Kai's body, holding the frail girl to comfort her. But surviving wasn't what Ming Kai wanted. She only wished to fulfill Chengshan's hopes. She wasn't afraid of death. She feared failing to find Tue Longling, leaving Chengshan to blame herself. She feared that after her death, Chengshan would never let go, spending a peaceful life trying to bring her back. Ming Kai felt unworthy of Chengshan wasting her life. Hearing Ming Kai's words, Qin Sheng couldn't help but marvel. You're barely holding on, yet you worry for others. Ming Kai snapped out of her sorrow, quickly releasing Qin Sheng. Mindful of her untouchable wounds, she promised to help Qin Sheng heal once Chengshan awoke. For Chengshan, Qin Sheng had dozens of elite guards, claiming it was safer than the emperor's chambers. Suddenly, an eagle's cry came from outside. The emperor's chambers aren't that safe. Qin Sheng drew her sword, ready to confront the voice. Ming Kai worried her little sister might accidentally kill her. Qin Sheng teased. Ming Kai hurriedly clarified her heart belonged to Chung-shan alone. Besides, this eagle cry knew Wang Cheng like the back of her hand, and had many connections, until her secrets were clear. There was no need to harm her. At that moment, the bell tower rang. Qin Sheng knew it was time for the night patrol. She had to step out. Ming Kai planned to return to Chung-shan. The locked-up eagle cry grinned cheekily. I want to join Shanzi too. Haven't seen her half a day, and I miss her. Lord Qin, let this humble one go with Kai Yun. Qin Sheng snorted. Until we know who you are, you're not going anywhere. Stay put. Sister, keep an eye on this woman till I return. With that, she dashed out. Ming Kai had to wait for her return to rejoin Chung-shan. Once Qin Sheng left, Eagle Cry resumed her slick talk. Ming Kai told her to drop the act. You've known mine and Chung-shan's identities all along, yet you pretend otherwise. Eagle Cry shifted to Qin Sheng. Black-robed Xiao Ren holds more power in Wangqing than the emperor. Plus, she guards the key to the underground city. Someone like her trusting you is a rare fortune. Even if Aixing isn't anyone special, she's my fortune, right? I almost forgot. You and I are different. You and Shanzi are good people, aren't you? Of course not. But I repay kindness. To thank you for stopping Lord Qin earlier. I'll give you 8 words. Wangqing above. No candlelight below. Seeing Ming Kai's confusion, Eagle Cry explained. These 8 words only matter when Lord Qin says them. Just the first 4 mean trouble's brewing, stay away. If she says the last 4, it's dire. You'd better flee Wangqing. This year might be the last peaceful one. The Great Peace Year passed long ago. Ming Kai couldn't grasp her words. To her, the Great Red Dynasty seemed prosperous and peaceful. Eagle Cry shook her head. That's only on the surface. If the Liu brothers hadn't stolen a heavenly thunder, if the Northern Coast's fleet wasn't preparing to sail, if the Chung family hadn't come to Wangqing, if the Mad Prince wasn't raising an army to rebel, if none of this had happened, then the world would truly be at peace. At this, Ming Kai realized Eagle Cry's identity was far from simple. Who are you really? Eagle Cry laughed. Just a beggar. Ming Kai doubted a beggar could know so much. Eagle Cry countered. Knowing too much is why I choose to be a beggar. As they spoke, Ming Kai glared at her with murderous intensity, leaving Eagle Cry flustered. Ming Kai said she'd promised Qin Sheng to watch her closely. She'd wait for Qin Sheng's patrol to return. Ming was already snoring loudly. Ming Kai was also about to fall asleep. Qin Sheng returned from her trip with bad news. She had gone out at night and saw that near Tianyuan Alley, the court had tripled the station troops. The number of Wuling spies probing Tuolongaling was increasing daily. Even someone from the Ministry of War had arrived in the city. Wangqing was anything but peaceful. Something big was about to happen. Qin Sheng said that if Ming Kai went to the underground city during this sensitive time, she would still let her pass. Ming Kai was grateful. Qin Sheng took her hand and said, between us, no need for thanks. That touching moment was ruined by Ming's laughter. He burst in laughing loudly. Dear sisters, Miss Qin Sheng couldn't even hear the commotion. As soon as he spoke, countless silken threads pierced through the room. Ming Kai and Qin Sheng were immediately bound by the threads. Qin Sheng tried to struggle, but Ming warned her not to use brute force. These threads are tougher than steel. The more you struggle, the tighter they get. Qin Sheng asked when she had been restrained. Ming smugly replied, even the 9 locks of the sky prison couldn't hold me, let alone these rusty chains. She boasted that while she didn't know martial arts, she was harder to deal with than anyone. Indeed, Qin Sheng was hard to subdue. No one could approach the black-clad commander easily. If Ming hadn't pretended to be weak and foolish earlier, she'd never have had a chance. Qin Sheng thought Ming was here to kill her, to replace the black-clad commander of Wangqing. Ming said she meant no harm. She just wanted one thing, and said politely, forgive me, Lord Qin, then reached out toward her. Ming began to search Qin Sheng's body, revealing just how shameless and vile she was. Ming Kai shouted angrily, let her go. I'll tear off your filthy hands. But Ming went even further, and said, Kaiyun, why do you think so lowly of me? I'm just looking for something. It's a very precious item. If I'm not mistaken, Lord Qin must keep it on her at all times. She then apologized repeatedly, before pulling a 6-inch jade ruler from Qin Sheng's body. This was the key to the underground city of Wancha. Ming Kai thought her goal was Tuolongaling too, but Ming said she just wanted to meet an old friend. So from the start, Ming had drawn Qin Sheng's attention, just to get close enough to steal the key. She did it because Qin Sheng would bring Kaiyun and Chung-shan down below, but never her. She had no choice but to do this. But Qin Sheng said even with the key, she didn't know where the hidden stair was. Ming replied that in this vast Wangqing, there was nothing she didn't know. That completely enraged Qin Sheng. When I catch you, I'll cut off both your hands and stab 100 holes in you with my snow sword. Liren truly believed Qin Sheng meant every word. Then I'd better take that snow sword too. Before Qinshin could finish saying "you dare," Yingming had already taken the snow sword. This sword was clearly very important to Qinshin. With a shout of rage, she instantly snapped the iron-strong silk threads, but Yingming was already far gone. Minkai blamed herself for letting her slip away. Qinshin told her not to blame herself. She would always trust her sister no matter what. Minkai asked what they should do next. She coldly replied, "She dared take my sword. I absolutely won't let her live." "Wangqing above," she shouted with all her internal power. The words, "Wangqing above," echoed throughout the city. Meanwhile, all the Mingyuan agents quickly gathered around Qinshin. Upon reaching her, one agent reported that Qingshan was missing. It turned out an hour ago, Qingshan had already woken up. He had told the Mingyuan agents they no longer needed to guard her. But Qinshin's order was that they couldn't leave until Minkai returned. Qingshan had heard Minkai mention that Qinshin was an old acquaintance, and Minkai always knew what she was doing. Thinking it through, Qingshan didn't trouble them further. He just awkwardly said the room was too crowded, and the odor too strong. The guards were flustered. Their leader quickly opened a window. "Apologies, young master. We'll get some air in for you." Qingshan walked to the window to enjoy the night view of Wangqing, only to spot a familiar figure below. It was none other than General Lin Mo of the Northern Army. Qingshan felt an uneasy chill in his heart. The black umbrella case was already closed, so why was Lin Mo appearing in Wangqing again? Qingshan wanted to use the night view as an excuse to go outside the inn, but the guards were still hesitant. Qingshan smiled and said, "I've recovered splendidly. If you don't believe me, let's arm wrestle." The guard was worried about hurting Qingshan, but clearly got drawn into a contest. Qingshan gently squeezed his wrist. With a loud crack, the guard's wrist snapped. Then he healed it with a smile and said, "Now, can you let me pass?" Qingshan left the room, only to find the others had vanished. While wondering where they went, voices from a nearby guest room made him pause. "What? You want to sacrifice the entire Wangqing? Lord Lin, this plan spans too far and involves too many. Besides, we're just from the secret division." Before he could finish, Lin Mo interrupted. "I'm here." Turns out Lin Mo was planning to sacrifice all of Wangqing, just for one prince and Qingshan. The secret division agent tried to object, but Lin Mo asked if he was trying to defy the emperor's will. Both agents bowed and said, "Your servant dares not." Then proceed. With those words, Lin Mo leapt out the window. Qingshan had already hidden on the roof. Seriously, why the window? Doesn't he know how to use doors? Qingshan almost thought he'd been spotted, but what he really wanted to know was what could justify sacrificing the entire city, just for a single prince and him. For now, he had to find Minkai before investigating further. Just as he was about to leave, he overheard two secret division agents speaking again. "Xiangrong, take your men and handle Lord Lin's task. I'll go after the Chung family member. As for that troublesome prince, knowing him, just wait. He's bound to stir up trouble eventually. When that happens, we'll kill him in the chaos." But this wasn't in our plan. Killing so many people. If Ajin were here, she'd never allow this. There you go again, Ajin. The woman who climbed into Old Kang's bed for power. She's really something. Even you fell for her. Dare say that in front of her when she's back from Lingyun City. Why not? I'll shout it to her face. Yeah, right. You only act tough around me. How did she even get into Old Kang's bed? Would he even let her? I sure wouldn't dare. You've got the heart, but not the guts. Watch your rank. Don't overstep. Just as they finished, the order, Wangqing above, reached them. Seeing the elite soldiers rushing in one direction, Qingshan followed them. He could reunite with Minkai that way too. Just as Qingshan left, the masked old man appeared behind him. How strong is Qingshan really? After not acting for so long, had people forgotten that a healer can also kill? As Minkai searched for Qingshan was also on his way to find her. At that moment, a figure blocked his path. It was the mysterious masked man holding bronze foils. The sound of the bronze foils clashing instantly summoned a group to block Qingshan's path. They were none other than the secret guards. I've long heard of the Chung family descendant. Don't keep calling me Chung family descendant. I have a name. It's Qingshan. A courtesy for a courtesy. I'm from the secret guard of Jutian City. Since you know who I am, you must have heard what I can do. I don't want to hurt anyone. I loathe killing and bloodshed. Unfortunately, I don't always have a choice. Are you not curious why all the factions spy on, use, and hunt you? Or maybe people of the Chung family were never meant to exist in this world. Qingshan was about to retort. The masked man struck the bronze foil, shouting, "Rise!" The Jade Emperor strings behind the guards instantly launched. Though not as refined as Ajin's or Kongling's, these users were blind. They ignored and feared no attacks. They clearly meant to fight Qingshan to the death. The masked man struck the foil again. Scatter, break formation. The blind secret guards attacked from all sides. Qingshan fought back while realizing the masked man was River, and the 5 guards attacking him were soldiers. He looked toward Jutian City and asked curiously, watching Qingshan hold his own against 5. The masked man warned, "Don't leave a single gap. This Chung family member can read bodies. Once your motion begins, He can read the entire structure of your body, every distance and angle, flawlessly. Even the Jade Emperor strings are no exception. Manage your distance. This is a human crafter. Remember these 4 words. Close means death. Pin down the right hand. His right hand is his only weak point. All his weaknesses were exposed. Chung-shan also knew he couldn't drag this out. He grabbed a female guard by the throat. Using the human crafter technique, bone shift. Her throat let out a deep crack. Even as Chung-shan urged them to stop and not seek death, they still lunged at him, relying on their poisoned strings. One of the strings pierced his chest, but to their shock, the poison had no effect on him. Chung-shan pressed his palm to that guard's head. The masked man reminded them again. He's a human crafter. Don't expect poison to work. As soon as he said that, Chung-shan unleashed the bone removal technique and shattered the guard's skull. He instantly dodged 2 more, avoiding fatal blows, but still tried to talk them down. He didn't want to harm anyone. Just then, Zhu Tianqing finally stepped forward. Then I suppose it's my turn. Surely you've seen how Jade Emperor strings can repair the human body. But the human crafter's advanced techniques aren't like others. They can't just be patched with a simple string. You asked what I am. I'm memory loss, a specialist in killing human crafters. Chung Gongzi, why must you keep resisting? For you. This is an endless and meaningless slaughter. They fall under your hands. Then I resurrect them. Chung-shan roared. I don't understand. I've retired from the martial world and asked for nothing. All I want is the dragon reversal scale. Why is even this small hope constantly blocked? Why won't you people just leave me be? Because as long as you live, you'll always be the Emperor's greatest threat. Only your death can bring peace. The moment those words fell, the masked man struck the foil once more. Trapped beast. The repaired guards fired their Jade Emperor strings at Chung-shan and bound him, then pulled hard. Chung-shan let out a piercing scream. The ghost masked man issued a final command. Kill. Struck by the Yu Huang strings, Chung-shan felt as if pierced by countless arrows, spitting blood and screaming in agony. At the same moment, Ning Kai also shrieked, her heart feeling torn apart, linked to Chung-shan's mind. Sensing her extreme danger, Chung-shan collapsed in a pool of blood. The ghost-masked man declared, the Chung heir is dead, then leaped from the platform. He aided in killing Chung-shan, only to repay a favor to the Hidden Ones, as the two boasted. 2 Hidden Ones noticed something wrong. Lord Zhu, our Yu Huang strings won't retract. Chung-shan's wounds had already healed. This stunned the ghost-masked man and Zhu Tianqing. The 2 Yu Huang strings on Chung-shan shot toward them. Chung-shan stood up. I'm not ready to die. Sorry to disappoint you. This thing and handles well. Chung-shan had used her human general blood to seize control of the Yu Huang. The ghost-masked man shouted for the Hidden Ones to seal the Yu Huang, but it was too late. Chung-shan's lifelong training was in human general techniques, not meant for killing. She didn't want to kill, but these people forced her hand. She wouldn't mind turning human general skills into a killing art for a slaughter. The world knew the Chung family for their fate-defying hands, but not their extraordinary blood. Like a double-edged sword, capable of saving or killing. Zhu Tianqing knew Chung-shan had a weakness. He considered a fight to the death, thinking he might win. Chung-shan just smiled. Go ahead and try. Zhu Tianqing hesitated. Her right hand isn't her weakness? No, she's bluffing. As he wavered, Ming Kai arrived. The heroine leaped forward, cursing. Bastard, touch Xiaoshan again and see what happens. She swept a whip-like kick at Zhu Tianqing. As Zhu Tianqing blocked, Ming Kai used his arm as a springboard, leaping toward Chung-shan. Chung-shan rushed to catch her, but with this move, she held Ming Kai tightly to stop her recklessness. Ming Kai roared in frustration. Don't hold me back. Let this heroine beat these bastards to a pulp and tear them apart. Chung-shan whispered calmly. Easy, easy. No need for the heroine to step in. I can handle it myself. The ghost-masked man warned Zhu Tianqing. The formation's broken. You may not beat both of them. We need a longer plan. Zhu Tianqing, uncertain, chose to retreat. Ming Kai kept shouting curses, until Chung-shan weakly called her. Snapping to, she supported Chung-shan. Xiaoshan, where are you hurt? Let me see. I'm fine. The Hidden One's petty tricks can't harm me. I just stood up too fast and got dizzy. Though Chung-shan lied to the girl, it was a kind lie to ease her worry. Ming Kai told Chung-shan that Ing Ming was heading to Wangqing's underground. Chung-shan wanted to find Ing Ming, but Ming Kai held her back, ordering her to return to the inn and rest. Suddenly, an explosion roared behind them. Multiple blasts erupted across Wangqing, sending residents fleeing in panic. Chung-shan recognized it as gunpowder. No need to guess. This was Ing Ming's doing. Ing Ming sprinted through the chaos, yelling wildly, "Trustworthy! Come out now, you bastard!" Ing Ming's chaos quickly reached Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng ordered, regardless of his life, the blood sword must be brought back intact. Ing Ming, dodging the red-clothed archer's hunt, searched for Yuan Zitong. Suddenly, Yuan Zitong appeared silently behind him, startling Ing Ming. Ing Ming sought Yuan Zitong to deal with the red-clothed archers. But Wangqing's archers numbered in the hundreds. Ing Ming taunted, Is the world's second assassin scared? Yuan Zidong countered that Ing Ming was the scared one. As the second-ranked assassin, his services weren't cheap. He started calculating the cost. Ing Ming offered 6 Yuchi jade pieces, promising endless gold, jewels, and glory, if Yuan Zitong helped him escape. Yuan Zitong grabbed his hand, asking, "How'd you get this?" "I said not to use Qingshan." Ing Ming guiltily explained, "I didn't use him. I got it myself." "If you insist on using, I only used his little lady. You didn't say I couldn't use her." Yuan Zitong, angry but speechless, was tempted by Ing Ming's offer of underground city rich. Yuan Zitong didn't care. He wanted glory and wealth, which Lu Fengzi could have already given. Yuan Zitong shared good news. "On my way to Wancheng, I took a job to kill a woman named Lu Xiangru." Ing Ming didn't see how that was good news. Yuan Zitong told him to look behind. Ing Ming saw the woman he'd nearly fought before. She was Inxi's Lu Xiangru. Yuan Zitong called it good news, because he'd learned Lu Xiangru was plotting to kill Ing Ming. His job was to kill her. So it was good news for Ing Ming. Ing Ming urged Yuan Zitong to act fast, but Yuan Zitong had vanished. Ing Ming bolted, cursing Yuan Zitong as he ran. Lu Xiangru chased relentlessly. As they raced, Cheng Shan and Ming Kai spotted them. Ming Kai saw they were headed to Wangxian Tower, so she and Cheng Shan followed. Inside, Ing Ming and Lu Xiangru faced off. Ing Ming still flirted with her. "Chasing me so hard, miss. Have you fallen for me?" As he spoke, Cheng Shan and Ming Kai slipped in through a second-floor window. Lu Xiangru smiled faintly. "You flatter me, Lu Xiangru. Prince Ing Yueming. It's not me after you. It's the Emperor." Hearing this, Cheng Shan and Ming Kai's hearts skipped a beat. They hadn't realized Ing Ming's true stature. He was the eldest prince, Ing Yueming. Ing Yueming continued, "I never understood. If my emperor brother Ing Tianan wants me dead, why not in prison? And you just made your move. I've been locked up so many times. There's always a chance to succeed. You're asking what you already know. To you, the heavenly prison is actually the safest place. You have trusted allies in the court. Because of you, the Ministry of War split into North and South factions. No one can touch you in prison. And with just one message, you can send someone to get you released. His Majesty's concern isn't unreasonable. If you're not killed now, in a few years your wings will grow strong enough to break free from control. Now is the best time to kill you." As soon as Lu Xiangru finished speaking, the Yuhuang string in her hand shot directly at Ing Yueming. Ing Yueming countered with 3 embroidery needles. Lu Xiangru didn't even bother to dodge, letting the needles stab into her body. While dodging the Yuhuang string, Ing Yueming flung more needles at Lu Xiangru. Using the wooden table to block the string's gap, she had already released her 11th needle. All 11 needles pierced into Lu Xiangru, yet she arrogantly said, "Even if you stab me with thousands more, it's useless." Ing Ming failed to dodge. His arm was slashed by the Yuhuang string. His wrist burned from poison, and he let out a scream. Lu Xiangru walked toward Ing Yueming unhurriedly. "Time to end this." Ing Yueming sneered. "Is that so?" He pulled out a fire striker and jabbed it into his wound, burning the rotten flesh to stop the poison from spreading. Lu Xiangru chuckled. "You really are a man. So ruthless to yourself, just trying to survive. If you had struck my neck, I'd be dead already. Since you know that, you might as well die obediently. Spare yourself the pain." At that moment, Cheng Shan tried to help her, but was stopped by Ming Kai. "Neither of them is any good. Only if they both lose badly will we get the chance to reclaim the key." And Ing Yueming is full of schemes. It's still unclear who will win. Ming Kai gave the word, and Cheng Shan naturally. Actually, Ming Kai wasn't forbidding her from helping. It's just that kind-hearted girl had been wounded and hadn't recovered. Charging in now would be suicide. At that moment, Ing Yueming deliberately brought up a new topic. "I meant to ask earlier. Why do you only have 2 strings? I heard there's a girl with 19. Even that crazy woman, A Jean, has 5. At the mention of a Jin's name, Lu Xiangru's rage surged to the extreme. She swore she wouldn't let her die in peace. While Lu Xiangru was furious and distracted, Ing Yueming swiftly pulled out a red embroidery. Accurately and ruthlessly, he stabbed it into her chest. Lu Xiangru thought it was just a desperate trick. But something felt wrong when she looked down. There seemed to be fire burning inside the needle. Then her whole body exploded like fireworks. With his plot succeeding, he laughed wildly. "Who would have thought that 12 little needles were actually my custom-made fire? Who still dares say I, the hermit of Zhixing, am washed up? Hara!" Cheng Shan was stunned. The girl really had sharp judgment. That guy really is full of dirty tricks. Ing Ming turned the tide and swaggered toward the kneeling woman. "Lu Xiangru, what a tender and fragrant name. What a pity. I need to finish you off before your Yuhuang awakens." Just as he was about to strike, the Yuhuang had already wrapped around the sword. Lu Xiangru hadn't been knocked out at all. She grabbed the sword and shouted, "Ing Yueming, I will tear you to pieces." Suddenly, a group of red-clothed guards barged in. At the command of their red-clothed leader, "Arrest the sword thief." All the red-clothed guards rushed toward them. Ing Yueming was about to seize the chance to escape. A sword was placed against her neck. "Do you think you'll walk out of here alive today?" Just as Lu Xiangru finished speaking, the red-robed squad leader demanded she hand over the snow sword. Seeing that Lu Xiangru remained unmoved, The red-robed squad swarmed forward, but all ended up as wandering souls beneath the Jade Emperor strings. Watching innocent people die, Chung-shan could no longer stand by. Just as the red-robed leader was about to die on the spot, Chung-shan leaped down, grabbed her collar, and flung her away. Only then did the red-robed leader escape death. Chung-shan told them to stop throwing their lives away. But military orders are absolute. They vowed to retrieve the snow sword even at the cost of death. At that moment, Ming Kai shouted proudly, "Let me do it." Qin Sheng's sister's sword. "It was lost because I let the wolf into the house. I'll get it back myself." With that, she flew toward Lu Xiangru. Just as Ming Kai was about to clash blades with Lu Xiangru, a flash of blood suddenly appeared. Ming Kai was stunned on the spot. No one expected. Yuan Zitong suddenly stabbed through Lu Xiangru's throat, then casually greeted everyone. "Hello again, everyone." Ing Yueming immediately came to his senses and quickly hid behind Yuan Zitong. Yuan Zitong kicked Lu Xiangru away. Knowing this woman wouldn't die so easily, she casually walked toward her. "Lu Xiangru, don't die just yet. It's not over." These twin daggers. One seals the throat, the other stabs the heart. With that, she plunged the second dagger into her chest. Chung-shan asked, "Who is this young hero?" Ming told him this person. "She's a total lunatic." Retrieving, Yuan Zitong saw the Jade Emperor strings still fluttering behind him. With several swift slashes, cold light flickered, and the strings were cut into pieces. Now that the Jade Emperor strings were gone, Lu Xiangru truly had no chance of resurrection. Yuan Zitong crouched down and took a strand of her hair, saying the Thorn's Lord would recognize it. Saves her the trouble of bringing back a bloody head as proof. Though this woman wasn't a good person, Ming Kai felt this ending was a bit too tragic. Suddenly, a voice yelled in rage, "Yuan Zitong, how dare you assassinate a royal secret agent?" A group of blind secret guards charged over, led by Zhu Tianqing. Yuan Zitong flipped and jumped to the second floor, and laughed loudly. "So what if she was a royal agent? I'd kill the emperor himself, let alone some measly secret guard." Zhu Tianqing ordered his men to pursue her, while he walked to Lu Xiangru to check her wounds. Then he picked her up and prepared to leave. At that moment, Qin Sheng arrived on the scene. Seeing heavy casualties among his men, he coldly asked who did this. Someone immediately replied, "It was that woman. She had Lord Qin's sword." Qin Sheng asked back, "Where's the sword?" The red-robed leader quickly reported everything that happened. Ming Kai noticed that Ing Yueming had already vanished. Knowing the sword hadn't been recovered, Qin Sheng immediately ordered the entire Wangxian pavilion sealed off. They must find both the sword and Ing Yueming. Upon hearing of the lockdown, Zhu Tianqing reluctantly spoke up. "Lord Qin, there may have been a misunderstanding just now. We were acting under the emperor's orders." Before he could finish, Qin Sheng shouted sternly, "Shut up." Zhu Tianqing held back his anger in silence. After all, in Wangcheng, the black-clad elite outranked the emperor. "I don't care what the secret guards came to Wangcheng for, but on my turf, you won't run wild. You killed my men. You owe me an explanation." Meanwhile, the two on the run still found time to mock each other. Seeing the snow sword in Yuan Zitong's hand, Ing Yueming, about to leap out the window, kindly warned her to toss that hot potato away. Yu Zitong said it was precisely because that he wanted to see what made this sword so exceptional. During their conversation, Chung Shan and Ming Kai had already caught up from behind. "Ing Ming, if you return the key and the sword, for the sake of our acquaintance, this heroine will let you go. You all saw. The sword isn't in my hands now. As for the key, let me look for it." Saying this, he rummaged through his waist pouch. Chung Shan asked what he planned to do after stealing the key. Ing Yueming said he was going to meet Zhixing Shanrun. Ming Kai found it strange. Wasn't he Zhixing Shanrun? It turns out Zhixing Shanrun is just a code name symbolizing firearms. He was looking for the previous generation's Zhixing Shanrun, because only that person knew the formula for the most powerful explosive. That was Ing Yueming's lifelong pursuit, just like Chung Shan's desire for the dragon scale. As Ing Yueming finished speaking, In Si and the red-clothed Xiao Run had already surrounded them. Ing Yueming finally took out the 6 jade pool, but before handing it to Qing Shan, he played another trick. "By the way, did you hear that huge explosion just now? That was my proud creation, the Fire Dragon explosive. A double explosion iron ball. Impressive, right? There's something else you should know. When I came to Wang City, I prepared 3 fire dragons." And at that moment, Ing Yueming was holding 1 fire dragon in his hand. Seeing this, Chung Shan quickly told everyone to step back. Even Yu Zitong broke out in a cold sweat. "Ing Yueming, what are you planning?" Ing Yueming gave a sly smile. "What do you think? You're insane. If this thing explodes, no one will survive." Ing Yueming ignored Yu Zitong, flicked his finger, and sent the fire dragon shooting toward the other side. Ming Kai suddenly rushed forward, kicking the fire dragon away with a flying kick. The fire dragon was sent into the air, its terrifying internal energy rapidly expanding. Everyone quickly jumped out through the windows. Then came an explosion that echoed through all of Wang City. Chung Shan, Ming Kai, and Yu Zitong were blown to the edge of the rooftop by the blast shockwave. As Ming Kai was about to fall, Chung Shan quickly grabbed her hand. Yu Zitong was also hanging by one hand from the eaves. She was now furious beyond measure, wanting nothing more than to kill Ing Yueming on the spot. But Ing Yueming had already prepared a rope, laughing loudly as he escaped. Looking at Ing Yueming's retreating figure, Yu Zitong swore that the next time she saw him, She would definitely kill that old bastard. In her agitation, Yu Zitong's grip slipped. But Ming Kai caught her in time. Yet Yu Zitong showed no gratitude. Ming Kai, annoyed, retorted, "Do you think I wanted to save you? I just want the sword in your hand. Give me back my sword." Yu Zitong didn't waste words, tossing the sword to Ming Kai, while letting herself fall. She even cursed Ming Kai for being foolish. After all, as Yu Zitong, the noble young lady, she believed no one in the world could match her. After landing steadily, she was about to leave, but was stopped by Qin Sheng waiting outside. "Stop right there." Her subordinates immediately identified her as part of the group, with the music master who threw the explosive. Strangely, however, Yu Zitong didn't resist. She just grumbled as they tied her up and took her away. Ming Kai, holding the snow sword, walked over. "Sister, are you okay?" "I'm fine." But those assassins slipped away during the explosion. By the time I chased after, they were already gone. By the way, I didn't get a chance to ask earlier. This must be Sister Ming Kai Xiaoshan. Saying this, she circled Cheng Shan, sizing him up. Cheng Shan felt quite nervous under her gaze. "Lord Qin, do you have any advice?" Qin Sheng said, "Nothing," then praised Ming Kai for having good taste. The young couple both blushed at the same time. Ming Kai quickly returned the sword to Qin Sheng to change the topic. Only then did Qin Sheng let out a sigh of relief after receiving the sword. Ming Kai still felt guilty, because she letting Yu Weiming escape again. If he still wasn't caught, Qin Sheng told her not to worry. She had a way to find him. Then Qin Sheng instructed the red-robed leader to leave some people behind and take a few others to search for the whereabouts of the secret agents. She also told Ming Kai and Cheng Shan to rest at her home. As for her, she went alone to meet Yingming. Ming Kai was worried about her. Cheng Shan took Ming Kai's hand and said, "If you're worried, then let's follow her and check it out." Qin Sheng soon arrived at an abandoned manor. Cheng Shan and Ming Kai also followed her there. Just as Cheng Shan was helping Ming Kai climb the wall, he heard another set of footsteps. It was Yu Weiming. Yu Weiming seemed to already know Qin Sheng was waiting for him here. Rather than launching a citywide search, it was better to wait at the place she was bound to come. Yu Weiming looked with interest at the mural on the wall. This must be a panoramic map of Wanqing. Legend says Wanqing is held aloft by thousands of stone pillars, like a city in the sky. Among those pillars, one is said to be hollow. The legendary bottomless well. Inside the bottomless well lies the hidden bridge to the underground city. Lord Qin thought I knew where the bridge was, and that once I got the key, I'd come here. But what if I didn't know? Only now did Qin Sheng realize she'd been outsmarted again. She didn't understand how Yu Weiming knew she would appear here. Yu Weiming explained, "It was actually your house, Lord Qin. That day, when you locked me out, I noticed the elevated lofts, and it gave me an idea. After all, black-clad bridge guardians are born to guard the hidden bridge, so they must always be able to observe the entrance at all times. So I kept track of all the times you left home. I connected them into a circle, and this manor lies within that circle. But I couldn't be sure it was the right house. So I waited nearby for you to show up. Once you entered a building, that would be the hidden bridge's entrance." Qin Sheng didn't expect this guy to be so calculating. Yu Weiming added he already knew the jade pool was fake. Qin Sheng was too cautious, after all. He didn't think it would be that easy to obtain. At this point, even Qin Sheng had to admire the prince's intellect and cunning. But even if he found this place, without the key he still couldn't reach the underground city. And Qin Sheng would never give him the real key. Yu Weiming suddenly showed a strange smile, hearing fighting inside. Ming Kai and Cheng Shan rushed in. Inside, Yu Weiming dodged an attack, and took out a fake dragon bomb to threaten Qin Sheng. But Qin Sheng smacked it away with one palm. He had never fallen for his tricks. Sure enough, the bomb was fake. Just as Cheng Shan and Ming Kai entered, Yu Weiming smirked again in triumph. Ming Kai cried out, "Ah Shang, watch out." Yu Weiming hurled his last real dragon bomb at them. Cheng Shan rushed forward with his sword, blocking the bomb with his gray sleeve. The bomb bounced back to Yu Weiming's feet, and a loud explosion followed. Once the blast subsided, a deep crater had been blown into the floor. Fallen beams and a tiny figure hinted at Yingming's escape. He seemed to have survived the blast, and escaped using a silken thread. Turns out Yu Weiming never intended to use the jade pool to open the bridge. He had planned all along to blow open the entrance with explosives. Qin Sheng cut the silken threads. Cheng Shan looked at her confused. "Lord Qin, what does this mean?" Qin Sheng smiled confidently. He thought explosives could break through the indestructible chamber. Such arrogance. All he did was blow a hole in the floor, falling to the base below Wanqing. That area had long been sealed by the 19 ring walls. It was called the Wasteland. Even if he survived the fall, there was no way out. And Qin Sheng was right. Despite all his calculations, Yu Weiming made one mistake. He lost at the very last step. But unlike the dead, he wouldn't just wait for the end. Suddenly, he saw a tuft of grass ahead. But how could anything grow in such a sunless place? Clearly, there must be some secret beneath this ground. Yu Weiming, smiling, took out gunpowder. He conducted a small explosion, and discovered that beneath lay jade. Before he could think further, the entire ground suddenly collapsed. Yu Weiming let out a scream as he fell. Fortunately, his tough skin and thick flesh meant he only felt a bit dizzy from the fall. When he saw the scene before him, he was so shocked he couldn't utter a single word. This was an underground palace entirely built from jade bricks. In front of the palace was a pool of golden water. Even Yin Yiming, who thought he knew everything, had no idea who had built this underground palace. As he approached the pool, he saw a bronze mirror on the ground. Next to it were 8 large characters engraved. Earthborn flesh pool. All return. Even stranger. The pool's water seemed to churn and ripple endlessly. It formed a vague, humanoid shape. And that shape was none other than Changshan. At that moment, Changshan and on Qin Sheng's side, after hearing his subordinates report, they still hadn't found Insi. He ordered them to keep searching. They had to find him, no matter what. Though Yingming's matter had been resolved, Qin Sheng couldn't shake a bad feeling. At this point, Changshan mentioned Insi's plan to sack. Coincidentally, a few days later was Wang City's grandest festival, the Jade Lantern Festival. Such days were ripe for trouble. Qin Sheng had to figure out the plan before then. But for now, they had no solid leads. Qin Sheng said they could only ask that person for help. The scene shifts to the heavenly prison tower. Yuan Zitong was imprisoned there. He was shouting and demanding to see Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng walked in with Mingkai and Changshan. What's the matter? Why are you so eager to see me? Lord Qin, you finally remembered me. I'm here to tell you. Your accomplice has fallen into the abyss and is likely done for. I don't believe he'd die so easily. And for the record, he and I are not accomplices. Then let's not talk about him. Let's talk about you. With that, Qin Sheng tossed Yuan Zitong's Mandarin duck daggers to him. Young Master Yuan, you're the second best assassin in the world. How did I catch you so easily? Yuan Zitong picked up the daggers and smirked. I let you. I never kill unnecessarily. But Lord Qin is an exception, because you're the knot in every assassin's heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Zitong lunged, aiming his dagger. It looked like Qin Sheng was about to be struck. Mingkai shouted, be careful. But Qin Sheng had already calculated the distance between the chains and himself. Yuan Zitong couldn't reach him. Suddenly, Yuan felt bored. To extract information from him, Qin Sheng arranged a table of leaked dishes to entertain him. He even personally poured wine for him. But when asked how he tracked Insi's movements, the guy claimed it was an assassin's instinct. Clearly, he wasn't telling the truth. Changshan suddenly asked, young hero Yuan, have you ever failed an assassination? Yuan Zitong said he'd never failed. Changshan continued, no, this time, I'm afraid you did. Yuan Zitong didn't understand. Then Changshan explained Zhu Tianqing's ability, the technique of 7 deaths and revival, implying that Lu Xiangru was still alive. In fact, Yuan Zitong had long felt a strong sense that Lu was alive. Plus, his hair had vanished inexplicably. Lu Xiangru must have been revived. Mingkai seized the chance to provoke Yuan Zitong. Not even a strand of hair was left for you. Mr. Second best assassin in the world. You've met your match this time. Even if you had another chance, you wouldn't be able to kill him. Yuan Zitong was visibly irritated, but he knew full well why Qin Sheng and the others were doing this. They wanted him to track Insi's whereabouts, then extract clues from him. Still, he advised Qin Sheng to think carefully. Once he was released, they'd likely never find him again. At that moment, a subordinate reported, my lord, the imperial garrison at the heavenly statue has withdrawn from Wang City, retreating to the 19 peaks of Huanbi. Qin Sheng immediately realized this was likely tied to the plot to sacrifice Wang City. He promptly ordered Yuan Zitong's release. Then he said his subordinate, Handbridge, was 20 steps away, and the 72 elites of Wang City were everywhere. As long as Yuan Zitong remained in Wang City, it was as if the entire city was watching him. As Changshan and Mingkai were leaving, Yuan Zitong called out to them, young Master Zhucheng, find a cure in Wang City soon, so our leader's efforts won't be in vain. The two hadn't expected the second best assassin in the world to be one of Lu Feng's people. His presence in Wang City was no coincidence. Mingkai looked up at the night sky, feeling that throughout their journey, an invisible hand seemed to be. Changshan understood this too, but for Talonglan, they had no other choice. Speaking of Talonglan, Mingkai told Changshan that Qin Sheng had agreed to let them go to the underground city. But before that, Mingkai wanted him to help check Qin Sheng's condition. Such a small task, Changshan naturally wouldn't refuse. Changshan's unique pulse-reading method intrigued Qin Sheng. Mingkai anxiously asked Changshan about the situation, but Changshan said that with his current abilities, he couldn't cure this illness. Mingkai couldn't believe it, that there was a disease or person in this world Changshan couldn't heal. It turned out the wounds on Qin Sheng's body were constantly growing. The wounds were like a part of his body, like skin to flesh, tendons to bone. Even if Changshan could heal them, it would only treat the symptoms, not the root. Within half a day, the scars would cover him again. Speaking of Qin Sheng's illness, it began when he was 10, after catching a cold. His body started growing these dense, burn-like wounds. From head to toe, not a single inch was spared. Even a willow leaf could cut him. Even Changshan, who had healed countless people, had never heard of such a strange disease, though he couldn't cure it. He said he could alleviate Qin Sheng's pain. But Qin Sheng refused. He knew that if he tasted even a hint of a normal person's relief, he'd never endure the torment of this illness again. At that moment, Qin Sheng suddenly spoke. Sister, I'm afraid I'll have to break my promise. I can't take you to the underground city. With that, he turned to leave. Changshan thought it was because he couldn't cure his illness. But whether Qin Sheng led the way or not, he was determined to go. Qin Sheng turned back with a cold snort. Then if I kill you, will you still go? Changshan replied without hesitation. I'll go. No matter the consequences, I'll go. Qin Sheng spoke again. For Sister Kai, are you truly willing to risk everything? Before Changshan could respond, Minkai grabbed his hand and apologized. Even Minkai thought it was because they couldn't heal his illness, that he didn't want to take them. But they had misunderstood Qin Sheng. With Wang City's situation so dire, as the Black Doctor Han Xiaoren, he couldn't guarantee they'd return safely from the underground city. That's why he said what he did. Minkai brought up the conversation from that night with Qin Sheng. That night, Minkai said she only wanted to fulfill Qin Sheng's wish. Qin Sheng knew his sister's resolve was unshakable. He didn't argue further. He then led them back to that courtyard. Qin Sheng lifted a brick, revealing the keyhole for the secret pool. The true six-part jade pool was hidden inside the snow sword. No wonder Qin Sheng valued that sword more than his own life. As Han Xiaoren all these years, he had learned too many things. The most important was to trust no one. So he had kept even Minkai in the dark until now. The moment he placed the six-part jade pool into the keyhole, a flash of golden light appeared. The ground began to crack. A suspended ladder leading underground emerged. This was the boundless deep well that Ming had mentioned. No one knew how long it would take to reach the underground city, because no one had ever walked it. This was the first time Qin Sheng had broken his rule to send someone down. Qin Sheng handed Minkai a torch. He explained that though he hid the key's truth from her, she was the only person in the world he could trust. He urged Minkai to return safely. How could Minkai not understand her little brother's heart? She didn't think twice. The adventure in the underground city was about to begin. Could they find the legendary Tulongaling? What lies beneath the boundless deep well? What have generations of Qiao Guardians? No one knows. Not even the Qiao Guardians themselves can explain clearly. Perhaps Tulongaling is down there, or mountains of gold and silver, or countless heavenly treasures. Or maybe there's nothing at all. Or perhaps this deep well leads straight to the underworld. The two didn't know how long they walked. Finally, they reached the underground. Before them stood a massive stone tablet. On either side, braziers flickered with eerie blue flames. This must be the so-called underground city. The two stepped onto a bridge. The tablet was engraved with many names. But what they didn't expect was that their own names were among them. What was going on? Why were Changshan and Mingsai's names on the tablet? At that moment, Elder Tuanyun appeared. You've finally arrived. Changshan immediately stepped in front of Minkai to protect her. He sensed an almost inhuman aura emanating from Elder Tuanyun. Minkai whispered from behind. I saw him at Wangxian Tower. Yingling told me he's a notorious enigma, known as Elder Tuanyun. Though Changshan didn't know Elder Tuanyun, he found it strange that the elder knew he would come here. Elder Tuanyun paused before the tablet and said, It's this tablet that knew you would come. This tablet is called the Truth Stone. Hundreds of years ago, these names were already carved upon it. Anyone whose name is etched on the Truth Stone will arrive here in due order. It's like a divine prophecy, foretelling visitors for centuries to come. Though the Truth Stone is almost never wrong, there are two exceptions. One who was meant to come but didn't, and that's La Fengza. And one who wasn't meant to come but did, and that's Lin Mo. Because Lin Mo's name isn't on the tablet, the two looked at the tablet again. This time, Minkai saw a name she never could have imagined. It was Ing Rui's name. Changshan wanted to ask about Ing Rui, but Elder Tuanyun didn't want to discuss it. He only said that according to the Truthstone's prophecy, Changshan was the last visitor to this underground Wang city. Changshan was utterly confused. He asked the elder to explain clearly, but Elder Tuanyun still didn't answer. He turned and urged the two to follow him quickly, saying Wang City had waited for him too long. Changshan wanted to refuse, as he came here to find Tulongaling. But Minkai suggested they follow him, since they were unfamiliar with the place, and could observe and adapt as needed. The two followed Elder Tuanyun through a group of statues. Minkai curiously leaned in for a closer look. These weren't statues at all. They were monsters with spiritual wings. Terrified, she immediately hid in Changshan's arms. Elder Tuanyun let out a dark chuckle. These are Lingsu. Aren't they magnificent? Changshan realized these so-called Lingsu were all made from living people. Anger surged within him. He demanded to know who did this. Without hesitation, Elder Tuanyun said it was him. Changshan, grinding his teeth, asked why he would do such a thing. Elder Tuanyun told him not to rush, as he'd understand once he entered Wang City. As they spoke, the three finally reached the legendary underground Wang City. Elder Tuanyun told Changshan to look with his eyes and think with his mind, and he'd soon understand. The city was filled with people of bizarre appearances. Changshan and Minkai felt a chill run down their spines. At that moment, a young boy was flying a kite. He tripped over a stone and fell. Changshan quickly caught him. When his right hand touched the boy's back, a cold sensation shot straight to his head. The boy, frightened by Changshan's expression, hid behind a girl with a large bell on her head. Minkai asked Changshan what was wrong. Changshan said that when he touched the boy, it felt like touching a lump of dead flesh, as if the person was dead, yet not dead. Then Elder Tuanyun revealed the truth. These people had been tortured to the brink of death. But the underground Wong City was filled with a constant life force. This energy, absorbed into their bodies over years, ensured that no matter how severe their injuries or illnesses, they wouldn't die. It was almost unbelievable. Minkai asked if this meant they were truly alive. Elder Tuanyun shook his head. Though they wouldn't die, they weren't truly alive in the full sense. Every 3 years, they could leave Wong City for at most a month. If they didn't return in time, they'd turn into a puddle of flesh. After hearing Elder Tuanyun's explanation, Minkai asked Qingshan if he could heal them. Before Qingshan could respond, Elder Tuanyun continued, healing isn't something you can do at will. These people you see have been healed by countless healers to their utmost, but this is the best they can be. When some can no longer endure this sunless torment, they beg me to transform them into Lingsu, to stay and guard Wong City forever. At that moment, Little Belle walked over and took Elder Tuanyun's hand, shaking her head, making a jingling sound. She was inviting them to her home for a meal. Along the way, Qingshan couldn't help but reflect. He had thought the abandoned residence in the Imperial Palace had shown him the pinnacle of pain and darkness in this world. He never imagined Wong City would surpass it. Minkai then realized why Qingshan said the people of Wong City were those the Great Red Dynasty wanted to forget. This was likely the work of the Yin family. Hearing their words, Elder Tuanyun didn't respond. Could there be others involved besides the Yin family? They arrived at Little Belle's home. Minkai used her inner strength to help the boy fly his kite. Sensing carefully, she discovered her martial arts and inner strength had returned to their peak. She was overjoyed. Little Belle accidentally dropped her chopsticks on the floor, catching Qingshan's attention. Her grandmother told her to clean up quickly and prepare to serve the guests. As Little Belle knelt to pick up the chopsticks, Qingshan helped her. After picking them up, Qingshan brushed the dust off her clothes. Little Belle's face flushed. She suddenly hugged Qingshan, making a jingling sound, but Qingshan couldn't understand what she was saying. Elder Tuanyun explained that the little girl wanted to thank him, as those who came from above always looked at these strange-looking people with disdain. No one ever helped the children fly kites, or brushed the dust off their clothes. Soon, the grandmother prepared the meal. They gathered around the table to eat. Suddenly, a white-haired old man burst in, shouting for help. He pointed at the man chasing him and yelled, "Old Tuanyun, save me." Everyone turned to look. The man behind him waved his hand, and a blue light shot toward the white-haired old man. The old man crashed into the table and chairs, falling to the ground. The blue light on him was actually fire. As he tried to extinguish the flames, he shouted at them. Qingshan rushed to help put out the fire. Minkai shouted at the man who set the fire. "Hey, why are you bullying a poor old man?" The man coldly replied, "Bullying? Poor? He's asking for death." Without another word, Heroine Ming grabbed chopsticks and flung them at him, determined to teach this white-haired youth a lesson. The man easily caught the chopsticks with 2 fingers, and flames flickered, instantly burning them to ash. The rescued white-haired old man taunted the white-haired youth again. The youth's hands glowed with fire again as he roared, "Shut up, you old fool. Give me back my stuff." He lunged with a palm strike. The white-haired old man immediately. At the critical moment, Qingshan blocked the youth's palm strike. When Qingshan grabbed his wrist, he sensed something off. There was a fiery energy within the man's body, constantly burning his heart and bones. How could anyone endure such pain? Moreover, when Qingshan probed his bones, he realized the so-called white-haired youth was actually over 90 years old. The white-haired man looked at Qingshan. "You must be Qingshan." "Indeed, I am." Old man Tunyun interrupted. "Enough. The esteemed guests of Wangcheng are finally all here. You two old men, don't embarrass yourselves in front of the juniors." Reluctantly, the white-haired old man took something out. It was a box, entirely gray-white in color. The white-haired man passed it over for inspection. The old man couldn't help but mock. "What's the point of carrying that useless thing around every day? Might as well use it to forge some fire weapons for me." Minkai instinctively repeated the word fire weapons. The white-haired old man immediately showed off, pulling out a bunch of fire weapons from his body. He claimed his fire weapon craftsmanship was unmatched in the world. He said if he was second, no one dared be first. Things like the thunder roar that could supposedly knock down immortals, the phoenix flame that could burn for 100 li, and the heaven fire blaze famed across, all were made by him. Minkai noticed the small square object at his waist, and asked, "Is that tiny thing a dragon bomb?" The old man was surprised the young girl recognized it, and started rambling on again. Qingshan cut him off directly. "We've already witnessed its power in Ing Yueming's hands. You must be the one he was looking for. Zhixing Hermit, right?" Upon hearing Ing Yueming's name, Zhixing Hermit couldn't help but recall the prince who always pestered him to learn fire weapons. Minkai asked what Zhixing Hermit suddenly became agitated. He said it was a girl named Lu Yinshi, who begged him every day to teach the prince of the Ing family fire weapon skills. So technically, he was Ing Yueming's teacher. At that moment, Little Kite showed a terrified expression. The ground began to tremble continuously. Something terrifying seemed to be coming. Little Kite curled up in Little Belle's arms, saying he was scared. What could possibly frighten a child this much? Even the adults in the city were on high alert, repeating, "They're here. Hide quickly." Old man Tunyun found it strange. He had just brought Qingshan from the desert into the city, and hadn't heard a thing from them. Minkai had just asked who they were. and Jishing Hermit hugged his head in fear. He said they were man-eating creatures. Before Ming Kai could think further, Shan dashed past him in a flash, rushing outside to find out the truth. On the rooftop, he saw a group of human-shaped sand forms, sweeping across Wangcheng from all directions. These humanoid sand beings were known as sand ghosts by the locals. They feed on diluted souls and appear once every 3 years. The people of Wangcheng suffered greatly from them. Now, the sand ghosts had reached the group's location. Just as they were about to attack, they changed direction and charged toward Shan. A massive sand ghost head suddenly appeared in front of Shan. The sand ghost launched an attack, but Shan kept dodging, running forward at full speed. Ming Kai realized he was trying to lure the sand ghosts out of the city, so she followed him. Soon, all the sand ghosts in the city were chasing. Shan's guess was right. They were indeed targeting him. He fled all the way to Mojing Lake, far from the city of Wanchen. It was finally time for Shan to fight back. He unleashed the general technique, and just as he was checking what was special about the flesh pool, Ingu grass suddenly flew out of the pool. Ing Yueming turned and ran. Just as he was about to be surrounded by Ingu grass, a Yuhuang string flew out of nowhere and scattered the grass. Ing Yueming thought he was about to die under the Yuhuang string, but just then, Shan opened the stone door and grabbed it, and another Yuhuang string shot toward Ing Yueming. It was actually knocking off the Ingu grass stuck to him. Shan seized the opportunity and grabbed the second string. Then with a strong tug, he actually pulled someone out of the flesh pool. The person hit the ground hard. Ing Yueming was shocked to see it was none other than his old maid, Lu Yingche. Thinking back on being hit by her Yuhuang string, he realized she had been saving him. He gently touched her face, wondering how long she'd waited here for him. That little maid used to follow him everywhere. Every day, she accompanied him to the prison to learn firearms from Jishing Hermit. She was by his side since childhood, all the way to adulthood. That day, Ing Yueming had gone, as usual, to study firearms from the old man. Then someone from the Yu clan announced the emperor was coming. Lu Yingche knew that if the emperor saw his son learning firearms, he would be furious. She hit Ing Yueming up on the roof beam. It turned out to be a woman, caught by Lin Mo for attempting to. After being tortured by Ing Rui, she was escorted to the dungeon by Lin Mo and Ing Rui. This woman could withstand 19 Yuhuang strings. Even Ing Rui considered her miraculous, but she was too unruly. Lin Mo was left to deal with her. Lin Mo understood Ing Rui's intentions well. If she couldn't be used, she must be destroyed immediately. Ing Yueming and Lu Yingche saw this entire scene. After they left, Lu Yingche proudly said he was always prepared with mechanisms. At the critical moment, the flying hook came in handy. He then asked Ing Yueming with a grin how he'd reward him. Ing Yueming blushed. He was just thinking of a reward, when suddenly his old headache flared up again. This jolt pulled Ing Yueming back to reality. Shan asked if the woman on the ground was his lover. Ing Yueming gave an irrelevant answer. I'm just a lunatic, and she's just my little maid, Lu Yingche. Shan figured there was no point asking more. Time was short. He told Ing Yueming to take care of himself, and turned to leave. Suddenly, Ing Yueming burst into laughter. For us to meet in this godforsaken place, must be fate indeed. For this fate, and for your parting words, I'll give you a secret. He had just read in an ancient book. Ingu grass and Tulong spirit are symbiotic. The grass protects the spirit, and the spirit feeds the grass. If Tulong spirit leaves the water, Ingu grass immediately withers. Shan figured the Tulong spirit must be on Lu Yingche. Ing Yueming told him not to bother checking, because the spirit was already in his hand. Just now, he saw something glowing in Lu Yingche's hand. He opened it, and was overjoyed. It was the Tulong spirit Shan had been seeking. The spirit really did look like a dragon's scale fragment. It could even float in midair. Just as Shan reached for it, Ing Yueming snatched it into his palm. He smirked coldly. I'm no saint. If Tulong spirit can truly defy death, who wouldn't want to keep it? Then he turned and ran for the stone door. Shan chased after him. He had to get the spirit. Shan leapt into the air, swung his right arm, and sliced off the arm, holding the Tulong spirit. The spirit flew out of his hand. Shan was about to catch it, when suddenly, a vertical Yuhuang string locked his hand. It bound his whole body. Then he was thrown aside, slamming hard onto the stone floor. When he got up, he realized all the tendons in his leg were severed by the string. The attacker was Lu Yingche, and he had 17 Yuhuang strings on his body. He even helped Ing Yueming repair his arm. The reason Ing Yueming wouldn't give Shan the Tulong scale was to provoke Shan into attacking him, hoping it would wake Lu Yingche up. Shan didn't want to get tangled further, so he promised to trade anything for it. Even so, Ing Yueming still refused to give up the Tulong scale, because he realized the Tulong scale was the key ingredient in the most powerful gunpowder formula he had found. Back then, Ing Yueming had inherited all of Jishing Hermit's teachings, except the strongest gunpowder formula in the world. It wasn't that Jishing didn't want to teach him. He feared Ing Yueming would go down the wrong path. But Lu Yingche once promised that next time he left the palace, he would help him find that ultimate gunpowder formula. Ying Yueming couldn't imagine how this little servant boy dragged his broken body all the way to this place. He never thought this boy would actually find the Tulong scale. Ying Yueming placed the scale inside the ancient book, but just as he closed it, he saw Lu Yingche's eyes twitch slightly. He waved his hand in front of them. Just then, Ying Yueming's chronic headaches returned. A crazed look appeared on his face. Just wait. With this, one day, I'll shake the foundations of Dahong's vast empire. Cheng Shan had already recovered and charged toward Ying Yueming again. But Ying Yueming was now utterly fearless. After all, Lu Yingche was a Jade Emperor replica crafted by Ying Rui herself. Cheng Shan stood no chance against this. His body was pierced multiple times by the strings, then thrown into the earthborn flesh pool. Just as Ying Yueming triumphantly approached the pool, something unbelievable happened. Cheng Shan, wrapped in the pool's water, rose into the air. The cheat finally kicked in. All the pool's water surged madly into his body. He let out screams of agony. Not long after, the water was fully absorbed, and he finally stood up. He felt his blood burning and surging through his veins. He looked at the pool. Its golden glow had turned into clear water. Before he could ponder it, Ying Yueming's voice rang out. Didn't think even that couldn't kill you. Are you a monster? Cheng Shan wiped water from the corner of his mouth and snorted. Yeah, I'm a monster. Once I bite you, don't expect me to let go. Now hand over the Tulong scale. Sensing the overwhelming energy in Cheng Shan, Ying Yueming was already thinking of escape. When the ground began to shake, stones started falling from the ceiling. The underground palace was clearly collapsing. Ying Yueming had a flash of inspiration and proposed a deal to Cheng Shan. Take me out of here, and I'll give you the Tulong scale. But Cheng Shan wouldn't fall for his tricks again and lunged straight at him. Ying Yueming laughed as he activated a command in his right hand. Sure enough, Lu Yingche's jade strings shot out and locked onto his right hand. But this time, things didn't go as he expected. Lu Yingche was pulled toward Cheng Shan. Cheng Shan forcefully disabled the 17 strings and lifted Lu Yingche by the throat into the air, just as he was about to end him. He sensed all of Lu Yingche's memories. It turned out that the original bearer of 19 strings couldn't be tamed and was killed by Ying Rui. Later, they discovered Lu Yingche could endure 17 strings. Ying Rui, in her madness, kept cultivating jade strings on his body, then transplanting them to suitable candidates, thus creating an unbeatable killing machine. But they underestimated the servant boy's willpower. His only wish in life was to follow Ying Yueming. That day, he killed all the guards in the dungeon and escaped the palace. While Cheng Shan was feeling his pain, Ying Yueming snatched Lu Yingche back and ran for the stone door. But Cheng Shan had no intention of letting him go. He wouldn't rest until he retrieved the Tulong scale. Suddenly, the ground under Ying Yueming cracked open. He threw Lu Yingche up above with all his strength, then tried to climb up himself. Cheng Shan approached him. Yingling, give me the Tulong scale, and I'll pull you up. Yingling laughed. Didn't think you'd start making deals too. But I'm not like you, so hesitant. There's nothing I can't afford to lose. Even going to hell doesn't scare me. After all, I've still got a little servant to keep me company. After all, I still have a little servant who will stay by my side. As he spoke, tears welled up in Lu Yingche's eyes as he reached out his hand, but his legs were pinned under a collapsed stone pillar. At that moment, a huge opening appeared in the cave's ceiling. From the other side, Cheng Shan shouted for him to hand over the Tulong spirit. Otherwise, it would be too late. But Ying Yueming still refused. Suddenly, the ground beneath him crumbled entirely. Just as he was about to fall, he grabbed the last bit of the edge with one hand. Cheng Shan, the Tulong spirit is in this book. If you don't pull me up now, your treasure will die with me. Before Cheng Shan could act, Lu Yingche's Yuhuang string pulled him up. He leaned toward Lu Yingche. Yingche, have you regained your senses? Lu Yingche cried out, Your Highness, then combined all the Yuhuang strings into one and lifted him into the air. Turns out he intended to send Ying Yueming out through the hole. Cheng Shan leapt up and grabbed the ancient book in Ying Yueming's hand. He tore it in half. Cheng Shan fell with one half of the book, while Ying Yueming was flung out of the crypt. But Lu Yingche was forever buried beneath. Ying Yueming only felt a brief moment of sadness. He had long since grown used to being alone. He dusted himself off, then quickly checked the ancient book and the spirit. Just then, 3 factions were confronting each other before him. Qin Sheng, the black-cloaked elite fighter, Yuan Zitong, the second greatest assassin, and Tian Sheng, the Shadow Guard leader. Ying Yueming wanted to die right then and there. Faced with this situation, he would have rather fallen down with Cheng Shan. Meanwhile, Cheng Shan had managed to climb up from the ruins. He quickly opened the ancient book. Only half of the Tulong spirit was inside, but it was better than nothing. He dashed toward where Ming Kai was lying. When he placed the spirit into Ming Kai's body suddenly exploded. Cheng Shan froze in shock. How could this be? He let out a roar to the sky, his grief, anger, and regret overwhelming him. He hated himself for not coming back sooner. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. The spirit stone fell from his body to the ground. Cheng Shan picked it up, hope reigniting. Because Elder Tunyan once said, only when the stone fully dissolves does Ming Kai truly die. At that moment, The sand ghost suddenly appeared before him. It turned out Ming Kai's body had been a disguise. The ghost had tried to take the chance to kill Cheng Shan, but Cheng Shan didn't have time to waste on it. He had to rush to However, the ghost suddenly spoke. He's in my hands. It turned out the sand ghost had captured Ming Kai, but Cheng Shan was no longer the same. He was ready to capture the ghost and get answers. Meanwhile, all of Wanqing's citizens were under control by White Sand. The mastermind was a puppet master wearing a hat. He believed he would finally wipe out the Cheng family descendants and kill Cheng Shan, but Cheng Shan had already appeared before him. The puppet master hadn't expected Cheng Shan to trace him through the sand. This was thanks to Cheng Shan absorbing the flesh pool's water. Now his right hand, whether on people or ghosts, could sense any sort of connection. His hand could feel it. Cheng Shan didn't want to talk. He just wanted Ming Kai returned. The puppet master removed his hat and snorted. If you're so strong now, then find him yourself. The puppet master turned out to be the pregnant woman, Yagu. Yagu was the true identity of the puppet master. Elder Tun Yun had known all along, because the aura of Wanqing makes people forget hatred and find peace of mind. But that day at Jinmoo, he sensed a trace of resentment on Yagu. And now that Yagu had acted, it meant Cheng Shan had returned. Elder Tun Yun wasn't worried about him, because some things Cheng Shan had to face himself. Back to Yagu's side. Cheng Shan searched the house thoroughly, but still saw no sign of Ming Kai. He glared at Yagu in anger. Do you really think I won't kill you? Speak. Where exactly are you hiding Ming Kai? If you lay a finger on me, you'll never see him again. Why? Why are you doing this? At first, even Yaga didn't know why she had to go after him. She wandered aimlessly every day in Wanqing, because everyone there had forgotten hatred. Until one day, Ing Rui found her and helped her remember why she was here. Yagu had always been an exceptionally skilled puppeteer. Ing Rui ordered her to stay and kill one man. That man was Cheng Shan. Years ago, Ing Rui came to the Chamber of True Words and saw both his and Cheng Shan's name. A prophet once predicted he would die at Cheng Shan's hands, so he killed the prophet. Because Ing Rui never believed in fate, only in himself. But still, he left a backup plan, and Yagu was that killing move prepared for Cheng Shan. Cheng Shan furiously declared all this was Ing Rui's evil, and asked why Yagu would continue such evil for a dead man. White sand gathered in Yagu's hand, and she said she'd tell him when he was about to die. This time, she conjured a sand fox, and declared that even Cheng Shan would be helpless before it. Facing the sand fox, Cheng Shan showed no mercy. But just as he clashed with the sand fox, he sensed Ming Kai's aura from it. Cheng Shan immediately held back. He hadn't expected Yagu to be this vicious. She had fused the soul of the one he loved into a sand ghost. Now he dared not strike again, for fear of accidentally scattering Ming Kai's soul. But he couldn't understand why everyone targeted him. Yagu answered, because you're a descendant of the Cheng clan. Hearing that once more enraged Cheng Shan. He didn't know what was wrong with being a Cheng. What crime had the Cheng clan committed? In a fit of rage, Cheng Shan reached for Yaga's head, but was knocked back by the sand fox. He gently touched the sand fox carrying Ming Kai's soul. I just wanted to be an ordinary doctor. Buy vegetables in the morning. Come home from late-night visits. Even if I came home late, Ming Kai would always leave a lamp on for me. I just wanted a simple life. Is death the only way to have that now? Ming Kai's soul seemed to hear him, manifesting in the white sand and holding his hand. But Yagu remained unmoved. So what if you're strong? You still couldn't protect the one you love most. How does it feel now? Like countless hands gripping your throat, unable to breathe. I know that feeling, because I've suffered that pain too. With that, Yaga staggered back, something inside her belly squirming. She then controlled the sand fox to deliver a fatal blow to Cheng Shan. In that daze, Cheng Shan saw Ming Kai's shattered body. No, she couldn't give up here. She suddenly remembered. Her hand could control Lu Ningxia via the jade strings. Then maybe she could control others through different things. She grabbed a cloth pouch nearby and threw it at Yagu. The pouch wrapped tightly around Yagu. Seizing the moment, Cheng Shan dashed forward, grabbed her by the throat, and lifted her up. And this time, that sensation of experiencing another's pain returned. This newborn baby was chosen by the gods. And that child was Yagu's son. Black-robed figures implanted within his mind the concept of divine immortality. This child and his descendants would become the eyes of the gods, or their substitutes, puppets of the gods. They ignored Yagu's desperate pleas, and who knows what cruel experiments they did to that tiny body. With tears in her eyes, Yagu swore, I hate you all. One day, I'll kill every last one of you. And those black-robed figures were descendants of the Cheng clan, unable to accept that truth. Cheng Shan slammed Yagu to the ground with force. At the moment Yagu lost consciousness, she also lost control of the white sand. The people of Wanqing gradually began to recover. The wine that old Jishin didn't finish spilled onto his face. He thought something major had happened. The white-haired man ignored the old drunk and said calmly to Elder Tun Yun, looks like Cheng Shan won. Tun Yun sighed with emotion. We've hidden here for so many years, because we saw something clearly long ago. The world is complex, full of entangled grudges. In the end, there are no true winners. Though Cheng Shan found it hard to accept, saving Ming Kai was more important now. She stood up and took out the Tulong spirit. Ming Kai's shattered body was revealed from the white sand. When the half-piece of the Tulong spirit was placed into her body, Cheng Shan, having exhausted too much energy, collapsed to the ground. Perhaps after a nap, Ming Kai would appear beside her again. Humans can fix and save others, but never truly help others. But for Ming Kai, she used a forbidden technique of the human fixer, because Ming Kai was the only light in her pitch-black life. When Cheng Shan woke up again, she was already sitting on a bed. She picked up the necklace on the table. It was the one she had given Ming Kai. Just when she thought Ming Kai might have vanished from this world, that familiar figure appeared at the door. Xiao Shan, you're awake. You were sweating a lot in your sleep from all the dreaming. I just want to fetch some water to wipe your face. Cheng Shan ran forward and hugged. Afraid this was all just a dream. Afraid she'd vanish the moment she let go. Only when Ming Kai told her to lie down on the bed did she realize her little girl had finally returned. But when she touched Ming Kai's body, her worries came true. Half a Tulong spirit still wasn't enough. Though Ming Kai's limbs had healed, her body couldn't function normally for long. It could collapse at any moment. Ming Kai held her hand. Xiao Shan, don't hide it from me. I know my own body. I was just a fragment of a soul. From the moment you gave me this body, every day since, I'm already content. With the little time I have left, I just want to live every day well, like others do. No more rushing, no more fear or pain. And I don't want you getting hurt for me. Don't go looking for the Tulong spirit anymore. Let's find a peaceful place to live, somewhere no one can find us. I'll go buy groceries in the morning and return from healing at night. No matter how late, I'll always leave a light on waiting for you. It turned out, when Cheng Shan said those words, Ming Kai heard them all, because she longed for that simple life too. After saying that, Ming Kai childishly reached out for a pinky promise. Just as they were about, Xiao Fengzheng and Xiao Lingdang brought medicine for Cheng Shan. Brother is sick. Here's yummy soup for you. Sister ailing, and I made it for you. Cheng Shan gratefully accepted the medicine from the two cuties. But as he touched Xiao Fengzheng's hand, a wave of unease hit him. He accidentally dropped the bowl. Ming Kai asked nervously, Xiao Shan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Where's Tun Yun? I need to ask her something. Xiao Lingdang said Tun Yun was at Jingmohu. Cheng Shan quickly arrived at Jingmohu. Just as he spotted Tun Yun, she spoke first. I knew you'd come find me once you woke. There's much confusion in your heart. Ask anything you wish. Cheng Shan first asked why falling into the flesh pool had made her feel stronger. It turns out among the 8 words, everyone returns, referred not to all people, but to the Rinjiang, human fixers. Legend says the flesh pool is the final resting place for Rinjiang. But Cheng Shan was puzzled. If it's the final place, why is it already destroyed? But Tun Yun said it will always exist. One day, Cheng Shan will understand. What made Cheng Shan stronger wasn't the flesh pool water, but a single drop of ancestral blood fused within it. This was the only reason Tun Yun waited for Cheng Shan in Wancha. It was the first time Cheng Shan had heard of ancestral blood, but that blood belonged to their Cheng family ancestors. Even a tiny drop could grant Cheng Shan skills others would spend centuries to master. No wonder Cheng Shan's right hand had become so powerful and sensitive. A mere touch could sense everything in a person. Tun Yun then asked, So, do you now know the truth of Wancheng? Cheng Shan said he'd rather not know. As they were speaking, Xiao Lingdang and Xiao Fengzheng arrived with Ming Kai. Cheng Shan lowered his head. I really don't know how to face Xiao Fengzheng now. How do I face Ailing and all the people of Wancheng as soon as I touch their bodies? Every inch of flesh screams at me, reminding me I'm a descendant of the Cheng family, a bearer of guilt. It turns out the real culprit behind the tragedy in Wancheng wasn't Ing Rui at all, but the Cheng family itself. It was also the Cheng family that took Yagu's child. After Cheng Shan struck her, Tun Yun immediately turned Yagu into spirit form. Yagu was truly a pitiful person, playing deaf and mute for over a decade, all for revenge. Someone had to bear the Cheng family's sins, and unfortunately, that burden fell on Cheng Shan. But Cheng Shan still couldn't understand why the Cheng family did it. Tun Yun asked back, Did you think Rinjiang techniques came from nowhere? The essence of Rinjiang lies in healing people, and the technique of transmuting pain. And to heal people, one must practice on human bodies. Xiao Fengzheng was subjected to skin peeling and bone extraction. Xiao Lingdang suffered the crueler head replacement technique. To perfect their supreme techniques, the Cheng family used and discarded people in ways normal folks could never imagine. Later, the Cheng family split. A new sect emerged, the self-cultivation sect. Members of this sect practiced while carrying custom coffins on their backs, promoting self-enlightenment. Out of pity, they placed those ruined individuals into those special coffins. The unique aura inside kept them alive, but imprisoned them underground forever. Over time, those coffins became the current Wancheng. Speaking of coffins, Cheng Shan remembered the pessimist from the black umbrella case. Back then, he had thought their skills resembled the Cheng families, but he didn't know who that pessimist truly was. Now it seemed, the pessimist was also a Cheng family descendant. What a joke. Cheng Shan once called himself righteous, rebuking the pessimist for slaughtering the... Yet he himself was guilty all along. What right did he have to speak so? Since young, Shan studied Rinjiang techniques diligently, vowing to save the world, even through hardship and trials. He never once regretted being from the Chung family. Yet the healing techniques he mastered were stained with the blood of countless innocents. At that moment, he felt as if fate itself had led him to Wancheng, deliberately making him discover the truth, to atone for the sins of the Chung family, to bear the karma and retribution. Ming Kai, who had been eavesdropping all along, didn't blame Shan after learning the truth. Instead, she stepped up to Elder Tun Yun. Senior, did you bring Xiao Shan to Wancheng just to make him pay a debt? If so, I'll repay it with him. But Elder Tun Yun said the debts of Wancheng were neither theirs to repay, nor something they could ever repay. Ming Kai didn't understand why he still had to tell Shan, because the secret of the Chung crypt was just the tip of the iceberg. Tun Yun said they still had a long road ahead, and more secrets about the Chung family to uncover. At that moment, old Jishin and the white-haired man arrived. Old Jishin wrapped his arms around the two elders, boasting that if the three brothers truly left, he could blast the whole place open with a spark. Old Jishin suddenly brought up the Wancheng Emerald Lantern Festival, lamenting he wouldn't get to drink the fine wine there this time. Ming Kai was confused. How did they know a festival was coming above? So, Elder Jishing led them toward Jingmo Lake, leaving the originally calm lake's surface suddenly churned with waves. On the lake appeared the figures of Kunzi and Ajin. The two were darting through lightning. At this moment, the white-haired man began to explain. The scene in the water was what one person's eyes were seeing. Every year at this time, the white-haired man, through what he saw in those eyes, knew where that person was, what they were doing, and how they were faring. With that, the white-haired man opened the box he valued more than his life. Inside was a silver cylinder. He asked Shan to help deliver this family heirloom to the owner of those eyes. Shan felt he'd seen such a silver cylinder on someone before. As he thought carefully, he finally remembered who it was. It was Lefengza, the lord of Shan. At that moment, Lefengza was in Lingyun City, preparing to steal a bolt of heavenly lightning. Shan quickly agreed to the task. The white-haired man admitted that the person was indeed Lefengza. He promised that if Shan delivered the silver cylinder to Lefengza, he would grant any request Shan made. Shan recalled the fiery energy within the white-haired man's body, and the image of thunderclouds flashing around Lefengza. He deduced that this object was key to stealing the lightning. The white-haired man nodded. That's why I'm entrusting you to deliver this cylinder to him. I hope it's not too late. Elder Jishing, standing nearby, was already displeased. He cursed the white-haired man as a stingy miser, refusing to give him a fire weapon but now willing to part with it. The white-haired man said the person he cared for needed it more than Jishing. Jishing's temper flared at the mention of fire weapons. Shan interjected. By the way, Elder Jishing, is Yinyuming someone you care about? Elder Jishing froze for a moment, then took a big gulp of strong liquor. Why would I care about that brat? I can't even avoid him fast enough, Shan suddenly said. Then rest assured, Elder, Yinyuming probably won't come looking for you again, because he's already found the formula for the ultimate explosive. Jishing spat out his liquor with a puff. What? He's still going to make that explosive? The power of the ultimate explosive is more terrifying than imagined. Once unleashed, it awakens the monstrous abyss buried in people's hearts, devouring you bit by bit. Back then, Jishing deliberately got himself imprisoned and stayed confined in the underground Wang City to suppress his urge to research it. Now, the fire weapons he once took pride in seemed like hollow shells to him. He casually tossed those once glorious fire weapons off a cliff, swearing never to touch explosives again. Back then, he refused to teach Yinyuming the formula for the ultimate explosive, fearing he'd be consumed by desire. Yinyuming was a rare genius in fire weapons, seen once in a century, and Jishing's only disciple. But sadly, he still walked down this path of no return. It's not something you or I can stop, because no one can defy the will of the gods. Hearing Tuanyun mention the gods, Shan thought of Yagu, the child chosen by the gods. So who exactly are these gods? But Tuanyun had no intention of explaining, or perhaps he didn't know who the gods were either. Now it was time for Shan and Ming Kai to leave. Little Kite was reluctant to part with Ming Kai and gave her favorite kite to her sister Ming Kai. As Shan and Ming Kai departed, all the people of Wang City came to see them off, thanking them for driving away the killing ghosts and allowing the people of Wang City to finally live in peace. But Shan couldn't find any joy in it. He knelt on the ground. Ming Kai deeply understood Shan's feelings at that moment. This was the only way he could atone for the Chung family's sins. Soon, the two returned to the Truth Stone. Tuanyun was already waiting there. Shan, when you came, I waited for you here. As you leave, I naturally must see you off. Is there anything else you wish to tell me, Elder? After this parting, we may never meet again. Let me give you one final piece of advice. You must have why the Ying family refuses to let you go. It's because the Ying family is brewing a secret plan, a plan that will entangle countless people. And you, Shan, will be the most crucial part of it. The ancestral blood in your veins will help you unravel the Ying family's conspiracy. Then you will understand the whole truth. Go now. This is the path you must take. These words echoed in Shan's ears. As they walked back from the mysterious, he didn't know if he should go If he went, what would happen to Minkai? Seeing him lost in thought, Minkai cleared her throat. Xiaoshan, have you forgotten something? You promised to make a pinky swear with me. Have you forgotten your promise to this lady? Changshan quickly extended his hand. How could I forget? As their fingers locked, Minkai said with a smile. But this heroine has changed her mind. You know, girls can be quite fickle. Xiaoshan, you're so capable. It'd be a pity if you just stayed by my side. Go do what you want to do. This heroine will always be with you. Xiaoshan. Minkai had already guessed his thoughts. Fearing Changshan might back out, heroine Ming reverted to her lively self. I don't care. You've already made a pinky swear with this heroine. No backing out. They both burst into laughter. But this sweet moment didn't last long, as it was interrupted by a voice. Wong City above. No candlelight remains. Ashing shouted these 8 words with all her might, echoing through the entire Wong City. The voice Minkai and Changshan had just heard was hers, as the two rushed toward the exit. Minkai told Changshan, Yin Yiming once said, that if Qin Sheng shouted these 8 words, it meant Wong City was in grave danger. As they reached the surface, the red-clothed leader was already waiting. Seeing their safe return, he began recounting what happened yesterday. Yesterday morning, Insi's guards had just reached the entrance of the suspended ladder when they were ambushed by Qin Sheng and his men. It turned out Yuan Zitong had lured Insi's guards here. She deliberately spread word in the city that Changshan had gone to the underground city, just to bait Insi's guards into a trap. But what puzzled Qin Sheng was how this kid knew. Yuan Zitong grinned and said, actually, after leaving the heavenly prison tower, I secretly followed Lord Qin. Then she turned to Zhu Tianqing. Lord Insi, if you hand over the woman by your side obediently, I might get excited and tell you where the key to the secret passage is. Faced with such provocation, Lu Xiangru was about to charge forward, but Zhu Tianqing stopped her. Calm down. You're no match for her right now. Lu Xiangru wanted to argue, but Zhu Tianqing silenced her with a few words. Obey orders. Yuan Zitong laughed smugly. I remember now. Your Yuhuang hairpin was cut to pieces by me. Ha ha ha. Qin Sheng coldly glared at Yuan Zitong. We'll settle the score for you tracking me later. From now on, you'd better shut up. Faced with the words of the black-clothed hand Xiao Ren, Yuan Zitong didn't dare retort, especially not in Wang City. Only then did Qin Sheng get to the point with Insi's guards. I'm asking you, what exactly is the plan to destroy the entire Wang City? Before Zhu Tianqing could respond, a loud explosion rang out. Yin Yiming was blasted out of the underground palace by Lu Yingche. He was scrambling on the ground for his precious Tuolongaling. This was the same Yin Yiming who had just emerged in the previous episode, facing 3 groups of people all out to kill him. Yin Yiming didn't hesitate and turned to run. Lu Xiangru let out a fierce shout. Why aren't you killing him already? This time, we absolutely can't let him escape. All the blind secret guards immediately lunged toward Ing Yueming. Ing Yueming shamelessly pleaded for help from Yuan Zitong. Please, can you really just watch me die? Yuan Zitong smiled playfully like a spectator. Actually, I can just watch. If the secret guards can't kill you, I'll gladly do it myself. Seeing no way out, Ing Yueming turned his hopes to Qin Sheng. Lord Qin, that thing your dear sister Minkai is searching for is in my hands. As soon as he finished, he shut his eyes and shielded his face with his hands. You had to admit, Ing Yueming was clever. Qin Sheng really fell for it. A stone sword blocked the strike in front of him. Sorry everyone, this guy is mine today. Then she turned and warned him. Ing Yueming, if you dare lie to me, I swear your end will be 100 times worse than if the secret guards got you. While Ing Yueming nervously swore he wouldn't dare. Suddenly, all the red-robed officers clutched their necks, blood spilling from their eyes and mouths. Qin Sheng realized instantly it was the secret guards doing, and shouted angrily, what's going on? Zhu Tianqing calmly explained. As for the plan Qin Sheng asked about earlier, 2 days ago, we poisoned the only water source in Wangqing with an incurable toxin. After today, there will be no Wangqing. Lord Qin, this is the answer you wanted. Qin Sheng could hardly accept the truth. I am a black-robed hand-picked officer of the imperial court, sworn to protect Wangqing with my life. And yet the court, without a word, resorts to such disgraceful means? What's the real intent here? Zhu Tianqing gave a meaningful reply. His Majesty is well aware of Lord Qin's loyalty, and Wangqing's. Qin Sheng easily understood the implication. To vanish along with Wangqing was the greatest show of loyalty to the emperor. Qin Sheng made a quick decision, grabbed Ing Yueming and the barely alive red-robed commander, and fled. Zhu Tianqing ordered Lu Xiangru to leave the city first, then led the blind secret guards in pursuit. But Lu Xiangru chose recklessness, not knowing this step would lead her straight to death's door. Because Yuan Zitong was also gravely poisoned. Naturally, Lu Xiangru wouldn't miss this chance for revenge. The scene returns to Cheng Shan's side. The red-robed commander used his last breath to speak. After we took Ing Yueming away, the secret guards chased us relentlessly. Lord Qin used all his strength to fight them off, and ordered his men to open the Xianxiao exit for you too. Lord Qin, I have fulfilled my duty. With those words, the commander's life came to an end. Only in death did he finally release the key he had clutched tightly. The two stood there in deep emotion, silently watching the hero depart. Ning Kai nervously spoke. Xiaoshan, do you think anyone in Wanqing is still alive? As they followed the courtyard to a street, they saw that all the innocent people here had already become cold corpses. Qingshan finally understood what Tunyan meant earlier. In that moment, he was truly furious. In the eyes of the Ying clan, the lives of all people meant nothing. This time, I won't let you succeed. The two had to find Qin Sheng and assess the current situation in Wanqing. As they investigated, they found that the secret river path they used to enter had been completely destroyed by the court. Now, the only exit from Wanqing, Tianren Alley, was guarded by Zhu Tiancheng and his troops. But what puzzled Qingshan was the northern army once stationed outside the alley had all withdrawn to the 19 encircling peaks, as if they were still waiting for something. If they tried to break through Tianren Alley by force, they would surely clash with both the secret guards and the northern army. With the vast disparity in strength, our chances of winning, right now, to escape Wang City, there's only one path left. That is the main gate of Wang City. But Minkai remembered Yin Yuming saying, the main gate of Wang City is a dead end. She didn't know if that guy was just spouting nonsense. At that moment, Yin Yuming's voice came from the house behind them. It seems Miss Minkai has never trusted me. That really breaks my heart. Don't believe me, fine. Whether it's true or not, you can ask Lord Qin. Qin Sheng, covered in spiritual wounds, stammered intermittently, Sister, you're finally back. Seeing this, Minkai rushed forward, but Yin Yuming blocked her. Stay where you are. I still have this last fire weapon. If you take one more step, I don't mind taking everyone down with me. Minkai wanted nothing more than to tear this villain apart. Madman, do it. But Qingshan displayed an unprecedented calmness. We can settle the matter of Tulongling later, but I advise you not to harm Minkai or Qin Sheng. Yin Yuming responded with a smile. Qingshan's terrifying gaze made his heart tremble uncontrollably. He quickly put on a grin. Deal. We'll settle it later. I was waiting for you to say. Yin Yuming put away the fire weapon. Minkai rushed forward, cradling the pitiful Qin Sheng in her arms. Aisheng, how are you? Qin Sheng tried to respond, but he couldn't stop coughing, unable to speak clearly. Yin Yuming leaned to the side, sneering sarcastically. Lord Qin held on until now before collapsing. That willpower is beyond my reach. The Master Qing truly didn't misjudge you, Lord Qin. Minkai shouted in anger. What Master Qing? Yin Yuming, stop with your cryptic nonsense. Speak plainly. You two are so close, like sisters. Yet I warned you that day that Lord Qin deceived you. His guarding of Wang City wasn't just for healing. My little maid once said. She saw the most beautiful nightscape at Wang City's Jade Lantern Festival. The green lights burn day and night. But in truth, the Jade Lantern Festival's true purpose is to summon Master Qing, the true master of Wang City. On that day, all of Wang City's people hoped to glimpse Master Qing's prophecy. Yet the master has never appeared. Even so, this all-powerful figure still controls everything in Wang City. Wang City will always be loyal only to its master. A Wang City like this has long been feared by the imperial court. Or did you think they poisoned the entire city just to bury us with it? Qingshan finally understood this plan that killed 3 birds with 1 stone. The current emperor, compared to Ing Rui, was even more ruthless. Yin Yuming yawned and said, of course, my dear brother, Ing Tianen, always cuts the grass and uproots it. Hearing the words, cut the grass and uproot, Qingshan immediately sensed trouble. He told Yin Yuming that the Northern Army and Inxi's forces. Yin Yuming instantly knew what they were planning. At the same time, Zhu Tiancheng stood atop one of the 19 peaks. A subordinate reported, my lord, the time is near. Shall we proceed to destroy Wang City as planned? He ordered them to wait a little longer, because Lu Xiangru hadn't yet left the city to meet him. What he didn't know was, this self-proclaimed clever woman had already been outwitted and killed by Yuan Zi. How could the world's second-best assassin truly fall to poison? This time, Yuan Zitong planned to take this tragic woman to her employer and behead her in person. But the problem of how to leave the city now loomed before her. The scene shifts back to Qingshan's side. The two were also pondering how to escape the city. Qingshan's solution was to head straight for Wang City's main gate. Since the underground Wang City and the palace were deeply tied to the Qing family, perhaps the mystery of the main gate was also connected to them. Yin Yuming had once said that approaching it would shatter one's body to pieces, just like an ordinary person nearing the Black Umbrella. If it was indeed similar to the Black Umbrella, then this gate could do nothing to Qingshan. Quickly piecing together these historical connections, Qingshan leaped onto Wang City's main gate. This sight left Yin Yuming dumbfounded. This guy was completely fine. Where was the promised shattering of bones? Even Minkai was secretly sweating for Xiaoshan. Qingshan reached out and touched the stone bricks above. As expected, just as he had guessed, the words, Wang City, were written with the blood of the Qing family, inscribed using the human binding technique. By dispersing the blood words, the technique could be broken. The blood words were dispelled. Qingshan called to the 3 below to hurry out of the city. With Yin Yuming and Minxai's support, Qin Sheng also safely left the city. Just as they hadn't gone far, Wang City erupted with a relentless series of explosions. Yin Yuming looked back. The court was using the heavenly fire Yama he had secretly refined in the palace years ago. This explosive's power was second only to that unknown ultimate explosive. Yin Yiming was certain Wang City was doomed. Only then did Minkai realize her Xiaoshan hadn't come out. At that moment, Chengshan was racing along the iron chains of the heavenly prison tower toward its peak. Minkai caught sight of his figure as she shouted Chengshan's name. The remaining citizens of Wang City suddenly rushed out from the main gate. They kept chanting, "A deity saved us." That person on the heavenly prison tower was a deity, right? The deity said Wang City is about to collapse. At that moment, Qin Sheng felt his body recovering. Minkai reached out and touched the powder lingering in the air. She realized it was Chengshan's bone powder. Yin Yiming also felt the bone powder. Could it be the technique Chengshan used at the tea stall last time? Minkai said, yes. He scattered the bone powder from his hand into the air. The entire Wang City was like it was in the palm of his hand. This way, he could use the human binding technique to save everyone. But how much bone powder would it take to save an entire city? This is practically trading his life for theirs. Chengshan couldn't care less about that now. He would not let a single innocent life vanish before his eyes again. Killing people, saving people, is the true mission of a human binder. Yet it is also the sin a human binder must atone for until death. Minkai couldn't abandon Chengshan. Though Qin Sheng tried to stop her, Minkai grasped his hand and said, no matter life or death on this journey, as long as I'm with Xiaoshan, I'm happy. Don't worry about me, brother. With that, she resolutely charged into the sea of flames. Yin Yiming, ever the opportunist, took this chance to slip away. Zhu Tianqing stood atop the mountain, watching Wang City burn in raging flames. Inside Wang City, Minkai arrived just in time to save Chengshan before he collapsed from exhaustion. For some reason, Zhu Tianqing ordered a retreat the next day. A northern army commander sneered. Lord Zhu, you've botched the task General Ling entrusted to you. Prepare to face the emperor's wrath back in the capital. But Zhu Tianqing had no mind to deal with him. Lu Xiangru still hadn't returned, and it seemed her fate was grim. The eldest prince, Yin Yiming, was nowhere to be found. Qin Sheng and the remnants of Wang City vanished overnight. This mission was indeed a failure for Zhu Tianqing. What use was burning one Wang City? These his abilities, he could build 10 more. He was starting to panic. How many lives did this Cheng family descendant have? Unbeknownst to him, Chengshan and Minkai had already reached the small hill behind him. They told him to be careful, lest he end up like Ying Rui. The he, in Chengshan's words was, of course, the current emperor, Ying Tianan. Zhu Tianqing responded, by saving Wang City, you openly defy the emperor. Do you know what that means? The Ying family hunts me, deceives me, and drives me to a dead end. So please tell Ying Tianan one thing for me. Not only will I oppose him, I'll take back everything the Ying family owes me, one by one. With those words, Chengshan and Minkai embarked on a new journey. Since this life offered no place to hide, Chengshan could only forge ahead. No matter how tough or tiring the road ahead, he wasn't afraid. Because Minkai was by his side, it was still that same phrase from the little lady. No matter 1,000 saints or demons, I only speak with you. The story ends here, with flowers scattered. Though many, like me, feel it's not quite over, this ending is pretty good. Next, we're starting a new series, so feel free to share your valuable suggestions.